Gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We are honored to welcome our estimated chief guest. Please give a big round of applause for our chief guest. Hello, everyone. We already have our chief guest here, and we also have our special guest. I want to introduce them. Dr. Abdullah Al Mamoon, Deputy Director, Department of Environment. We have our guest of honor, Mr. Jerome Staki, Unit Chief, Circular and Resource Efficiency, UNIDO of Norway to Bangladesh. We have our special guest, Dr. Farhina Ahmed, Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. We have our chief guest, Ms. Sayeda Rizwana Hassan, Honorable Advisor, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. And today, remarks by Chair Dr. M.D. Kamrujaman, NDC, Director General, Department of Environment. Well, we are going to start our first session. From policy to action, approaches for combating plastic pollution and marine litter prevention in Bangladesh. Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you to today's conference on From Policy to Action, Approaches for Combating Plastic Pollution and Marine Litter Prevention in Bangladesh. It is a great honor to have such a distinguished group of experts, government officials, diplomats, and others gathered here to discuss on the most pressing environmental challenges of our time, plastic pollution. Today, we come together not only to share our thoughts and research, but to explore actionable solutions that will shape the future of Bangladesh environmental sustainability. The theme of today's event underlines a critical need for policy actions that translate into tangible outcomes. With a focus on combating plastic pollution and preventing marine litter, our discussions will be pivotal in outlining a roadmap for a cleaner, greener, and more sustainable Bangladesh. We are truly grateful for your presence today and for your commitment to this circular cause. Let's now begin the proceeding of the day, and to kick off things, I would like to invite Dr. Abdullah Al Mamoon to invite her welcome address and provide a brief overview of the project. Please give a big round of applause for Dr. Abdullah Al Mamoon, sir, who is Deputy Director, Department of Environment.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Chair of the opening session, Dr. Kamrujaman NDC, Honorable Director General of Department of Environment. Chief guest, Syed Rizwana Hassan, Honorable Advisor of Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Special guest, His Excellency Hakon Harald Gulbrandsen, Honorable Ambassador of the Royal Norwegian Embassy to Bangladesh. Guest of honor, Mr. Jerome Stokey, Unit Chief of Circular Economy and Resource Efficiency Division, UNIDO Headquarters. We have with us Mr. Khairul Hassan, Additional Secretary Development, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. And sitting in front of me, Dr. Zakir Zaman, Country Representative of UNIDO Bangladesh. My dearest colleague, Dr. Rana Pratap Singh, Project Manager, UNIDO. And senior officials from our Ministry and Department of Environment, distinguished guests, participants from department organizations, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. As a project director, I would like to welcome you all to this plastic conference. Dear guests, we know plastic is a global challenge. It's not our only problem. So we have so many counterparts with us. So that's why UNEP is trying hard to make a globally ambitious plastic treaty. And in Bangladesh, we are also in a serious problem of plastic. We generate 3,000 tons of plastic waste per day, out of which 36% is recycled, 39% is landfill, and 25% remain unattended, which is eventually polluting our rivers and canals. Plastic pollution is one of the major causes of recent urban waterlogging, habitat destruction, promotion of vector-borne diseases, and fish migration, and so on. So, since we are our position in the downstream, we are in a lower riparian country. Therefore, our problem is greater than that of others. And the good thing is, Bangladesh government is very keen to solve this problem. Back in 2002, we were the first nation who banned the polythene shopping bag. Compared to other countries, our plastic initiatives are really great. Dear colleagues, now I'd like to explain the context of this program and our hopes and aspiration of this plastic conference. If we look back, the first plastic workshop was on sustainable management of plastic to leverage circular economy and achieve SDGs in Bangladesh, which was held on 13th February 2019, jointly organized by Department of Environment, World Bank, and several key national and multinational companies. There were 8 technical sessions, and from that technical session, we got some tremendous ideas. And from those ideas, we developed a multi-sector action plan on plastic management, which was sponsored by the World Bank and some other dignitaries. And from that experience and recommendations, Department of Environment, in collaboration with UNIDO and with the generous funding from the Norwegian government, we launched our first plastic mega project, which is integrated approach towards sustainable plastics and marine litter prevention in Bangladesh. This project covered the four major areas: policy formulations, consumer awareness, industrial applications, and recycling sectors. Now, after spending 2 years, we have draft EPR, 3-year strategy, solid and e-waste and rules, and updated medical waste management rules in our hand, which deals with the plastic sector. Moreover, we have a lot of practical learnings from this project. So now the question is how we could convert this policy into implementable actions. We are pretty hopeful that this plastic conference would bring some implementable recommendations. This plastic conference has 4 technical sessions, and moderator and panelists from different relevant sectors are carefully chosen. I hope and believe that it would be a very interactive sessions and our reporters would take all the necessary notes. Now coming to the housekeeping rules. Since the program is very tight, I would request everyone to take care of their allotted time. Don't repeat what other already said. Use your pen and pencil to notify your ideas. Dear friends, before finishing my welcome remarks, I would like to thank our honorable chief guest, special guest, guest of honor, for giving their precious time. Your presence inspires us. Your kind words would motivate us. Heartfelt thanks to all of you. With this note, I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Abdullah Al Mamoun, Deputy Director, Department of Environment. Now I invite Mr. Zeromas Taki, Unit Chief, Circular Economy and Resource Efficiency, UNIDO, Vienna, Austria, the guest of honor, to share his insights with us. Please give a big round of applause for Mr. Zeromas Taki.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Chief Guest, special guests, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor, but also a great pleasure to be here with you today at this pivotal conference under the project entitled Integrated Approach Towards Sustainable Plastic Use and Marine Litter Prevention in Bangladesh. This initiative is implemented by the Department of Environment under the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, with UNIDO, the organization I'm representing here, as a technical partner, and with generous funding from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Norway through the Royal Norwegian Embassy here in Dhaka. This initiative is a testament of the power of collaboration in addressing one of the most pressing environmental challenges of our time, plastic pollution. Now, plastic pollution is a global crisis that demands local, national, and international action. And while the global community negotiates an international treaty on plastics, through this project, we are working to reduce plastic waste generation, first thing, promote resource-efficient and cleaner production, enhance recycling infrastructure, as well as strengthen policy framework to drive sustainable plastic use. Now at UNIDO, we believe that circular economy, principles and practices, stakeholder engagement, especially with the private sector, adaptation to national circumstances, and innovation are key to reducing plastic waste generation and preventing plastic marine litter. Now, this is true for the current pollution crisis, plastic being one of the pollutants, but it is also true for the other crises related to climate change or biodiversity loss. We have to change the way we are using resources, including energy, materials, and water. And I'm not saying that circular economy is the only solution, but it is a very powerful solution to do it, to change the way we are using resources, while at the same time ensuring growth and social benefits. Now, this conference is building on this idea and is aimed at providing a platform for policymakers, businesses, and environmental experts to develop scalable, impactful solutions that will shape the future of plastic management in Bangladesh. And in this context, I would like to emphasize UNIDO's commitment and determination to further strengthen our collaboration with Bangladesh in fostering a sustainable and inclusive development through a circular plastic economy. I look forward to our fruitful discussions today and would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Zeromas Taki. We look forward to the insights and ideas that will emerge from this gathering. Now, I would like to invite our special guest, His Excellency Hakon Harald Gulbrandsen, the ambassador of Norway to Bangladesh, to share his remarks. Please give a big round of applause for our special guest.
Honorable Advisor Rizwana, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everybody. It is an honor for me to stand here today and talk about this important issue, both for Norway but also for Bangladesh. And we cherish very much the engagement that advisor has shown in this case. She is a leader when it comes to combating plastic solution, and we support that very much. She will also be our chief guest at the Nordic Days tomorrow. So what I say here today is also backed up by the Nordic countries here in Dhaka. So how can we prevent plastic pollution? And lots of efforts has to go hand in hand. We need legislation. We need to get away from the take, make, dispose system and have a circular economy instead. We need investments in infrastructure, awareness raising, empowering of local communities so they can take responsibility in their own backyard. We need to utilize the emergence technologies as artificial intelligence, for instance, and how to make products that doesn't need plastic. And of course, we have to work together with the youth, with the new innovators of today and tomorrow. They are absolutely key to solve this problem. I was present at a debate late last year with students from a number of universities in Bangladesh, and they discussed how to prevent plastic pollutions in the ocean. And the debate, and as I understand also, has been organized in schools around the country, was organized by the project Integrated Approach Towards Sustainable Plastic Use and Marine Litter Prevention in Bangladesh. And that's why we are gathered here today, actually, because of this project, because of this good collaboration between the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change and the Department of Environment, together with UNIDO and the Royal Norwegian Embassy, not least Morshed Ahmed. We work together because we also see that this is a bigger struggle. It's not only about what's happening here or in Norway. And this project is part of the Norwegian Development Program to combat marine litter and microplastics in developing countries. And Norway, we have we are the number 2 when it comes to having the longest coastline in the world of the countries. So we experience a lot of problem with our coasts when it comes to plastic pollution, and therefore we have, together with many other countries, engaged on to find a new treaty against plastic pollution, and that's what Jerome from UNIDO mentioned, that there are going on negotiation now to get an international treaty to combat marine litter and microplastics, and we are almost there. That we will have a new treaty, and that's quite an achievement in this troubled world. So, at the end, I would say we appreciate very much how we stand together in this fight and to protect the precious marine ecosystems through making waste into value and that we all will commit us to making a difference from now on. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, His Excellency Herr Narel Gulbarson. I wish you all the productive conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to the discussions today, and I'm confident that we will continue to make meaningful progress towards our goals of a cleaner and more sustainable Bangladesh. It is now my honor to introduce the chief guest for today's conference, Sayyeda Rizwana Hassan, Honorable Advisor of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Changes. Please give a big round of applause for her.
Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning to all of you. We do have a serious problem in hand. When we talk about plastic pollution, this is a pollution that cannot be undermined. And I often hear many people saying, why is she so serious about polythene and plastic? I think I've shared this before also, but I must tell you that this is a problem that's persistent and that does not easily go away. If you start working on your air quality, 7 to 15 years down the road, you'll get clean air. But even if you start working on your plastic litter, today, the amount of plastic that you have already thrown into your rivers and your ecosystem, they'll not go away even in 100 years. Sweden is a different reality. They have a state-of-the-art recycling facility. They have very good chemical waste management system. They have uninterrupted supply of energy. None of it is a reality for Bangladesh. And at the same time, Bangladesh is a country that has readily available alternatives for most of the single-use plastic items that we use. So the interim government took over the responsibility to make the country free of polythene shopping bags. And the good news is, when we first declared this, the super shop owners, they congratulated us and they participated willingly in making their shops polythene shopping bag free. What we are still struggling with is the commitment from the business. The business in the Western world, I'm sure in Norway also, have come forward to suggest alternative, because it's not only about how much money you earn, it's also about how you are securing the future of your children. It's not only my children, it's also the children of the business community who will be impacted if we don't take the problem seriously and don't address it in an integrated way. So what we are basically doing is we are trying to enforce the ban on polythene shopping bags. Now, why am I not talking about rivers? Yes, I am talking about rivers. But one of the challenges in addressing river pollution here in Bangladesh remain the accumulation of plastic and polythene on the riverbed, which is an added challenge for us. And for that to remove, you need a different kind of equipment, which is very expensive. And if you see the studies would tell you that microplastic is entering your food system through the fish, because it's not disappearing, it's breaking into microplastic, and that is being eaten up by the fish, and you are, end of the day, having to eat that microplastic laden fish. Now, it is a choice that you all have to make, we all have to make, as government and as business also. On single-use plastic, I see propaganda that the government has prohibited all single-use plastic items. That's a blatant lie. The government hasn't done that. The government has started to discourage use of single-use plastic items because we don't have a efficient waste management system, and also the single-use plastic items prove to be hazardous to your health. So this propaganda is triggering tensions among the polythene bag producers, and they're fearing that we are shutting down all their business. I'm saying this in clear words, that please refrain from making this sort of propaganda. The government has not banned single-use plastic items, but it is working to discourage the use of single-use plastic items so that local entrepreneurs come up with safer alternatives, and we can gradually move away from single-use plastic items for which we don't have an efficient management system. Most countries are doing this. Even if you read the European legislation, Europe itself has set timeline to come out from the use and production of single-use items. With that sort of waste management system, if Europeans are thinking about moving away from single-use plastic item, why is Bangladesh not even showing up the courage to say that we also want to move away from it? If we talk about moving away from single-use plastic item, we are given a timeline of 2030. So in 2030, you will have 6 more years for the single-use plastic items to contaminate your rivers, to contaminate your soil, to contaminate your air. If you go to Old Dhaka, and if you see how plastic and polythene are being produced, that's extremely risky. When people talk about rehabilitation of the laborers, those who talk about rehabilitation of the laborers should go and see how the laborers are being treated. There is dioxin everywhere. There is inefficient burning of used plastic item, and with that they are producing the chips again, and they are making the single-use plastic items. People talk about alternative. We have to talk about alternative. Alternative has been prevalent in the Bangladeshi society from time immemorial. I haven't forgotten my father saying, "Bajarer bagta dao to." I haven't forgotten my father saying, "Bajarer bagta ধুয়ে রাখো নাই কেন? গত সপ্তাহে বাজার করে আনছি, এক সপ্তাহ লাগে এটা ধুতে." So আমাদের singly, আপনি যদি, if you decide that you want to go for shopping and you don't want to carry polythene bags, I am sure all of us have alternatives already available in home. It's just a matter of picking up that cloth bag or picking up that jute bag and carrying that to the market. So instead of asking the government about whether polythene bag has stopped, I think we should start asking ourselves whether we have stopped using polythene shopping bags. And I request all of you to take this problem very seriously, because this is linked to your health problem, contamination of your land, contamination of your river system, and contamination of your food items. Of course, an integrated approach is needed. Ban is one aspect of it. Phasing out is the second aspect of it. But you have already produced enough harmful plastics. What do you do with it? For that you need recycling. For that you need reuse. What is recycling in Chowk Bazar or in Kamrangirchor is nowhere close to recycling. That's just burning and again producing. So we are thinking of having a state-of-the-art recycling facility, because the plastic that's already available in the market, you have to do something about it. And the Finland government has shown interest to support us in this respect. So we are going to have a discussion with them soon. in addition to that, there are certain single-use plastic items about which or for which you don't have a readily available alternative. For example, the chips packet. So what the other countries are doing, they are having specifications so that the product design changes. And if the product design changes, there will be less plastic, there will be more easily recyclable, because these are some of the items recycling of which is not very easy. So we also have to sit with our business community and work on a time-bound action plan. It can't be 2030, I'm sorry. It has to be much before 2030. And if there are practical problems that come forward, we'll tackle that together. But what is that stumbling block that is hindering the progress in having a time-bound action plan? And I must, in strongest possible term, condemn the attack that was made on the DOE officials when they went to shut down the illegal polythene shopping bag producing units. This cannot happen. You cannot talk about rule of law and at the same time continue producing the banned polythene bags. There are countries in the world with similar socio-economic realities like Tanzania, Rwanda. They have completely banned it, and the ban is so strict that even if you as a foreigner enter the country, all your luggage will be scanned just to see whether you are carrying polythene shopping bag. And in Rwanda, the president has said that there was civil war, but the war has done less damage to us than what polythene shopping bag is doing. So there is a complete ban. It is possible. We just have to think. We just have to rise above personal interest, think about community and national interest, and find out a way together as to how to address the problem in an integrated way. With these words, I would like to conclude here, thanking all our distinguished guests who are present. আমাকে বাংলায় কিছু কথা বলতে বলা হয় আমাদের গণমাধ্যমের জন্য। আমাদের আসলে এই প্লাস্টিক পলিউশনটাকে আন্ডারমাইন করার কোনো সুযোগ নেই। কেউ যদি মনে করে যে প্লাস্টিক পলিউশনটা অন্য পলিউশনের চাইতে কম গুরুত্বপূর্ণ, সেটা আসলে ঠিক না। কারণ অন্য পলিউশন আপনি যদি অ্যাড্রেস করা আজকে শুরু করেন, 10 বছর, 15 বছর, 20 বছরের মাথায় সেটা আপনি একটা সমাধান পাবেন। কিন্তু প্লাস্টিক এমন একটা জিনিস যেটা পৃথিবীতে থেকেই যাবে, এটা আর বিনষ্ট হবে না। ফলে এইটা যদি আমরা এখন থেকেই সমাধান করার চেষ্টা না করি, তাহলে আসলে ভবিষ্যৎ প্রজন্মের জন্য ওই যে এখন বলে না মায়ের দুধে প্লাস্টিক, প্লাসেন্টাতে প্লাস্টিক, মানুষের ব্রেইনে প্লাস্টিক, এবং এখন বলছে ব্রেইনে যে মাইক্রোপ্লাস্টিক ওইটা মস্তিষ্কে রক্ত প্রবাহ থামিয়ে দিতে পারে। সুতরাং এই প্রবলেমটাকে কম গুরুত্বপূর্ণ মনে করার কোনো ধরনের আমাদের কোনো সুযোগ নেই। ইন্টিগ্রেটেড অ্যাপ্রোচ বলতে আসলে আমরা কয়েকটা জিনিস বুঝবো। একটা হচ্ছে যেটার আমাদের রেডিলি অ্যাভেইলেবল অল্টারনেটিভ আছে, অর্থাৎ সহজেই বিকল্প আছে, সেটা আমরা এখন বন্ধ করে দেব। যেটা আমাদের বিকল্পটাকে মার্কেটে আনতে একটু সময় লাগবে, সেটা আমরা একটা ফেজ আউট টাইম ঠিক করব যে আমরা কবে করব। কিন্তু সেই ফেজ আউট টাইম তো 2030 হতে পারে না। আমরা কি আরো 6 বছর প্রতিদিন বাংলাদেশে ঢাকা শহরে 1 কোটি করে পলিথিন শপিং ব্যাগ বিক্রি হবে আর নদীর নিচে পলিথিন শপিং ব্যাগ পড়বে তার জন্য বসে থাকবো? তারপরে এই নদীগুলো পরিষ্কার করার দায়িত্ব তাহলে পলিথিন শপিং ব্যাগ প্রডিউসাররা দেবেন? তা তো তারা দেবেন না। তাদেরকে সেই জায়গায় গিয়ে আমাদের জবাবদিহিতার সম্মুখে দাঁড় করাতে হবে যে আপনারা তাহলে দায়িত্ব নেন যে আপনারা নদীর তলদেশ থেকে এই প্লাস্টিক পলিথিন শপিং ব্যাগগুলো তুলবেন। আমরা অন্তর্বর্তীকালীন সরকার এক্সিস্টিং ব্যানটাকে বাস্তবায়ন করার চেষ্টা করছি, আর এক্সিস্টিং ব্যানটা শুধুমাত্র হচ্ছে পলিথিন শপিং ব্যাগের উপরে। আর সিঙ্গেল ইউজ প্লাস্টিক আইটেম সব আমরা বন্ধ করে দিচ্ছি বলে একটা প্রচারণা চালিয়ে উস্কানি দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করা হচ্ছে, এটা সঠিক কথা না। সিঙ্গেল ইউজ প্লাস্টিক আইটেম আমরা আমাদের পর্যায়ে, সরকারি পর্যায়ে ডিসকারেজ করছি, সকল পর্যায়ে ডিসকারেজ করছি, যাতে মানুষ এইগুলো ব্যবহারের অভ্যাস থেকে সরে আসে। এবং এইগুলোর আপনি আমাকে বলেন কোন সিঙ্গেল ইউজ প্লাস্টিক আইটেমটা সহজ বিকল্প নেই? কাঁটা, চামচ, প্লেট, গ্লাস, কোনটার বিকল্প নেই আমাকে বলেন? সবটারই বিকল্প আছে। ব্যানার, ব্যানার বলে প্লাস্টিক বা কাপড়ে, আসলে ব্যানারেরই আমার দরকার কি? আমাদের তো ব্যানারের কোনো দরকার নেই। এটাও কিন্তু একটা বাড়তি বাহুল্য। কিছু কিছু সিঙ্গেল ইউজ প্লাস্টিক আছে, যেমন ধরেন চিপসের প্যাকেট, এটা বললেই সহজে অল্টারনেটিভ করা সম্ভব না। অনেক কটা প্যাকেজিং মেটেরিয়াল, এটা সম্ভব না, মানে এই মুহূর্তে সম্ভব না। আমাদেরকে এটা ডিজাইন বদলাতে হবে, উন্নত বিশ্বেও গবেষণা চলছে, আমরাও গবেষণা করব যে আমাদের বিকল্প কিছু আছে কিনা, কোনোটা আমরা জুটে দিতে পারি কিনা, কোনোটা আমরা কাপড়ে দিতে পারি কিনা। কিন্তু এই চিপসের প্যাকেট তাহলে আমরা কি করব? এখানে আমাদের ডিজাইন মডিউলিটিটা বদলাতে হবে। এবং একটা কনসেপ্ট আছে প্রডিউসার্স রেসপন্সিবিলিটি, যে এটা প্রডিউস করে দিন শেষে সে এটাকে কালেক্ট করে নিয়ে এসে সে রিসাইক্লিং এর ব্যবস্থা করবে। এই জিনিসগুলো আমাদেরকে ভাবতে হবে। আমরা নিষিদ্ধ জিনিসটা, নিষেধাজ্ঞাটা বাস্তবায়নের চেষ্টা করছি, আমরা ফেজ আউটের কথা বলছি, আমরা ডিজাইন বদলানোর কথা বলছি। আরেকটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট হচ্ছে, যেহেতু আমরা ইত্যবসরে অনেক একবার ব্যবহার্য প্লাস্টিক পলিথিন বাজারে নিয়ে এসেছি, সেইগুলো আমরা কেমন করে রিসাইক্লিং করতে পারি। এবং এটা একটু মনে রাখতে হবে যে জলবায়ু পরিবর্তনের সমস্যাটার সাথেও কিন্তু এটা সম্পৃক্ত, কারণ প্লাস্টিকটা হচ্ছে ওই তেলের মানে পেট্রোলিয়ামের একটা বাই প্রোডাক্ট। ফলে এইটার জন্য কিন্তু একটা আন্তর্জাতিক চাপ থাকবে, ঠিক যেমনভাবে জলবায়ু পরিবর্তনে আছে। কিন্তু আমাদেরকে তো বলে না যে নিজের ভালোটা বুঝতে হবে, হ্যাঁ। এবং এই যে সিঙ্গেল ইউজ প্লাস্টিকের বিকল্পের কথা যখন আমরা বলছি, সেখানে কিন্তু আমাদের স্থানীয় পণ্যটাকে আমরা বাজারে সামনে নিয়ে চলে আসতে পারবো। একটা ছোট্ট উদাহরণ দিই, আপনার বাসার প্লাস্টিক ফুলের টব, যদি ফুলের টব সব প্লাস্টিক হয়ে যায়, তাহলে যারা মাটির টব বানাতো তারা কিন্তু পেশাশূন্য হয়ে পড়বে, কর্মশূন্য হয়ে পড়বে। কাজে আপনি যখন মাটির টবে ফেরত যাবেন, আপনি দেখবেন স্থানীয় কর্মসংস্থানেরও সেখানে সুযোগ হবে। ফলে এটা একটা ইন্টিগ্রেটেড অ্যাপ্রোচ হতে হবে। সব বন্ধ করা যাবে না, এটা আমাদেরকে ফেজ আউট করতে হবে, কিন্তু যেগুলো রেডিলি অ্যাভেলেবল বিকল্প আছে, সহজলভ্য বিকল্প আছে, সেগুলোতে আমরা অবশ্যই বন্ধের পথে হাঁটবো। এটা আমাদের কারোর স্বার্থ বিরোধী হতে পারে না, এটা আমাদের সকলের স্বার্থের অনুকূলে বিবেচনা করি আমাদেরকে আগাতে হবে। আমাদের সম্মানিত অতিথিবর্গকে অনেক ধন্যবাদ জানিয়ে আমি আমার বক্তব্য এখানেই শেষ করছি। ধন্যবাদ।
ধন্যবাদ মাননীয় প্রধান অতিথি সৈয়দা রিজওয়ানা হাসান, Honorable Advisor, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. We are really honored to have you here for this important discussion, and we look forward to the ideas and solutions. Now, I would like to invite Dr. M.D. Kamruzzaman, NDC, Director General of the Department of Environment, to deliver the closing remarks. Please give a big round of applause for
Honorable Chief Guest of Conference on From Policy to Action, Integrated Approach for Combating Plastics Pollution and Marine Litter in Bangladesh, Sayyida Rizwana Hassan, Honorable Advisor, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Honorable Special Guest, His Excellency Hakon Arnold Gulbertsen, Ambassador of Norway to Bangladesh. A special guest, Mr. Georgi Stuckey, Chief of Circular Economy and Resource Efficiency Unit, UNIDO, Austria. My colleagues from different ministries, divisions, government agencies, DOE, and non-government organizations. Dear Project Director, and everyone involved in the project, and respective representative from different prints and electronic media. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and very good morning. I welcome you all to this pivotal gathering where our mission is clear: to turn policy into action and combat plastic pollution and marine litter in Bangladesh. As we face an environmental crisis of unprecedented scale, we must unite in our efforts. Plastic pollution is more than an eyesore. It's a threat to our ecosystem, our health, and our future as well. But fear not, for you hold the power to transform this challenge into an opportunity. Picture a Bangladesh where our rivers and coastlines are pristine, where marine life flourishes and our communities thrive in harmony with nature. This vision can become a reality through integrated, bold, and innovative actions. Firstly, let's embrace the circular economy by rethinking the life cycles of plastic products from design to disposal. We can reduce waste and promote recycling. Innovation is not just a buzzword, it's our pathway to a sustainable future. Education is our second pillar. Knowledge is power, and we must empower every citizen to make a difference. From schools to communities, we must spread awareness and foster a culture of environmental stewardship. Robust policies and environment are crucial. We need strong laws and stringent enforcement to ensure compliance. Collaboration between government bodies and local authorities is key here. Science and research will guide our actions, empowering our academic institutions to study the impact of plastic pollution will drive evidence-based policies and innovative solutions. International cooperation is essential. Plastic pollution is a global issue that requires a global response. Let's forge partnerships and share resources to create a united front. Finally, our communities are at the heart of our mission. Local initiatives driven by passionate citizens have the power to ignite transformative change. Together, we can combat plastic pollution and marine litter. Together, we can build a sustainable future for Bangladesh and the world. Thank you all, and let's make the vision a reality. Thank you all.
Thank you, Sir Dr. M.D. Kamrujaman, NDC, Director General, Department of Environment. So this is our ending of this first session. Our next session will take after a few minutes. Now we are taking a short break of 15 minutes. Thank you. We will continue with the next session after this short break. Thank you.
এখানে রাখা যাবে ল্যাপটপ এখানে এখানে রাখা যাবে
হ্যাঁ সুমন, আচ্ছা নাস্তা দিয়ে শেষ হলে সব গুছিয়ে তাড়াতাড়ি ইয়েতে চলে যায়, ওখানে আবার মাল আনতে হবে ওইগুলো, ঠিক আছে? হ্যাঁ বার হয়ে ওই যে খাবার আসবে না, তাড়াতাড়ি ওখানে চলে যাবে, খাবার আসবে। যে ওইগুলি প্রিন্ট করতে হবে।
আচ্ছা আসিফ, ওনারা বলছিল উপরে উপরেটাই দিবে না এখান থেকে, না এখান থেকে।
আচ্ছা আপনি আমাকে নাম্বারটা পাঠান। এই যে এখন হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে ওপেন করে দেখেন ঠিক আছে কি আর আপনি কিন্তু মুভ করবেন না ভাই, একদম মুভ করবেন। আমি একটা হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে গিয়ে দিচ্ছি, এটা তো হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে কিনা আছে তো।
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is scheduled to begin in a few minutes. Can you please come and take your seat? We are going to start our next session. Our next session, Policy Landscape for Plastic Sector Transformation. The session chaired by Mr. Khairul Hassan, Additional Secretary, MOEFCC. And we are welcoming our panelist, Mr. MD Rijaul Karim, Joint Secretary, MOEFCC, Ms. Razinara Begum, Director, DOE, Mr. Shami Ahmed, President, BPGMEA, Professor M. Manzurul Hassan, PhD, Department of Geography and Environment, Jahangirnagar University. সাব্বির ভাই আপনি নেক্সট ডেটটা আনতে পারছেন? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to our next session, the policy landscape for plastic sector transformation at this important conference. I hope you are all ready for an engaging discussion on a topic that is critical for the future of our environment and economy. This session will focus on the current policies and strategies that shape the plastic sector and how these can be redefined to facilitate a more sustainable and responsible industry. We are truly honored to have such distinguished panel of experts with us today to share their insights and perspectives. To guide us through this session, we have us Mr. Khairul Hassan, Additional Secretary at the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, MOEFCC, who will be chairing this session. We thank Mr. Hassan for this leadership and dedication to this cause. Now let's start with the first part of today's session, a presentation on the plastic policy, which will be delivered by Mr. Maksud Sinha, National Expert Policy from the Department of Environment. Mr. Sinha will be taking us through the key elements of the exciting plastic policy and the transformation in innovations. We can expect to learn about the policy's objectives, challenges, and the direction we need to head into the manage plastic waste effectively, reduce pollution, and foster innovation in the sector. So without further delay, let's welcome Mr. Maksud Sinha to present on the plastic policy. Mr. Sinha, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for inviting me as a speaker here, distinguished panelists and guests. Today the topic of my presentation will be on policy on plastics. So due to some health reason, I was not sure whether I'll be able to participate here. So I have requested my colleague Iftikhar also to help me out with some of the presentation, So I'll introduce him, Iftikhar Nantullah from West Concern. So I think we can see that the presentation is on plastic policy, and go to the next page, slide. Okay. So today my presentation will be based on basically two parts. One, my colleague Iftikhar will be presenting the baseline situation of plastic and what is happening in Bangladesh, key issues, and then I'll be presenting about the legal framework on waste management and EPR, extended producer responsibility, it's a tool which is being developed by the government and way forward. So I'll request Iftikhar, please make the 50% of the presentation. Okay, no problem.
Thank you, Maksud bhai, and good morning everyone and Assalamu alaikum. So, as my colleague mentioned, that our presentation is on policy issues related to waste management, plastic waste management. But before we go into the plastic waste situation, I would like to take you through a few slides that will give you an understanding what is happening with the overall waste management. Because what we understand is that the plastic waste issue, sometimes we try to narrow it down to a single element. It is actually part of a broader waste management problem. So we have to look at it from the waste management situation. So now going into the first slide, I just wanted to highlight you that over the last 35 years, our waste generation is increasing rapidly. And this data shows the waste generation scenario from 1991 till 2021, which is based on actual data. 2025 is a projected figure, and 2040 is also a projected figure. So if you look here, in 1991, we were generating only around 6,500 tons of waste per day in the urban areas of Bangladesh, not the rural, it's only the urban. In 2025, the projected figure is around 47,000 tons per day. This is, you can imagine that in a span of almost 34 years, waste generation has increased 7 times, urban waste. And based on the forecasted urban population of 2040 and our projected growth rate, GDP per capita, it is expected to reach around 118,000 tons per day, roughly. So you can imagine it will be again more than double in 15 years of time. So unless and until we look into the waste management problem holistically, we are not going to solve the plastic issue. So plastic problem is part of the overall waste issue. So now, if you look here, this table here shows the composition of the waste. On your left-hand side, it is the global data of different countries from low income, lower middle, upper middle, and high income countries. And on the right side is a survey data which we carried out in 2021. So you can look here that at source, that means at household level, at source level, around 80% of our waste is degradable, organic in nature. And when you go to the landfill, it is around 78%. And the second highest part of our waste is plastic, which is around 10% at source. And when you go to landfill, it is around 7.5%. This is the data of 2021. We have done a recent survey where this figure has changed into almost 12% in urban areas, the plastic. So from 2021 to 2025 to 24 December, there is also an increase in the percentage of plastic. So there is an increase of plastic from almost 9.5 to almost 12. And our organic waste has decreased from 78 in the landfill to around 72. So organic is decreasing and plastic is increasing. So there is a trend here in Bangladesh. Now, the next slide I want to share with you is that we have tried to compare the plastic consumption in Bangladesh from 2005 till 2020. And fortunately, we were part of all the 3 studies. So what we have found that in the base, so the first study was done in 2005, where we have found that in Bangladesh, the plastic consumption overall in Bangladesh was 3 kg per capita per year. It has increased to 9 in 2020, and in Dhaka, it was 9 kg per person per year. And in 2020, it is around 22 kg, 2020. So now we have also done a survey in 2024. The data is not yet published. The 2024 data is that in Bangladesh, the average is around 10.5 kg per person per year, and in Dhaka, it has reached 25 kg. So there is the increase in the plastic consumption, and consequently there is increase in the plastic waste generation. And if you look into the overall waste situation in Bangladesh, we are following the linear approach of waste management. As it was discussed that we want to go into circular approach. The current system is totally linear approach. We generate waste, we collect and transport it, we dispose it, mostly in open dumping. This is something of a concern for us, and I don't want to go into detail. One of the issues is that to have a proper recycling, there has to be a source separation. We have rules regarding source separation. Solid Waste Management Rules 2021 has clearly mentioned waste has to be segregated in 3 categories. That is there, but it is not yet practiced. So one of the areas where to improve the waste management and also go into circular approach, we have to promote source segregation. I also want to highlight here is that the current way of waste disposal is creating several problems. It's water pollution, soil pollution, air pollution, and I would show you one example from last week. It was January 22, 2025, recent data. One of the landfill in Dhaka, Matwail, in south part of Dhaka, it was on fire. It was in the middle of the night, we got a call that there is a fire in the landfill site, and the landfill site, very close to the site, DOE has constructed a recycling facility. So the contractor and also the guard were calling us to inform that there is a fire in the landfill site. And so you can see that because of the methane emissions from the landfill, because our waste is organic in nature, and also high amount of plastic and other issues, there is a fire hazard. So it actually happened in Dhaka in January. Now, if I go to the next slide, there is a study done by the World Bank which has tried to identify the sources of air pollution. And if you look there, the fourth one is open burning of solid waste. So out of total air pollution, what is happening in Bangladesh, 11% is coming from open burning of waste. So this is an area of concern that needs to be addressed. So it is not only plastic, so plastic is part of the overall waste. So we have to solve the overall waste management, and then plastic is part of that overall package. Now, there is also a data I want to share with you all, is that this is a data which was based on the survey we have conducted in 2021 for the World Bank. So what we have found, of the total consumed plastic, around 69% is used domestically and 31% is used for export. Our colleague from BPGME is here, he can also complement us. And so whatever plastic is consumed in Bangladesh, out of that, 69% is somehow managed in open landfill. There is a leakage of 34%, and only 31% of the collected plastic is recycled. This figure is actually quite high if you compare to the global context. Global context is only 9%. In Bangladesh, it is around 31%. So globally, it is 9%. Bangladesh, we are ahead of that recycling. But even then, we are not being able to manage the waste which is disposed in the landfill, and part of the waste, a significant portion, 34% is going into river, water bodies and khals. So this is an issue. So unless and until we improve the waste collection, we are not going to able to solve this waste problem. Now, if you look into the other issues, like the different type of resin, mostly the PET and HDPE are recycled very easily, and there are also issues with the PP. PP is also recycled, PVC is partly recycled, but other components, other resins are not recycled that much. Now, if I go to the next slide, this is where I just wanted to highlight that there has been certain regulations, policies and rules that has been done to manage the waste, and also that includes plastic. So since 1995, there has been different kinds of regulation. The first one was in 2002, which was mentioned by our honorable advisor, the ban on polythene that was actually banned on 2002, but we are implementing it also now in 2025. So this is there. There is also a very important document which I would like to highlight here is that in 2020 there was a High Court order to ban single-use plastic. There was an order, and then there was significant development was done in 2021 where solid waste management rules was prepared, and this rule is took almost 10 years to finalize, and the policy was the strategy for waste management was made in 2010. So after 11 years the rules was made. So you have to see the gap between the strategy made and the rules, because strategy is not binding, the rules is the binding. So it was made in 2021. The other important thing in this year was that there is a multi-sector action plan on sustainable plastic management. World Bank was supporting that preparation of that document. And then there are other different regulation that has come into place. I just wanted to highlight one of the issues here that that is very important is that in 2024 there was a draft prepared on extended producer responsibility for management of the plastic waste. So this document was prepared through a consultative process. It took almost, I think, more than 20 meetings were held with Department of Environment and including all the stakeholders. So that document was prepared in 2024 last quarter. So right now Department of Environment and the Ministry of Environment is in the process of making it a kind of a formal document through preparing a directive on EPR. So that document would be probably coming into effect very soon. I think Radhina Rapa is here. She can give a detail about when it can come into force. So I would like to stop here, and my colleague Maksud Sinha, he was involved in the drafting of this directive on EPR on plastic waste. So he will just take you through few slides on this issue. So thank you all. Thank you.
Sorry, I think time is very limited, so I'll be very brief about it, because while the whole system we have to understand before implementing the extended producer responsibility in Bangladesh, we had to go through who are the stakeholders, like manufacturers, there are producers, those who are there, brand owners were involved, and then distributors, retailers, consumers, local government, young dealers, even local municipal facilities, STS, and existing recycling industries. And these all the stakeholders had to be consulted, and we had gone through the baseline information and then started to prepare the EPR. And you can see that in the conventional situation, there are two kinds of waste flow. One is from the consumer, it is post-consumer soil waste going to the recycling industry, and another is recyclers, they're collecting recyclables from the households and taking it to the recycling industry. So two waste flow, but the soil waste flow is very high. You can see that. And landfill is going to the landfill and leakage is happening. So, it's kindly. Over again. So EPR, just I want to just end here that EPR is a concept, extended producer responsibility, where producers, who are the producers? Including the manufacturers, importers, distributors, and retailers. They're all included of products bear a significant degree of responsibility for environmental impact of the product throughout the product life cycle. So this producer has to take responsibility under the EPR to the life cycle, including upstream impact inherent in the selection of material for the product, while product design and raw material, and impact from manufacturing production process, and downstream. Once the product is sold to the consumer, and what happens, then that responsibility also they have to take some portion of the responsibility. And producer accept their responsibility under this, and this is very positive for Bangladesh, right? It was rightly mentioned in 2019 there was a international national conference with all the stakeholders producers, manufacturers, they all agreed to participate and take a special role, how they can contribute in mitigating this plastic packaging material and waste. So, and EPR has two principal environmental goals: to provide incentives to manufacturers to design resource-efficient and low-impact products and eco-design, and to ensure effective end-of-life collection, environmentally sound treatment of collected products, and improved rate of reuse and recycling. So these are the activities where a upstream manufacturer can do lot of innovation while they design their product using the raw material, and also once it is a post-consumer waste, then it can be also, they have to be innovative and jointly work with the government so that contribute in projects where they can have the take responsibility of their waste product. So I don't want to, because time is, if the organizer allow me 1 minute time, I can show this slide. So these are the features. One of the important part was that we need a legal framework. So in Solid Waste Management Handling Rule 2021, there is a provision of extended producer responsibility where it can be implemented. So it has a legal basis in Bangladesh. So in many countries they don't have, but we have, and we took the advantage of that. And we have a National Coordination Committee, which committee is coordinated by the Ministry of Environment, Forest, and run by DOE, and based on the, and it is based on the Solid Waste Management Handling Rules 2021, and multi-sectoral action plan which was prepared by us, by the World Bank. It was very important. This is endorsed in this EPR, and SDG goals are all endorsed here, and it is complying with the polluters pay principle, and that incorporates government and non-government, private sector, and formal, informal sectors are all incorporated while we are introducing the EPR. And broad category of plastic, like government has single-use plastic approach, and also there are some broad category on EPR where all the manufacturer, producer agreed to take part, to take the responsibility of those packaging materials. And the one good thing is that right now Bangladesh, we don't have any database. Database is one of the important bases. So under this EPR, we are going to generate registration of the obliged company, the company, manufacturer, producer, and the database will be prepared. And they will be generating an action plan. The company, the private sector will prepare their own action plan. And registration, there is a registration fee and contribution for project fund. These are, I don't want to go in details, but these are they're embedded. And database, I think this is very important for Bangladesh. If we have a proper database, with this EPR activity, we can develop a database which will be evidence-based, and government can then properly fix targets in future, efficient targets. And there is a provision of joint initiative. Already mentioned that the municipality, city corporation, they don't have enough fund to run this kind of project. It's an extra burden, plastic waste. So how this corporate industry or private sector, the manufacturers, they can contribute. There is a provision of contribution in joint initiative with the local community, local bodies. They can do that. And there is a collection and recycling target in the EPR. And there are also buyback, take-back schemes. Like the government is going for a lot of innovative actions. So private sector can come up with a lot of ideas where they can reduce the waste from in the solid waste. And authority capacity building provision is there for the local authority and also government, so that, and the private sector and the community. So if you don't have proper awareness and capacity building, it will be difficult for implement. And alternative design on barcode was mentioned. Reporting is very important. All the enlisted company has to be reported to the government. They have to report regularly, timely. Even in the local government, also the municipality, they have to report to the National Coordination Committee. So these are the things, and enforcement and penalty is also there. So these are the, in a nutshell,
in the EPR, we try to develop this, and in the long run, I think if you can implement it, it is a 6-year time period. If you can properly start this initiative, then I think we can develop some real visible actions in Bangladesh. So I just to show you that this is the last slide, that there are a lot of initiatives that are going on. If you can bundle together, cluster, and think in a comprehensive way, already discussed in the morning, our guests, they discussed about it, that downstream management of plastic. That plastic generation is there, how we can address it now. So there are a lot of banning, cleaning, cleanup, recycling, those initiative projects can be taken immediately, and stopping of littering, and then control of single-use plastic. This is another route. The government is especially focused on single-use plastic, problematic plastics. Like they have listed 17 items now. This is not a final ban, but government is on the process of negotiation with these parties so that how they can sustainably reduce this kind of single-use plastic. This is another route. And recycling, if you promote recycling, you will end up with a lot of recyclables. So we have recycling industry in Bangladesh. Those are informal and also formal few. So how we can strengthen them with technology, funding, innovation, and design. And the last part is that upstream management. You don't want plastic. Recycling is not a solution. This will not solve our problem. We have to mitigate the plastic at the upstream while designing the product, reduce the amount. And so that we propose that we have to strengthen the NCC, National Coordination Committee. Capacity building is very important now. Even the government people, municipality, private sector, they need capacity. And introduce technology. A lot of innovations are going on. Today in the morning, our advisor mentioned about technology. A lot of technologies are there globally. How we can suitably, sustainably use it in Bangladesh context has to be taken under consideration. And harmonizing the policy. I've shown you that there are several policies, how we can harmonize those policies in a coordinated way, then we can minimize the marine litter in Bangladesh. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maksud Sinha, for this insightful presentation. We now move on to the open discussion segment of the session, where we will hear from our expert panelists. This will be an opportunity for our panelists to share their thoughts, experiences, and ideas on how to policy landscape can support the transformation of the plastic sector. Our estimated panelists today include Mr. M.D. Rejaul Karim, Joint Secretary at the Ministry of Resource and Forest Conservation and Climate Change, MORFCC. Our second panelist, Ms. Rajina Begum, Director at the Department of Environment. We have Mr. Shami Mohammed, President of the Bangladesh Plastic Goods Manufacturers and Exporters Association, BPGMEA. We have Professor M. Manjurul Hassan, PhD, from the Department of Geography and Environment at Jahangirnagar University. Each of our panelists brings a wealth of experience and expertise to the table, and I'm sure that discussion will be lively and insightful.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum. Very good morning. I'm Muhammad Khair Hassan, Additional Secretary of the Ministry of Environment, Forest, Climate Change. Before starting, I will give my some personal background. I'm graduated from Bangladesh University of Engineering Technology in Electrical Electronic Engineering. Then completed my master's from Japan in public policy. I also completed another master's from South Korea in development policy. And I studied on climate change in Oxford University. I obtained a diploma. And for my longing 30 years experience, I have been spent most of the time in energy sector and disaster and climate sector. We started the journey in 2002, back to Mr. Shahjahan Shiraz, who was the minister of our country. He started this plastic-free movement in our country, but unfortunately this movement has been stopped and we are facing this problem. I would like to request you, all of panelists and who are my colleagues here, please focus to the preventive actions, corrective actions in actionable work, not like elaborate details, because we need action now. Because we have a interim government, and our children have been sacrificed their life for the betterment of the society. So I would like to request you, please use this golden opportunity and give us concrete suggestion so that we can make a golden Bangladesh. Thank you. I would like to request Mr. Mohammad Rezaul Karim, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. My first question is, what role does transborder plastic pollution play in Bangladesh, worst cases, and how should the government respond? Mr. Rezaul Karim.
Thank you. Respected moderator and other panelists, and the ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished others guests, and welcome to my talking session. We already raised one question, that is transboundary plastic pollution. But before discussion, where is the location of Bangladesh? You know, Bangladesh is a riverine country as well as the biggest delta, and around 58 rivers we share upstream countries, and 58 rivers they are originated from upstream countries. So we have to share waters and other issues as well. Even now, transborder plastic, such a thing, it has no any administrative boundary. It crosses the border.
Better from here. So already I said the plastic such a things, it has no any administrative boundary. It crosses the border in the riverways, because Bangladesh has already I have said 58 rivers we share. So the plastic incidental way or what I say, it is intentional, unintentionally dumped anywhere. It crosses border as well as in the riverways. So final destination is where? Its final destination ultimately ocean. So for the case of Bangladesh, it's easy. The transborder plastic, it goes to finally in Bay of Bengal. So Bangladesh already I have mentioned Podda, Meghna, Jamuna, Dhorola, and big basin, and Brahmaputra also. The big basin in Bangladesh, and substantial amount of plastic flows down through this way. And as well as river transport also, they also throw their plastics anywhere in the river. So collectively it's huge amount flows down from here. So if the deeper discussion with you and deeper understanding, but there is such research as well as such study regarding this area, how much plastic accommodated here. So for Bangladesh, it's a serious problem now and serious issue. So if you think this transmitter issue, is there any legal framework? Is there any issues? But already Bangladesh raised this issue in the Joint River meeting. And even also, there is no any legal treaty between upstream countries and downstream countries as well. But in this regarding area, SACEP, South Asia, South Asia Cooperative Environmental Program. That is, these SACEP just working in regarding this area as a riverine area as well as plastics issues. And recently, and they are trying to some policies upstream countries as well as downstream countries. And so some of the private organization and international organization, they should support Bangladesh and governments like ones like this. Even also, I, as focal person, I participate in the INC, Intergovernmental Negotiation Committee. In there, we raise this issue, the what is happening in Bangladesh, and even in Bangladesh, in world, many countries, downstream countries, they raise their issues and definition as well as and position of Bangladesh, geographical position. But what is it? Is the definition also accepted? Is there, you know? And last Busan meeting, we raised these issue as well as other issue is for the financial matters, how to manage, how to organize these upstream transboundary and cross-border plastic issues. And we suggested there a dedicated financial program, financial work under this treaty. In that case, developing country, we just internal as well as transboundary issue we can manage. And other issue already presented here, EPR, that is also a good solution and good handy. And polluter pay, you have said, that is also the one solution. So from the government part, my request, the private organization, as well, this is a holistic approach as well as. Not for only Bangladesh, it's to save our to save our ocean as well as ocean biodiversity and marine biodiversity as well. Not for Bangladesh. It is a collective, upstream country, downstream country, and other developed country. It is a holistic approach. How to protect the rivers as well as marine biodiversity as well as ocean biodiversity. So if we go hand together, in that case, this serious issue we can solve easily. We can reduce the issue, reduce the plastic pollution as well as. And so this is the question. Another question? Go to another question. That's also a suggestion. Okay, sir. But already I have said it is plastic pollution. It is threatened. It is great threatened for ocean biodiversity, ocean as well as I have already said. What will be the solution as well as I have said, and what will be intervention in this area? We can develop a legal legal measures for legal binding upstream countries and downstream countries as well as, and science is always continuous is ahead. So technology is there. We can share the technologies, share technologies upstream countries and downstream countries, as well as transfer the technologies and joint water management committee like this and initiatives we can take in. And other thing is capacity building. It is important. We can make our capacity building both upstream and downstream countries, as well as some of the awareness program. It is important. We can awareness program continue, and also some financial and technical support and infrastructure development as well as training program we can share. And another issue already presented that is monitoring and reporting. It is also important, but how to track the plastic pollution in the riverways. And as well, I already said INC meeting, and next time, last meeting has to come in solution. Finally, there is a head of delegation meeting in INC, and final maybe Switzerland, there may be solution. If this treaty is there happening, in that case, I think globe will be, our globe will be safe, and it is important. Thank you, each and everyone listening me.
Thank you, Mr. Rezaul, for your nice contribution. Now I'd like to request Ms. Nazinara Begum, Director, Department of Environment. Her first question is, how does the current ERP framework integrate with Bangladesh's existing policies, such as the National Action Plan for Plastic Management and SD target? Please maintain in 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. You have already heard from Maksud Bhai that a draft on EPR directives has already been prepared. He has briefly described the features of EPR directives. Now I will focus on integration of EPR directives with existing regulations and policies and financial mechanism of these directives. The proposed EPR directive is formulated under Solid Waste Management Rules 2021, which complements the Environmental Conservation Act 1995 and also National 3-Year Strategy 2010. It refers Section 3.8 FG of the National Plastic Industry Development Policy and Section 2.9 of the National 3-Year Strategy 2010, promoting reduce, reuse and recycle principles. EPR directives incorporates targets from the multi-sectoral action plan, which is prepared in 2021 by the help of World Bank for plastic management, focusing on reducing plastic leakage into rivers and marine ecosystem. The collection rate it also included in the EPR that the collection rate and recycle rate of the 5 years of proposed EPR directives will be declared in such a way that it fulfills the objectives and targets mentioned in the multi-sectoral action plan for plastic management. Also, it has a connection with SDG target. EPR directly support the SDG 8, that is decent work and economic growth, through promoting green jobs in recycle and waste management. It contributes to the SDG 11, that is sustainable cities and communities, by enhancing waste management infrastructure and reducing urban population. It advances SDG 12, responsible consumption and production, by promoting sustainable production practices, reducing plastic waste. This EPR directives aligns with SDG 14, that is life below water, which focuses on conserving and sustainably use the oceans, seas and marine eco-resource. Here it has also connected with circular economy focus. These directives embedded circular economy principles, ensuring resource efficiency, minimizing waste and reducing environmental impact. Polluter pay principle is incorporated in the EPR directives. It reinforces the polluter pay principle, shifting waste management responsible to producer in line with global sustainable waste management practices. This framework mandated compliance with existing environmental rules, regulations, laws by ensuring policy coherence across governmental bodies and local authorities. So I have completed my first question. Is there any? Thank you, sir. This proposed directives, already you have Maksud Bhai mentioned the different features, so I will not go through this. The proposed EPR directives has been developed in such a way that it could incorporate the benefit of SMEs and informal sectors, especially the recycler, by providing financial and non-financial supports. There is a provision of registration and project fees. Obliged entities, including SMEs, must pay registration fees set by the Department of Environment, which can be updated time to time. Actually, this will updated by third to fifth year of the directives. And there is a provision of EPR project fees. The obliged entities will be determine the project fees in consultation with the producer responsibility organization with the guidelines provided in Appendix A of the directives. Based on the volume of the production of obliged entities, the extended producer responsibility fund will be calculated. There is a special calculation for that, and this fund will be utilized by the PRO for different activities like collection, recycling, and capacity building activities, including support to SMEs and informal recyclers. There is a provision. Another provision is joint initiatives and support to LGIs, that is local government institutions. Obliged entities can allocate funds to local government institutions to improve waste management infrastructure, which will benefit SMEs and informal recyclers. This fund can be used to upgrade recycling technologies, secondary transfer station, and local junk shops. Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change shall promote recognition and provide non-monetary incentives for high-performing SMEs and PROs to encourage active participation. And government also will take incentives to promote recycled materials and eco-friendly products, creating new markets to opportunities for SMEs. This is in nutshell the financial mechanism. Also there is a fund, there is PRO invest in expanding the recycling capacities of informal recyclers and SMEs, including technical support and infrastructure development. On the other hand, access to recycled market, there is a financial flows managed by PRO help integrate informal recyclers to formal plastic waste value chains. This will be a very effective for our waste management. If we can help the informal recyclers to be formal plastic waste recycling, because they are acting their activities unfriendly way, unenvironment friendly way. They are conducting their activities. So আমাদের যেটা বলতে চাচ্ছিলাম যে আমাদের ইনফর্মাল রিসাইক্লার যারা আছেন তারা আসলে খুব বড় একটা ভূমিকা রাখছেন রিসাইক্লের ক্ষেত্রে। আমাদের রিসাইক্লের একটা বড় অংশই আসলে ওনারা এই ভারটা ওনারাই বহন করেন, কিন্তু সমস্যা হচ্ছে যে তারা যেহেতু এনভায়রনমেন্ট ফ্রেন্ডলি ওয়েতে পরিচালনা করছেন না, যার কারণে অনেককেই আমরা আসলে আমাদের ছাড়পত্রের আওতায় আনতে পারিনি। তো এই ইপিআর এর আওতায় যেটা করা সম্ভব হবে যে হয়তো আমরা এই অনেক ইনফর্মাল রিসাইক্লারকে ফর্মাল রিসাইক্লারে পরিণত করতে পারবো টেকনোলজির মাধ্যমে, ফিনান্সিয়াল ইনসেন্টিভের মাধ্যমে। তো থ্যাংক ইউ অল ফর পেশেন্স হিয়ারিং।
Thank you very much, Ms. Rajinara Begum. Now I would like to request Mr. Shamim Ahmed. বাংলায় বলেন, কোশ্চেন কি বাংলায় বলবো না কিছু বলবো? What challenges does Bangladesh face in managing single-use plastic, and what are the recommended solutions?
Thank you, moderator. First of all, my regards to the two keynote speakers, Mr. Iftikhar and Mr. Sinan, and the distinguished panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, my question was that what are the challenges that Bangladesh is facing? It is not only Bangladesh, globally we are facing with the single-use plastic. This is a global problem, not only in the Bangladesh. Because here in Bangladesh, that's what we're discussing. We have here today His Excellency the Ambassador from Norway. Just before I coming, I was checking the Googles. How much population in Norway? It is 5.52 million population in Norway. How much waste they generate in Norway? The Google said that they're generating around 300,000 tons of plastic waste annually. I don't know, it's Google, so you can check. Whatever the quantity is, but there is a generation. The answer of the question lies how they manage this waste. How they manage this waste. Are we managing this waste this way? How the Japan is managing this waste? Because Japan is consuming 140 kg per annum per person. We are consuming maybe 15 kg per person per annum, but we are not managing the plastic waste. The single-use plastic waste that coming, we are not managing properly. We are not managing as per the global system that they are doing. So we need to manage it. If you need to have an integrated approach must include the LGI, Local Government Institute. Without involving LGRD Ministry, without involving developing the capacity of the waste management, without developing the waste management infrastructure, we cannot manage it. It is just impossible. And the other thing left is the awareness of the population. We are banned the shopping bag in 2002. 24 years already gone. But did we put any importance to the awareness development? Did we teach our school toddlers? Did we teach our schools and citizens how to manage the plastic waste? No, we didn't do it. We had many seminars, discussions, talking, continuous. We spent a lot of money. NGOs are collecting money for the plastic waste management, but we are not teaching the awareness. So first thing that we need to do, the awareness of the citizen to develop properly. The government should develop the waste management infrastructure system. While we need to put our waste, there is no bin in the Dhaka city. Absolutely, I don't see any bin in the Dhaka city. So the problem lies here, solution lies here. That we need to manage it first. Secondly, regarding the plastic waste, we are very lucky country, Bangladesh. Global average says that 9 to 10% is recycling. We are recycling, as per World Bank, it is 40%. And according to our statistics, it is more than 50% we are recycling. So what's the problem? What is the problem? We are recycling. The industry is coming up with the recycling. All the plastic industry is facilitated with the recycling facilities. You can see there is no plastic waste, there is no pollution, water pollution, sound pollution, chemical pollution from the plastic industry. Plastic industry has been considered as one of the green industry by the DOE. So there is no problem with the plastic. The problem lies when the plastic is produced from the production stage until the retail stop, there is no pollution. After the retail shop, they sell it to the citizen, the pollution starts. Because the consumer do not dispose his plastic waste properly. And there is no system generated by the government for the plastic waste disposal. So we must concentrate on this issue. First, we must develop our citizens, we must develop our students, how to manage the plastic waste. As we know, the INC negotiation has been completed for our government officials has already referred. But in the Busan, the chair lastly said in the concluding remarks, we agreed on all points, but there is no agreement. They failed for the 2 years negotiation, they failed to come to a conclusion for the plastic pollution prevention and littering. Why? It is a complex situation. It is not that easy that I can speak out and make the solution. No, it is a complex situation. You cannot replace plastic by any other product so far I know. Designed to be developed, as our advisor has been kindly said, designed to be developed, and the replacement should come. It is the scientist's job. Plastic didn't come all along. Plastic was developed in 1856. And in 1950, the plastic raw material production globally was 1.5 million tons. And today it is 400 million tons. In next 20 years, it will be 800 million tons. It will double from the today. So how? Because there is a demand. There is necessity required by the industry. In Bangladesh, only 8,000 hectares of land has taken under the greenhouse cultivation. And if we want food security, if we want benefit, if we make our agriculture is profitable, we need to make much more. All Bangladesh will be covered under the greenhouse cultivation if you want to make the profit out of it. There is also coming hydroponic cultivation. Hydroponic cultivation is totally plastic. Is from the lower to the upper all level is. So we must keep in the mind that how in the future we need to manage our waste plastic. It is that decision to be made. I admire DOE that has taken the EPR. In EPR study from my association and myself, I fully participated, and we have given suggestion and we have given the recommendation. But again, take back is not totally successful in Europe, a very strong infrastructure country. But if we want to make this EPR means take back system successful, we need to again develop our system. In 2002, you banned the shopping bag. Then you forgot for the last 20 years. Now the new advisor has come. She is kind enough, and she wants to make the development. That's why we are all working. Again, she left. New one come. He is not interested, so nobody will work now. So this is not the silly. We must develop a system. We must develop how we can make this country. Pollution hurts me. Pollution hurt my son, daughter, my grandchildren. It is no need to be mentioned. I do not make business for the profit. Plastic industry is a linkage industry. Without plastic industry, you cannot make your hospital survive for 1 hour. You cannot make other industry to go to run, to make packaging, and to make profitable. So it is not that easy that you can think that plastic should be removed from tomorrow. No, you cannot do it. Cannot do it. You must have a system. We must give more importance to the waste management. Otherwise, it will not be possible. Leaving the plastic will hurt the other industry, total industrial sector as a whole. Thank you, sorry, but maybe I take too much time. Thank you.
Now I'd like to request Mr. Munzur Hassan, PhD, Department of Geography and Environment, Jahangir University. First question is, what are the key gaps in the existing medical waste management and Posting Rules 2008 regarding non-infectious plastic waste management? The second one is, what are the short-term and long-term strategies for implementing improved medical plastic waste management policies in Bangladesh?
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum, and a very happy good afternoon. From the morning, we have learned a lot of things about plastic waste, but I have to tell some things about the medical waste management, plastic use in medical waste management. So it is the contradictory from my learning and my discussion. So thank you very much for the presenter who provided us a very beautiful scenario about the solid waste management and plastic management with different types of guidelines and policies. So thanks for them again. But my turn. Whether medical waste management, in medical waste management systems with the single-use plastic, how can we properly manage the single-use plastic from the medical waste or different types of hospitals? But before going to answer of these questions, we have to think about the existing rules of medical waste processing and management. But if you consider the color codes that we developed in 2 decades ago, considering a number of consultants, medical professionals, and different science regarding these issues, as well as that time different international rules and regulations, we finally design 6 color codes. For example, one, the black color code, then we produce green color code, then we produce silver codes, then we go for red, yellow, and blue. So there were 6 different types color codes, and science are behind these selections of this color code. But yesterday evening I learned that the DOE is going to change this color code. But my question is, if you want to change this color code, for the last 15 years we trained a lot of people, lot of stakeholders, and the workers who are collecting the medical waste from different hospitals. How can you evaluate this? Whether your policy, if you change the policy, then we need another 15 years to train the people. So I hope this is not a good decision to change the color code. Number one. Number two, in medical waste management, there is the green bins, and these green bins are for recycling waste management. So recycling means plastic. If you think about the plastic, it is infectious, then there is another bin. And if you think it is non-infectious, then direct green bin. So medical waste management, it is really a peculiar scenario in hospital. Just you consider one vial ampoule. If you don't use this, and if these vials and ampoules expire, then it will go to the pharmaceutical waste. If it is broken, then it will go to the sharp waste. And if you properly use, then it will go to the black waste. So think about that. One item, it just in 3 different bins. So which bin will be suitable for one single item? You have to consider this one. But UNIDO here considering a question, the single-use plastic. Why are you thinking about the single-use plastic? Why not high-density polyethylene? Then it will be multiple use. If you think about the low-density polythene, then it is single-use. But if you think about the high-density polythene, then it will be multiple use. So if you think about the multiple use, from producers to users, so there is a very big gap, and if you want to manage this properly, then you have to consider all these parameters. But if you consider high density polythene, then only one issue will be raised, and this is actually, you can easily abate this problem. But what I am talking about, another thing is that we have sometimes follow a different country codes. Our country policies for my country, for example, the new policies, it is sometimes copy and paste from my neighboring countries. But if you think about the environmental performance index in 2024, prepared by the Yale University, then Bangladesh is 175 in serial number, while in our neighboring countries it is 176. So we are following their policies. So think carefully about the copy-paste and intellectual property law and right. And another thing is that if you think about the modification or amendment of the existing policy, so we have to sit together, when we have to identify which items will go for which color codes or which bin. But before classifying these, we have to think about the latest technologies. What are the latest technologies to be used to manage the medical waste properly? So without knowing the latest technologies, any guideline, any rules and regulation, it will not be implementable in the field. So you have to think carefully. I am requesting DOE again to amend their guidelines. Amend their guidelines. It is because we have to consider the zero emission or something, then we have to consider the environmental principles. There are 6 or 7 different principles. For example, producer, we are talking about the producer who will pay. The pays principle, polluter pays principle, this is one environmental principle. precautionary principle, preventive principle, duty of care principle. There are 6 different environmental justice principles. If you want to make any rules and regulations, just think carefully, consider this principle. Otherwise, it is also not conforming with the world standard. So this is another problem. So I am just talking some problems, but decision is yours whether you will follow the rules and regulation. Again, just I will finish within a minute. What UNIDO will do? What is our target in the short term, mid term, and the long term case? We have to consider about design and proper policy. This is the short term. We have to design whether we will consider the existing rules and regulation or we will modify or update. This is the first phase. Second phase is that we have to think about the facilities, what kind of facilities in the healthcare establishments or hospitals or diagnosis center or clinic or any medical research, how they produce and what kind of waste they produce. And we have to consider this one. And there are a lot of equations or terminologies to be applied in the second phase and how we can update our policies in the mid-term category. And in long-term categories, we have to follow. In the long-term category, we have to establish different technologies for medical waste management. For example, I am giving you one example. If I tell some things about incinerator, there are a lot of audiences, they will tell it is a banned technology. But until 1980s, incinerator was banned in the Western countries. But in 2000, until 2005, there was a lot of criticism. But from 2010, there is a radical change in incinerator technology. The emission is very low. But if you consider the modern technologies, the emission should be very, very few. So we can easily utilize this one based on the most modern technologies. And number 2, if you consider about the autoclaving, this is the basis for recycling process. So if you disinfect the infectious waste, plastic items, then it is possible to go for recycling. So it is another option. And if you think about the ETP, so if you use the modern technology and transfer all kinds of emission through the wet scuba, then it is possible to purify this water, contaminated water, and then reuse them. So we can reuse water, we can reuse plastic items, we can reuse all maximum items generating from our healthcare establishment. So this is my opinion. Thank you very much.
Actually, it is very interesting. But I'm a little bit disheartened because we are not getting any concrete strategy. But I'm telling you to give us some strategy because you know we have limited resources. We have to utilize these resources for the betterment of the society. So now floor is open. So please raise your question, and our moderator will also try best to answer the question. Okay, thank you very much. I think there is no question.
There is one person to question something. যিনি প্রশ্ন করবেন আপনাকে অনুরোধ জানাচ্ছি আপনার নাম এবং পরিচয়টি আগে দিয়ে তারপরে প্রশ্ন করার জন্য।
আসসালামু আলাইকুম, আমি কোশ্চেনটি বাংলায় করব। আমার নাম ইমাম মাহমুদ রিয়াদ, আমি মাইক্রোগ্রো সোশ্যাল নামে একটি সোশ্যাল এন্টারপ্রাইজের প্রতিষ্ঠাতা এবং ম্যানেজিং ডাইরেক্টর এবং ম্যাক্স ফাউন্ডেশন নেদারল্যান্ডসের সাবেক কান্ট্রি ডাইরেক্টর। আমি প্লাস্টিক ওয়েস্ট পলিউশন নিয়ে কিছুদিন কাজ করার সময় একটা জিনিস এক্সপিরিয়েন্স করেছি, সেটা হচ্ছে আমরা যখন ইনফর্মাল প্লাস্টিক ওয়েস্ট রিসাইকেলারদেরকে ফর্মাল করতে যাই, তখন যে আইনি যে বেড়াজালগুলো পাড়াতে হয়, প্রায় 10-12টা লাইসেন্স তাদেরকে নিতে হয় বিভিন্ন জায়গাতে। তো সেটার কারণে দেখা যায় যে এই জায়গাটায় বিপুল পরিমাণ মানে সময় এবং অর্থের প্রয়োজন হয় এবং বেশিরভাগই ফেল করে, তারা এটাকে ম্যানেজই করতে পারে না, যার জন্য প্লাস্টিক রিসাইকেলারদেরকে ব্যবসায় আনাটা একটা ডিফিকাল্টি। তো এটার বিষয়ে আপা একটু বলছিলেন যে এখানে কি এরকম ওয়ান স্টপ সার্ভিস করা বা এইটাকে সহজীকরণ করা, যাতে বেশি বেশি এন্টারপ্রেনার এই ব্যবসায় জড়িত হতে পারে এবং সেখানে অবদান রাখতে পারে। আমার এটুকু প্রশ্ন। থ্যাংক ইউ।
আচ্ছা, আমি একটু রেসপন্স করি, যেটা হলো যে আমাদের যে বিধিমালা যেটা 2023-তে যেটা সংশোধন হয়েছে, ওখানে যেটা বলা আছে যে পিভিসি যদি না থাকে তাদেরকে কিন্তু ক্যাটাগরি রিসাইক্লিং ইন্ডাস্ট্রির ক্যাটাগরি কিন্তু সবুজ এবং ইয়েলোর মধ্যে নিয়ে আসা হয়েছে, এটা বোধহয় আপনি জানেন। তো এখানে কিন্তু একটা আগে কিন্তু একটাই ছিল, আগে সবই অরেঞ্জে ছিল, এটা কিন্তু এখন ক্লাসিফিকেশনের দিক দিয়ে কমিয়ে আনা হয়েছে মানেই যেসব ডকুমেন্ট দরকার, যেসব মেজার্স নেওয়া দরকার, সেক্ষেত্রেও কিছুটা শিথিলীকরণ হচ্ছে। কিন্তু এনভায়রনমেন্টের পার্সপেক্টিভে আমাদের বিধিমালাতে যেসব স্ট্যান্ডার্ডগুলো দেওয়া আছে, এটা বিভিন্ন ইন্ডাস্ট্রির জন্য বিভিন্ন মাত্রা আছে, কিন্তু এটা তো মেনটেন করতে হবে। আর মেনটেন না করলে অ্যাজ এ রেগুলেটরি বডি আমরা তো আসলে ছাড়পত্র দিতে পারি না। কিন্তু আমাদের অবশ্যই তাদের মানে ইনফর্মাল রিসাইক্লারদের প্রতি এক ধরনের মানে সহযোগিতার মনোভাব আছে, কিন্তু রেগুলেটরি বডি হিসেবে আমরা আসলে আমাদের বিধিমালার শর্তগুলো পূরণ না করলে ছাড়পত্র দিতে পারি না। কিন্তু এই যেমন এই মেরিন লিটার প্রজেক্টের মাধ্যমেও কিন্তু সহযোগিতা দেওয়া হবে, যে যাতে তারা তাদের টেকনোলজিক্যালি ইমপ্রুভমেন্ট করতে পারে বা আরও যে ধরনের ফ্যাসিলিটিস দরকার কিছুটা ইমপ্রুভমেন্ট করতে পারে। কিন্তু যতক্ষণ পর্যন্ত তারা আসলে আমাদের বিধিমালার শর্তগুলো পূরণ না করতে পারবে, ততক্ষণ পর্যন্ত আসলে আমাদের সুযোগ নাই। কিন্তু যেটা আগেই বললাম যে এখানে গ্রিন এবং ইয়েলোতে নিয়ে আসা হয়েছে রিসাইক্লিং ইন্ডাস্ট্রিগুলোকে। কাজে আমার মনে হয় যে চেষ্টা করলে আপনারা যদি হেল্প করেন হয়তো এটা সম্ভব হবে ছাড়পত্র দেওয়া। আমি কি বোঝাতে পারছি না? আর কোনো? ঠিক আছে।
আমি ফ্লোরটা নিলাম এটা বলার জন্য, আমাদের ডাইরেক্টর মধ্যে যেটা বললেন রোজিনা আপা, যে নিয়মকানুন আছে, কিছু বিধিবদ্ধ নিয়মকানুন আছে ডিওইর, সব সংস্থারই থাকবে। কিন্তু এটা মাথায় রাখতে হবে, রিসাইক্লিং যারা করছেন ওনারা কিন্তু পরিবেশের উন্নয়নের জন্য করছেন। এটা যে কোনো মূল্যে, যে রিসাইক্লাররা এত ক্ষুদ্র, এত ছোট, সারা বাংলাদেশে হাজার হাজার রিসাইক্লার আছে গ্রামে গঞ্জে। কারণ ভিক্ষা করার থেকে প্লাস্টিক টুকায় রিসাইক্লিং করে যদি বিক্রি করে তার প্রফিট অনেক বেশি, সে একটা স্বাচ্ছন্দ্য জীবনযাপন করতে পারে, তার জীবনের মানটা উঠে। ভাই যে কথাটা বলছেন, আমি ডিউইর কাছে স্বনির্বন্ধ অনুরোধ রাখবো, আপনি তো পরিবেশ উন্নয়নের জন্য কাজ করছেন, তো পরিবেশ উন্নয়নের জন্য এই ক্ষুদ্র রিসাইক্লাররা যদি সব টুকায় কালেকশন করে যদি তারা রিসাইক্লিং করে যদি পরিবেশ উন্নয়ন করতে পারে, তাহলে তার জন্য নিয়মকানুনে কিছুটা ব্যত্যয়, নিয়মকানুনে কিছুটা কড়াকড়ি কমানো উচিত। কমপ্লায়েন্স তো আছে, আপনি আমার জন্য কমপ্লায়েন্স করবেন, আপনি আরেকটা বড় রিসাইক্লারের জন্য কমপ্লায়েন্স, কিন্তু ক্ষুদ্র যারা আছে তাদেরকে কোনো একটা ডেফিনেশন আইন আপনি তাদেরকে বাইর করে দেন, দেখবেন আপনার রিসাইক্লিং বাড়বে, পরিবেশ অনেক উন্নত হবে। ধন্যবাদ।
আসসালামু আলাইকুম, আমি বাংলায় বলবো। আমি একজন নারী উদ্যোক্তা, আমি বরিশাল থেকে এসেছি। আমি রিসাইকেল নিয়ে কাজ করি। আমি রাস্তার যে পরিত্যক্ত পলিথিনগুলো থাকে ওটা আমি কালেকশন করে তারপরে আমি দানা তৈরি করে আবার পলি তৈরি করি, যেটা ফ্লোরের নিচে ইউজ করা হয়, যাতে আমাদের পরিবেশের কোনো ব্যাঘাত না ঘটে। রাস্তায়, তারপরে হলো ফ্লোরে, নিচে বিভিন্ন বিল্ডিংয়ের ঢালাইয়ের নিচে ব্যবহার করা হয়। এখন আমার কথা হলো, এখানে যারা আছেন সবার কাছে অনুরোধ থাকবে এটা, যে যেমন খাদ্যের বিভিন্ন জায়গায় ভ্যাট ট্যাক্স মুক্ত থাকে, কিন্তু আমাদের যে ছোট পুঁজি, এটা থেকে আমাদের যদি প্রতি মাসে মাসে ওই যে ভ্যাট ট্যাক্স, এবং সেটা ভ্যাট কত 15.5% প্লাস তার সাথে আরও 3.5% শুল্ক ভ্যাট, 18%। এখন দেখা যাচ্ছে যে আমরা 18% কিন্তু পরিত্যক্ত পলিথিন থেকে কালেকশন করে বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিয়ে কর্মচারীদের বিল দিয়ে 18% আমরা প্রফিটই করতে পারি না। এখন যদি সরকারকে আমরা 18% ভ্যাট দেই তাহলে আমরা কিন্তু নিঃস্ব হয়ে যাব। আমরা আসলে পরিবেশটা দূষণের কাজে যেটা আগাবো বা উৎসাহ দিব কাউকে সেটাও কিন্তু আমরা পারি না। ধন্যবাদ সবাইকে, এই ব্যাপারটা একটু বিবেচনায় রাখবেন। আসসালামু আলাইকুম।
আসলে হয়েছে কি, আমরা তো প্রমোট দীর্ঘদিন কলোনাইজেশন থাকার ফলে আমি যখন জাপানে পলিসি নিয়ে পড়তে যাই তখন একটা জিনিস আমাকে বলা হয়েছিল যে আপনারা মানুষের জন্য আইন করবেন, আইনের জন্য মানুষ করবেন। এখন এই ডিবেটটা হচ্ছে মোস্ট ডেভেলপিং কান্ট্রি। আমি সাউথ আফ্রিকাতে ইউনাইটেড নেশনসে চাকরি করছি, সেখানে আমি ন্যানসি ম্যান্ডেলার যে একটা ন্যানসি ম্যান্ডেলার যে বার্থ প্লেস সেই শহরে আমার পোস্টিং ছিল, উনি একটা জিনিস বলেছেন যে মানুষের জন্য আইন, আইনের জন্য মানুষ না। কারণ উনি 27 বছর রবিন আইল্যান্ডে ছিলেন, সেই আইল্যান্ডে ভিজিট করছি। উনি ওই জেলের মধ্যে থেকে ওই জনগণকে কীভাবে উপকার করা যায়, কালো মানুষগুলোকে, সেইটা উনি চিন্তা করছেন। এখন আমাদের সময় আসছে যে উইল মেক আ ল ফর দ্য পিপুল, আ ল ফর দ্য পিপুল। থ্যাংক ইউ।
আমার মানে ওনার সাথে বোধহয় যিনি প্রশ্ন করছে আপনার সাথে একবার পরিচয় হয়েছিল এই ইউনিডোর একটা প্রোগ্রামে। আমি তখন একই প্রশ্ন উনি করেছিলেন, আমি তো ওনাকে রিকোয়েস্ট করেছিলাম যে আপনাদের বিষয়টা আপনারা লিখিতভাবে আমাদেরকে জানান, আমরা তখন প্রপার অথরিটির কাছে জানাবো। তো আমি আসলে আপনাদের কাছ থেকে কোনো পাইনি। আপনারা যদি লিখিতভাবে জানান যে কেন আপনার কীভাবে আপনারা কন্ট্রিবিউট করছেন পরিবেশের, যে আপনার যেসব ইয়েগুলো দেশীয় ওয়েস্টগুলোকে রিসাইকেলের মাধ্যমে, সেটা যদি আপনি প্রপারলি আপনারা আমাদেরকে একটা জানান, আমরা থ্রু মিনিস্ট্রি এনবিআরকে লিখতে পারি। কিন্তু আপনাদের কাছ থেকে তো আমাদেরকে এই আবেদনটা আসলে তখন আমরা একটা ভূমিকা নিতে পারবো।
একই রকমের প্রবলেম এটা। যেমন আমরা কোনো ফান্ড যদি পাই আর কি, সেই ফান্ডটি রিলিজ করার সময় আমরা 50% এবং 50% ভ্যাট এবং 30% ট্যাক্স দিয়ে আমরা ফান্ডটাকে রিলিজ করি। রিলিজ করার পর এই টাকাটা যদি আমরা যে কোনো কাজে ব্যয় করি, সেটা হচ্ছে যে কোনো মেশিনারি ইকুইপমেন্ট কেনা অথবা আপ্যায়ন করানো অথবা বাসা অফিস ভাড়া দেওয়া, এই সবগুলি মিলে আবার ওই রকম আমাদের ভ্যাট ট্যাক্স দিতে হয়। তাহলে আমাদের হলো যে 18 দোকানে 36% হয়ে গেল। এটা কিন্তু একটা বড় চ্যালেঞ্জিং আমাদের এখান থেকে। 100 টাকা যদি আমরা পাই, 36 টাকা আমাদের এখান থেকে কেটে নিয়েছে। তাহলে এই সেক্টরে আমাদের ডেভেলপ করা আমাদের জন্য আসলে সম্ভব না। তবে আপনি বলেছেন যেটা, আমি অবশ্যই এটা আপনার সাথে পরামর্শ করে আমি চিঠি দেবো। আমি ব্যক্তিগতভাবে আমার অর্গানাইজেশনের স্বপ্ন থেকে আমরা এই চিঠিটি দেবো আর কি। ধন্যবাদ।
Ji, Assalamu alaikum. My question to the panelists, all the panelists here. I am Mohammad Jafar Iqbal. I am from QPail Limited. We manufacture the plastic pail containers. So I am the general manager of operations from QPail Limited. So my question is the panelist. I have two questions. First question is that the per capita consumption of plastic is increasing since last 25 years. If we see the presentation earlier, that from 2021 to 2024, the per capita consumption is gradually increased. So what are the DOE or our government has taken to facilitate the state-of-the-art facility for the recycling? Because if the per capita consumption increasing, it means that there is demand is increasing and the plastic is generating day by day. So I would like to know what are the initiatives or the facility the provided by the government to our industrialists to promote the recycling facility or bring the state-of-the-art facility to our country. That's the first question. Second question is that is there any research activities from the DOE, the government side, has been taken to redesign the plastic packaging item so that we can replace the polythene or shopping bags from the shops or the single-use plastic from the shops? So I have these two questions, and I would like to the panelists kindly if they share their thoughts with me. Thank you very much.
প্রথমত হচ্ছে আমরা যদি ডিওই এবং মিনিস্ট্রির রোলটা দেখি, আমাদের মূল দায়িত্বটা হচ্ছে রুলস অ্যান্ড রেগুলেশনস করা এবং হচ্ছে সেটার কমপ্লায়েন্সের দিকে সবাইকে উদ্বুদ্ধ করা। এবং এখানে যেটা বলছেন যে রিসাইক্লিং ইন্ডাস্ট্রিকে ফ্যাসিলিটেট করার ক্ষেত্রে আমরা কিন্তু সরাসরি তাদেরকে স্থাপন অথবা এই জাতীয় বিষয় তো আমরা সাহায্য করতে পারবো না, সেটা করতে হবে শিল্প মন্ত্রণালয়ের মাধ্যমে বা অন্যভাবে। কিন্তু রুলস অ্যান্ড রেগুলেটরি পোর্শন থেকে আমরা হেল্প করছি, তাদেরকে পরামর্শ দেওয়া এবং হচ্ছে তাদের যে যেসব যেটা আমি আগে বললাম বিধিতে সহজীকরণ করা, এগুলো কিন্তু আমরা করেছি। আর যেটা হলো যে আমরা তো আসলে ইন্ডাস্ট্রি স্থাপনের ক্ষেত্রে তো আমাদের আসলে ডিওই রোলটা সেটা না, তাই না? আমরা তো হচ্ছে রেগুলেটরি বডি বা আমরা রুলস রেগুলেশন তৈরি করি এনভায়রনমেন্টাল কনটেক্সটে। তো আমাদের হচ্ছে যে আমরা যেমন এই প্রজেক্টের আওতায় যদি বলি, এই প্রজেক্টের আওতায় কিন্তু একটা কোম্পানি, এটাও কিন্তু ডিওইর প্রজেক্ট, ইউনিডো ফান্ডেড, কিন্তু প্রজেক্টটা ডিওইর। এই ফান্ডের আওতায় কিন্তু রিসাইক্লারদের জন্য একটা কম্পোনেন্ট আছে তাদের সাপোর্ট দেওয়ার জন্য, তাদের ফ্যাসিলিটেশনের কি ডিটেইলে হয়তো প্রজেক্ট থেকে বললে ভালো হতো। পাশাপাশি আপনি যে ডিজাইন বললেন, ডিজাইনেরও একটা পার্ট এখানে আছে। আমার মনে হয় যে প্রকল্প পরিচালক এই প্রশ্নের জবাব দিলে ভালো হয়। তবে ডিজাইনের বিষয়টা কিন্তু আসলে যারা ইন্ডাস্ট্রির সাথে জড়িত, এটা মূলত তাদের দায়িত্ব। ইপিআরে কিন্তু এই বিষয়টা আনা হয়েছে, ইপিআর ডিরেক্টিভসে কিন্তু ডিজাইনের কথা বলা হয়েছে। ডিওই বা মিনিস্ট্রি কিন্তু হচ্ছে ফ্যাসিলিটেটর, কিন্তু আমরা কিন্তু সরাসরি এই কাজটার জন্য ম্যান্ডেটেড না। এই কাজটা আসলে প্রত্যেকটা ইন্ডাস্ট্রি বা অবলাইজড এন্টিটি বলি বা ইম্পোর্টার বলি, তাদেরকে এই কাজটা করতে হবে। আমাদের পক্ষ থেকে যেটা ফ্যাসিলিটেশন কোঅর্ডিনেশন, এই কাজটা হয়তো আমরা করব। এবং কখনো কখনো প্রজেক্টের আওতায় আমরা পাইলটিংও করি। এই প্রজেক্টের আওতায় হয়তো কিছু পাইলটিং থাকবে, কিন্তু ইন ডিটেল আসলে কাজ করার আমাদের থেকে সুযোগ নেই। তবে আমাদের কাছে যদি কেউ পরামর্শ বা অন্যভাবে আসে, সেটা আমরা চেষ্টা করি আমাদের পক্ষ থেকে দেওয়ার। আমি কি আপনার প্রশ্নের জবাব দিতে পেরেছি নাকি আর? আচ্ছা, রিসার্চ হচ্ছে যে আমরা তো আমাদের একটা রিসার্চ ফান্ড আছে, বিভিন্ন সময় আমরা রিসার্চ করি। তবে যেমন হচ্ছে ওয়ার্ল্ড ব্যাংকের পক্ষ থেকে যে মাল্টি সেক্টরাল সহায়তা যেটা করা হলো, সেটাতেও ডিওই ইনভলভ ছিল। আমরা বিভিন্ন সময় করছি এবং হচ্ছে সিঙ্গেল ইউজ প্লাস্টিক্স নিয়েও আমাদের একটা রিসার্চ হওয়ার কথা। পরে ওয়ার্ল্ড ব্যাংক থেকে একটা যেহেতু স্টাডি শুরু হচ্ছে দেখে আমরা পরে সেটা থেকে করে আসলাম। কিন্তু ডিজাইনের উপর আসলে আমাদের কোনো স্টাডি নাই, সেটা কিন্তু ওই যে প্রজেক্টের আওতায় হয়তো কিছু পরামর্শ বা হয়তো যারা ডিজাইন করবেন তাদেরকে হয়তো সাপোর্ট দেওয়া হবে, তাদের কনসালটেন্সি সাপোর্ট অথবা ফিনান্সিয়াল সাপোর্ট, কিন্তু সরাসরি ডিজাইন রিলেটেড কোনো স্টাডি আসলে আমাদের নাই। আচ্ছা, প্রজেক্টের আওতায় যেটা বলা, এখানে দুটো কম্পোনেন্ট আছে, ডিজাইন ফর এনভায়রনমেন্ট অ্যান্ড রিসোর্স এফিশিয়েন্ট ক্লিনার প্রোডাকশন। এই দুটো কম্পোনেন্টের আওতায় কিছু কার্যক্রম হবে যেটা হয়তো রিসাইক্লারদের জন্য হেল্পফুল হবে এবং ডিজাইনের ক্ষেত্রেও হেল্পফুল হবে। ঠিক আছে, জি, থ্যাংক ইউ।
হ্যালো,
একটা প্রশ্ন আমি আমাদের প্রফেসর সাহেব ওনার একটু বলতে চাই। ওই কালার কোডিং এর বিষয়টা ওনার বক্তব্যে আসছিল, যেটা হচ্ছে আমরা এই কালার আমাদের মেডিকেল ওয়েস্ট বিধিমালাটা এখনো মোটামুটি একটা ড্রাফট পর্যায়ে আছে এখনো, এটা মন্ত্রণালয়ে পুরোপুরি যায়নি। এখানে যে কালারের যে বিষয়টা আসছে WHO এবং হচ্ছে হেলথ ডিপার্টমেন্টের সাথে কনসাল্ট করে যেটা হবে ওনাদের পরামর্শ অনুযায়ী হবে, এখানে ডিও এর কোনো পরামর্শ নেই। এটা তো এই কালার করতে হবে টোটালি হেলথ ডিপার্টমেন্ট যে আমাদেরকে যে পরামর্শ দিয়েছে প্লাস WHO যেটাকে রেফার করে সেটা অনুযায়ী করা হবে। থ্যাংক ইউ।
হ্যালো, আমার একটা প্রশ্ন আছে।
আমাকে তো না,
সবাইকে। আচ্ছা, প্রশ্নটা হচ্ছে, আমি ফারজানা ইয়াসমিন, আমি হোপরুনে কর্মরত আছি সাস্টেনেবিলিটি ম্যানেজার হিসেবে। আমি সাস্টেনেবিলিটিতে কাজ করছি অলমোস্ট 10 বছর ধরে। আমার একটা প্রশ্ন, আমি যে ফ্যাক্টরিতে কাজ করছি সেটা আসলে একটা অ্যাপারেল সেক্টর। বাংলাদেশের সর্বোচ্চ বৈদেশিক মুদ্রা অর্জনই হচ্ছে অ্যাপারেল সেক্টরের মাধ্যমে বা টেক্সটাইল সেক্টরের মাধ্যমে। সেই টেক্সটাইল সেক্টরে বা অ্যাপারেল সেক্টরে আমি যে ফ্যাক্টরিতে কাজ করি সেখানে US, ইউরোপ, ইউকের বিভিন্ন ব্র্যান্ড নিয়ে কাজ করি এবং আমার প্রোডাক্ট প্রায় 30+ কান্ট্রিতে যাচ্ছে। এখন সবচেয়ে যদি আমি এনভায়রনমেন্টাল পার্সপেক্টিভে বা সাস্টেনেবিলিটি পার্সপেক্টিভে বলতে চাই, একটা জায়গায় আমরা সবচেয়ে বেশি চ্যালেঞ্জ ফেস করছি, সেটা হচ্ছে ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজমেন্ট। ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজমেন্টের মধ্যে সবাই 3R প্রিন্সিপাল নিয়ে কথা বলছে, পলিউটার্স পে প্রিন্সিপাল নিয়ে কথা বলছে, অনেক কথা হচ্ছে, অনেক গাইডলাইন আছে, অনেক কিছু আছে, অনেক স্ট্যান্ডার্ডের শেষ নেই। কিন্তু যে জায়গায় সবচেয়ে বেশি চ্যালেঞ্জ সেটা হচ্ছে ল্যান্ডফিল ইস্যু নিয়ে। আমরা যে বায়ারদের কাজ করি সেই বায়ারদের বিভিন্ন ধরনের রিকোয়ারমেন্টের মধ্যে একটা রিকোয়ারমেন্ট হচ্ছে 0% ল্যান্ডফিল, কোনো ধরনের কোনো ল্যান্ডফিল করা যাবে না। এখন আমরা যখন ওয়েস্ট জেনারেট যা আমার ফ্যাক্টরি থেকে হচ্ছে, আমি হয়তো সেটার ভ্যালিডেশন দেখাতে পারছি, কিন্তু 0% ল্যান্ডফিল যে হচ্ছে না সেটা প্রুফ আমার বলেই সেটা দেখা যাচ্ছে যে 0% ল্যান্ডফিল হচ্ছে না। এখন সেই জায়গায় আমার গভর্নমেন্ট থেকে কোনো ইনিশিয়েটিভ নেওয়া হচ্ছে কিনা, বা গভর্নমেন্ট থেকে যদি একটা স্ট্রিক্ট একটা টার্গেট সেট করা হতো তাহলে সেক্ষেত্রে ব্র্যান্ডের সাথে আমাদের যোগাযোগ করতে সুবিধা হতো। যে কারণ বাংলাদেশ পার্সপেক্টিভটা ডিফারেন্ট, 0% ল্যান্ডফিল হচ্ছে না, ডকুমেন্টারি আমরা অনেক কিছু দেখাতে পারি, কিন্তু প্র্যাকটিক্যাল সিনারিও ইজ ডিফারেন্ট। সেক্ষেত্রে আমার গভর্নমেন্টের কি ইনিশিয়েটিভ আছে এবং কি করা হচ্ছে যাতে করে আমরাও ব্র্যান্ডদেরকে বোঝাতে পারি বাংলাদেশের পার্সপেক্টিভটা, এবং একটা গোল যখন সেট করতে চাচ্ছি বা করছে ব্র্যান্ড, সেটা যাতে ফিজিবল হয়, যাতে আমাদের জন্য অ্যাচিভ করা সহজ। সেক্ষেত্রে আমাদের গভর্নমেন্টের কোনো ইনিশিয়েটিভ আছে কিনা সেটা নিয়ে আমরা কিনা। থ্যাংক ইউ।
লোকাল গভর্নমেন্ট থেকে কেউ আসছেন কি? লোকাল গভর্নমেন্ট ইনস্টিটিউশন অথবা ডিভিশন? এই প্রশ্নটার জবাব ওনার দিলে ভালো ছিল। বিষয়টা হচ্ছে যে আমরা একটা কঠিন বর্জ্য ব্যবস্থাপনা বিধিমালা করেছি, সেখানে ল্যান্ডফিলের পরিষ্কার নির্দেশনা আছে এবং কিভাবে করতে হবে, কিভাবে পরিচালনা করবে, কিভাবে বন্ধ করতে হবে, কিভাবে কি ফ্যাসিলিটিস থাকবে, এটা আমরা করে দিয়েছি। এবং এখানে এখন বলা হচ্ছে যে প্রত্যেকটা নতুন পৌরসভার যখন গঠন হবে তখন তার জন্য ডেডিকেটেড ল্যান্ডফিল থাকতে হবে। তার রুলসের কিন্তু বিষয়গুলো আছে, কিন্তু এই রুলসের কঠিন বর্জ্য ব্যবস্থাপনা বিধিমালার ইমপ্লিমেন্টেশনের মূল দায়িত্ব হচ্ছে স্থানীয় সরকার ইনস্টিটিউশনগুলো, সিটি কর্পোরেশন, পৌরসভা, তারা যদি এইটাকে মানে প্রপারলি ইমপ্লিমেন্ট করে তখন কিন্তু ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজমেন্টের বিষয়গুলো অনেকখানি সলভ হবে। কিন্তু এই বিষয়টাতে আমরা এখনো অগ্রগতি দেখতে পাচ্ছি না, কারণ লোকাল গভর্নমেন্ট ইনস্টিটিউশনগুলো বা লোকাল গভর্নমেন্ট ডিভিশনের পক্ষ থেকে সেই পরিমাণ ইনিশিয়েটিভ আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি না। তো এটা হয়তো ওনাদের বাজেটের সমস্যা বা বিভিন্ন ধরনের সমস্যা থাকতে পারে, কিন্তু ডিওইর আসলে এই পর্যায়ে এখানে এই কাজটা, ডিওই তো ইমপ্লিমেন্টিং এজেন্সি না, আমাদের কাজ হচ্ছে রুলস অ্যান্ড রেগুলেশন করা এবং সেটাকে ইমপ্লিমেন্ট করা, তো এনফোর্স করা। তো এই কাজগুলো আমরা করছি, কিন্তু এনফোর্সমেন্টের জায়গায় আমরা এখনো যাইনি, যেহেতু বিধিমালাটা ওইভাবে এখনো প্রপারলি ইমপ্লিমেন্ট হয় না, কাজে শাস্তিমূলক বিষয়ে আমরা যাইনি, এটা আমাদের দায়িত্ব, কিন্তু আমরা ওই পর্যায়ে এখনো যাইনি। কিন্তু আপনি যেটা যাচ্ছেন যে আমরা গভর্নমেন্টের কি ইনিশিয়েটিভ এই ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজমেন্টের ক্ষেত্রে, এটা আসলে এই প্রশ্নটা ওনাদের করলে বেশি ভালো হবে, কারণ ডিওই সরাসরি ইমপ্লিমেন্টিং এজেন্সি না। আমরা এনফোর্সমেন্টে যেতে পারি, শাস্তি দিতে পারি, কিন্তু আমরা তো চাই যে আগে পাবলিক অ্যাওয়ার হোক, নিজে থেকে কার্যক্রমগুলো সবাই, আমাদের প্রত্যেকেরই বিধিমালাতে দায়িত্ব বলা আছে, প্রত্যেকটা ব্যক্তি এবং প্রতিষ্ঠান যদি তাদের দায়িত্ব পালন করে তখন এই ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজমেন্টগুলোতে অনেক ইমপ্রুভমেন্ট আসবে। তো আমার মনে হয় যে আমাদের সবারও কিছু কিছু দায়িত্ব পালন করতে হবে, পাশাপাশি হচ্ছে লোকাল গভর্নমেন্ট তো আছেই। আর ডিওই হচ্ছে আমরা মনিটরিং এবং এনফোর্সমেন্টের দায়িত্বে যে জায়গাটুকুতে আছি সেটা আমরা আমাদের দায়িত্ব চেষ্টা করে যাচ্ছি, এবং হচ্ছে আমরা কিন্তু ওপেন বার্নিংয়ের জন্য আমাদের এনফোর্সমেন্ট অভিযান হয়, তারপরে হচ্ছে ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজমেন্ট মানে যেখানে সেখানে ফেলার জন্য যখন আমরা এনফোর্সমেন্ট অভিযানে যাই মোবাইল কোর্টে, তখন কিন্তু আমরা এই বিষয়গুলো দেখি, কিছু কিছু ক্ষেত্রে দেখা হয়। যেমন যেসব বাড়ির সামনে যে নির্মাণ সামগ্রী পড়ে থাকে সেটার বিরুদ্ধেও কিন্তু আমাদের ম্যাজিস্ট্রেটরা করছেন। তো আমরা আমাদের অবস্থান থেকে যা করণীয় করছি, কিন্তু বিধিমালার বাস্তবায়নটা যদি আরও একটু ভালোভাবে হয় তখন আসলে ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজমেন্টটাও আমরা আরও বেটার পরিস্থিতি দেখতে পারবো, আমি আশা করছি।
আমার মনে হয় আমি খুবই টায়ার্ড এবং আমি নিজেই হাংরি, আমি ফলে এখানে আমি 1 মিনিট বলে আমি শেষ করে দিতে চাই। মেডিকেল ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজমেন্ট থেকে যে ধরনের কোশ্চেন আমাকে করা হয়েছে সেটাকে আমি সামারাইজ করে বলি যে উই নিড ব্রিজিং সায়েন্স অ্যান্ড সোসাইটি। সায়েন্টিফিক টেকনোলজির সাথে যদি সোসাইটির মার্জ না করতে পারি তাহলে কোনো সিস্টেম এখানে কাজ করবে না। ফলে রিসার্চে এখানে গুরুত্ব দেওয়া উচিত। মেডিকেল ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজমেন্টে হিউজ রিসার্চের অপরচুনিটি আছে, যদি এইটা করা যায় এবং এর সাথে যদি সোসাইটাল বিভিন্ন অ্যাওয়ারনেস ক্যাম্পেইন এবং তাদের বিহেভিয়ারাল চেঞ্জ যদি প্রপারলি করা যায় তাহলে আমার মনে হয় যে এই জায়গায় আমরা একটা টার্গেটে রিচ করতে পারবো। তো থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ।
Thank you so much to our incredible panelists for those insightful discussions. I'm sure we have all gained valuable perspectives today. Now it's time to take a lunch break. We will be taking a time like 45 minutes for lunch break. So please feel free to grab your refreshment, and we'll be
thank you very much for your patient hearing. We'll meet again. Thank you.
We will be reconvening shortly for our second session after 30 to 45 minutes, which promise to be just an exciting session. So please come on time and right now have your refreshment and lunch. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a relaxing break and enjoy the lunch. We are going to start our second session. Please take your seat. Who had already have your lunch, please take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking forward to all of you. Please join with us. We have an exciting second session linked up. So we wouldn't want you to miss the moment of it. Please come join and take seat here. আমাদের সম্মানিত সকল অতিথিবৃন্দের দৃষ্টি আকর্ষণ করছি অলরেডি যারা আমরা দুপুরের খাবার খেয়ে নিয়েছি সবাইকে আমি বিনীতভাবে অনুরোধ জানাচ্ছি আপনারা আপনাদের আসন গ্রহণ করবেন আমরা আমাদের পরবর্তী দ্বিতীয় সেশন যেটি অ্যাকচুয়ালি লাঞ্চ ব্রেকের আগে হওয়ার কথা ছিল সেটি দিয়ে আমরা শুরু করতে চাই। সো আমরা চাচ্ছি আপনাদের সহযোগিতা, আমরা একটু আর্লি শুরু করতে চাই। সো যারা ইতিমধ্যেই লাঞ্চ করে নিয়েছেন তাদের সবাইকে অনুরোধ জানাচ্ছি আপনাদের আসন গ্রহণ করবেন, এবং একই সাথে আমাদের এই প্যানেলের মডারেটর এবং প্যানেলিস্ট যারা রয়েছেন তাদেরকে রিকোয়েস্ট করব আপনারাও চলে আসবেন। আমরা খুব দ্রুত আমাদের দ্বিতীয় সেশনটি শুরু করতে চাই।
Hello. Assalamu alaikum. Very good afternoon. I would like to welcome everybody. Session. I'm Mohammad Khairul Hassan, Additional Secretary, the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Our topic is sustainable plastic use, role of consumer awareness and action. I think in future you can.
স্যার কাইন্ডলি মাইক্রোফোনটা একটু লিপ টাচে নিতে হবে, তাহলে সবাই শুনতে পাবে।
Hello. শোনাচ্ছে? শোনাচ্ছে না? Oh, that.
একটু ক্লোজার রাখলে সবাই একটু ভালো শুনতে পাবে।
The topic of the session is sustainable plastic use, role of consumer awareness and action. In future, I would like to request you to add motivation also. Our first panelist is Professor Ms. Alia Begum, Department of Zoology, Dhaka University. I would like to ask her what role can the Education Institute play to promote sustainable plastic use in Bangladesh?
Before our conversation and panel discussion, we would like to present our presentation by Mr. Arafat, right? Okay, so I would like to welcome you all to today's session on sustainable plastic use, the role of consumer and awareness action. We are fortunate to have with us a distinguished panel of experts who will shed light on the crucial issues of plastic waste and the way we as consumers can contribute to a more sustainable future. Before we dive into the discussion, I would like to moment of acknowledge our estimated chairperson for the session, Mr. Khairul Hassan. Now to begin, we will hear a presentation on consumer awareness and action from Mr. SMGB Arafat, National Expert in Consumer Awareness and Biomedical Waste Management at UNIDO, Bangladesh. His work has been pivotal in promoting better consumer practices and waste management, and we are eager to learn from his insights. Please give a big round of applause for Mr. SMGB Arafat.
Shall we start with the video? By the time maybe the other audience may attend us. Let us share a video, a short video, 2-3 minutes I think, that will give an overview about the consumer awareness activities so far we have done. let us watch a short video on the consumer awareness. So far activities we have done. Yes, please.
Form these scenes. Awareness and action. In bustling kitchen markets, where life thrives, plastic waste tells a different story. Our schools and tourist hotspots, vibrant yet vulnerable, bear the marks of our shared challenge. But together, we can transform these scenes. Awareness and action pave the way for change. Across the nation, cleanup campaigns bring communities together. Students proudly collect plastic waste. Market vendors embrace sustainable alternatives, inspiring change in everyday practices. On beaches and in sea, join hands to restore nature's beauty. Over 22 events have mobilized 9,678 volunteers, including students, fishers, and market vendors, proving that collective effort creates lasting impact. Passion and purpose shine as students debate sustainable plastic use in competitions that engage schools and universities. Audiences cheer, inspired by innovative ideas and thoughtful solutions. These moments culminate in training sessions on resource efficiency and cleaner production, workers in the informal sector learn to adopt sustainable practices. With hands-on activities and open dialogue, they share ideas and build skills that empower them to lead greener lives. Together, we are building a workforce ready for a sustainable future. A nationwide movement is lighting the way for a cleaner, greener Bangladesh. From Cox's Bazar to Dhaka, Barisal, and beyond, markers of progress. Change begins with each of us. Engaged citizens are creating cleaner neighborhoods and adopting sustainable practices, proving that together, we can act for a better tomorrow. Join the change today, and let's build a sustainable future. Together, for a sustainable tomorrow.
Thank you for watching. Let me very brief because we are running out of time. Actually, I will take the statement from the last session. Our BGMEA President Shamim Bhai have rightly said that the problem starts from the retailer to consumer if you talk about plastic pollution. I do partly agree with him, and we know that, and we realize it, and that's why we have a component in the project for consumer awareness and action. And this component actually focusing on the large scale consumer. So we have some actually target for the consumer awareness. Can you open the slide, please? So, so that is the case. Now I will go for some targeted targets of the project, and then I will come back with some lessons we learned through the journey. So we are on the halfway. We are not done yet. We will actually take some notes from your comments that will shape our future activities, and we will shed lights on that. So actually 6 targets, big targets. One is to awareness of the publicity of covering 10,000 people, but we have already reached out online 2.6 million and offline about 40,000. The online activities content is already in the air, and it will continue to reach out the people at large. And there's partnership with 15 community. So far, we have 16 cleanup program we're supposed to do. We have done already 22, and by this time we have already coordinated with the 53 community groups in different areas of Bangladesh. So it will continue to mobilizing the other communities. And we're supposed to involve 1,500 volunteers. We already have actually 4,860 volunteers involved in our cleanup program within the less than 50% of the, the target of the cleanup programs. And then the product and packaging alternatives. We already have a guideline from the government, and we do actually promoting this guideline to the different section of the service sector. Particularly, there will be two demonstrations. One will be in the secretariat, and officials is set up how we can actually deal with the single-use plastics and what are the alternatives. So that will be, we are promoting this, and we have this kind of program in the universities and DOE and other government, the service departments. And then source segregation, this is the very trickiest part because we are still struggling with the solid waste where we don't have this segregation practice in at household level. So we are actually learning from the experience, we are learning from the others where we have failed and what kind of things can be done. So we are actually trying to design a system. We will do a piloting in 3 places. We have already selected the places, but we are actually exploring the mechanism that can sustain this segregation practice for a long time. So, and then we have plastic mobile application. It has done, it is already piloted, and now maybe there will be a date where it will be launched in a broader within the broader user stakeholder presence. So that is done, and then the organized debate. We have done a lot of debate in the school. Actually, the debate reached out to 4.5 million students, and offline there was 35,000 students was involved in 3 districts at university level, at school levels. So altogether, it's a huge, and now the challenge is basically to debate to action, how this debate can actually transform to action in the school level, university level, in the life and in the universities. And the tidy community. Tidy community, those who reduce, reuse, and recycle plastics in a proper way. So tidy community, we will do some 3 national award in upcoming days. So we are trying to develop a national platform through which we can actually promote this award, giving ourselves, rather than giving by ourselves, then we will actually use this national platform to award this tidy community. Now, I will make very short that what is our learning so far. Actually, in consumer awareness, you can have in your mind that who is consumer, who's supposed to I actually target here. Actually, in August 2023, there was a launching event where we have lots of recommendations about consumer awareness issue. Then they actually give us recommendation that we should focus on the students, fishers, coastal areas, urban areas, and based on that, we have set some priority. We started with the schools, fishing community, and then the youth, particularly sports, tourism and sport, and kitchen markets, and similar to like this, different kind of consumer groups. So we have actually learned that in many cases we have won the cleanup program, and next day we'll see the same situation. Then we learn how to actually tackle this. We want to sustain this effort, and with the same resource and with the same involvement. Then we identified, we have talked with the students in Cox's Bazar, and they actually we together we have developed the Eco Club model in Cox's Bazar. The model is basically Eco Club. We do a workshop where we award the students, and then they form Eco Clubs. Eco Clubs is a small group of students who actually work for the plastic waste collection in their premises, neighborhood, and even from the households. They bring the unused plastics to the schools. Where there is a recycling company connected with them, they take these plastics and they give some fund for the eco clubs to do other kind of activities like celebrating environmental days, celebrating wetland days, and other days as they want. So this model worked very well, and now day before yesterday, new 12 school has joined with them. So it was 8, now it has become 12. And today morning, in the morning, I do have a call from one school. They want to get involved there. That means, and that shows that the interest has grown and the spirit has spread out in the society. And this marine litter prevention and recovery. You know that Fisher has been, using this single-use plastics since the plastic is in the market, and they have been throwing in the sea, and that has continued for a long time, the practice. And even when they fish, they get some plastic in the net. You know that they do not actually collect those plastics. They throw it back because it becomes heavy, and that it occupies a space of the fishing stocking place. So they used to throw it. Now we have started piloting in the Cox's Bazar in 3 fishing community where the captain is called locally Sharing. We work with them, and there is a promise made by those fishers that they will not throw any plastics in the ocean, Bay of Bengal anymore, and whatever plastic they get while fishing, they will take it back. And we have a mechanism, SDF as an organization, they are collecting those waste, exchanging money and with subsidized price. So that has also started. We are yet to see the result, but we have already set the connections. So actually, rather than doing a one-day cleanup, we have been trying to develop some models that can be replicated, that can be scaled up, and that can be institutionalized at later on. So we actually went slow, but we have been looking for the quality of the community mobilization. And the last one, the tourist sports. Tourist sports is a large actually place for hot spot for the plastic pollution. We have been working with the community and the awareness of the community tourists. And we have also involved with the BPL, where we have actually declared a zero, DOE has actually mobilized this zero waste gallery, where there is a waste, no waste, and if you have any waste, that has to be placed in the right place and has to be recycled. And it went very well, and we have get a very good response from the BPL, and then now they are asking us to actually involve the cricketers and others, social icons, to consumer awareness. We are exploring the other opportunities and the space for further involvement. So this is some of the actually photographs. What I said, that's the evidence. You can see the last one. There is a design, poster designed by a student. We have not asked for. She herself actually designed it. So it shows the involvement and motivation of the students. And then you can see this Mohila College, government Mohila College, and there is a madrasa. Interestingly, madrasa and the child school and there is special primary school was involved, and the selection was so different, so mixed, and most of the schools are girls' schools and college. So there is a very much kind of mixture of the involvement of the society youth group. So it went very well. It was a challenge, but we did it very well. And then you can see this logistic support to the schools, and then the action started. And they continued actually, not a one-day cleanup, but they continued this one. And BPCL, Bangladesh Petrochemical Company Limited, they have been providing the fund to those schools, and they are collecting this waste from the schools. And this is a fact and figures, and you can see this. This is the data we have been recording, and we'll keep recording this. This is some news and other things. And this is a eco class in the Ocean Day celebration in the Bori. There was a debate and other things. And finally some actually very raw painting by the students, but enthusiasm, very sincerely made those presentation in different time. And this is the fishers. They have been, taking oath that we will not throw any plastics in the ocean anymore. And this is the debate program. We have a lot of debates, so you can see the picture from there. So far, that is from my side, and this is the BPL. BPL picture, the youth, cricket. Bangladesh is Bangladesh youth are very much involved with the cricket, so we have penetrated the section, and we have actually mobilized those youth. You can see the zero waste zone, and that is the only gallery in the stadium we have actually declared, and we have worked on as a pilot basis. And this is the women are leading, the girls are leading the way for us in Cox's Bazar. It was a day before yesterday, actually. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Arafat, for your thought-provoking presentation. It's clear that consumer awareness is at the heart of the solution to reducing plastic waste. Now, we will move to the open discussion. Our panel leader, Mr. Khairul Hassan, the Additional Secretary of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change.
Thank you very much. I would like to request Ms. Alea. Her question is, what role can the Education Institute play to promote sustainable plastic use in Bangladesh?
Respected moderator, keynote speaker, panelist, and today's guest, Assalamu alaikum and good evening. First of all, I thank very much to give me giving me today's platform to share my 2 cents regarding the plastic pollution and use of plastic. As I know, everybody know about a basic understanding of plastic pollution. But as a zoologist, my concern goes beyond it. Since micro and nanoplastic are everywhere, plastic danger is a growing worry. And I was surprised to learn that plastic particles, zero point 0.2 micrometer or smaller, stay in the gastrointestinal tract. And these have been proven to cause immunological difficulties, oxidative stress, neurotoxicity, liver abnormalities, and shortened lifespan in the zebrafish model. A recent study showed that significant microplastic accumulation in human brain and its possible correlated with the dementia as a cause. But what happens to our ecosystem other members? And nobody knows. That is the question. We don't know, but we like to go through about this matter. Since society has high expectation to educational institute, I need to a plan to raise awareness of mass pollution and use of plastic fate. And I like to describe the educational institutions in 3 groups. Firstly, the primary and secondary school may add plastic pollution awareness subjects in their curriculum. Sometimes practical courses or competitions focus on plastic challenges. Since sustainable plastic use in the goal, kids may learn about plastic alternatives, biohazard, and better alternatives. In the level of secondary and higher school might provide this tournament, and additionally institutions may organize different clubs like debating clubs, the environmental club, and eco-friendly club, and student-led groups to launch plastic-free initiatives. This group may volunteer to raise awareness locally, which is very much effective. Universities and academics are crucial to this. We can talk about the clubs, campaigns, events, but only researcher can tell about the plastic pollution and its use. Collaborative initiatives, exchange programs, and plastic pollution awards can be enhanced by the government. Collaborative research grants may bring together people with different inputs to produce good results. Researcher finding can be inform policymakers. I think more brainstorming is multi-stakeholder sessions would build a better action plan. Researchers may identify a problem. Engineers may create goods and stakeholders may contribute solutions. This is the key thinking of plastic pollution and its use. Educational institute in Bangladesh can play a vital role in promoting sustainable plastic use by educating and empowering students, teachers, and community, like raising awareness, encouraging recycling. They can awareness maybe different types of the students about the environmental harm caused by plastic waste, campaign, workshop, seminar, etc. Encouraging recycling by set up recycling bins on campus, teach students how to separate waste and recycle the materials, promoting alternatives, engagement in community projects, collaboration with governments and NGOs, research and innovation, modeling sustainable practices, etc. These all types of areas focusing in the Educational Institute of Bangladesh can help reduce plastic waste. In conclusion, I think if we make an effort strictly rules about the plastic used in all areas, it would be much more effective in solving the solution. We become more restricted strict about not just the knowledge but the appropriate application a clean ground of rules. আমি এখানে একটু একটু একটা এক্সাম্পল দিতে চাচ্ছি। আমি ঢাকা ইউনিভার্সিটির একটা ফিমেল হলের প্রভোস্ট। তো আমি যখন প্রথমে হলে যাই তখন দেখি যে তাদের ডাইনিংয়ে মেয়েরা যাচ্ছে তারা রুমে যাচ্ছে না, ডাইনিং থেকে খাবার নিয়ে যাচ্ছে এবং সেটা পলিথিনের মধ্যে করে 3টা 4টা, একটার মধ্যে ভাত, একটার মধ্যে তরকারি, একটার মধ্যে ডাল। এটা আমি দেখে আমার খুব আশ্চর্য লাগছে। তো আমি শেষে ওদেরকে একটা মিটিং কল করলাম, এই প্লাস্টিক ইউজের যে ডিমেরিটসগুলো সেগুলো বললাম, তারপরে ওদের শর্ট নোটিশ দিলাম যে অত তারিখ থেকে ডাইনিংয়ে আর প্লাস্টিক দেওয়া হবে না, তোমরা যে যার মতো খাবারটা কিভাবে নিবা সেটার একটা ব্যবস্থা করে নিও। এবং দেখলাম ঠিক তারপর থেকে দে আর ভেরি হ্যাপি, এবং কেউ আর আমার ডাইনিংয়ে পুরো প্লাস্টিক বন্ধ, এখন আর কোনো প্লাস্টিকের ইউজ নেই, এবং তারা নিজেদের মতো নিজেরা তাদের বক্স বা টিফিন বক্স ম্যাটেরিয়ালস নিয়ে এসে খাবার খায়। তো আমার যেটা কথা যে আমরা পারবো, আমাদেরকে পারতে হবে, এবং সেটার জন্য লিডারশিপ প্রয়োজন এবং মনিটরিং প্রয়োজন। আমরা যদি লিডারশিপ এবং মনিটরিংটা ঠিক থাকে, আমার মনে হয় আমরা এগিয়ে যেতে পারবো। থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ ফর ইউর পেশেন্স।
Then I'd like to invite Mr. Abdul Sattar, Director of Marine Fisheries, Chittagong. This question is how marine fishery office can enable marine fishers to prevent and recover marine litter in the Bay of Bengal. Mr. Abdul Sattar.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning. This is Mohammad Abdul Sattar, Director in Department of Fisheries. The purpose of this conference is clearly known to everybody, every participant. Finally, I would like to exchange greeting, Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Khairul Hassan, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, with a bundle of red roses. I would like to thank distinguished guest participants, different ministries, journalists of print and electric media, several department partnership, business NGO, international agency, academician, research organization, communities. Ladies and gentlemen, I humbly request to take request to accept my cordial love and affections. It is indeed pleasure and pleasure to say that panelist is a technical session. The ocean is a source of food, employment and human activities. 830 square kilometer exclusive economic zone. Bangladesh is rich with aquatic biodiversity as well as non-living resources. Proper policy and management are needed for the sustainable utilization of these resources year after year, generation to generation. Main work of the fisheries department is the fish protection, to develop the socio-economic condition of fishermen and fish cultures. Marine resource, especially the fish stock, are managed by the Department of Fisheries under the guidance of Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock. Good ocean health is an important prerequisite for the fish survival. So the Department of Fisheries also are the marine leaders for conservation, utilization, management and development of marine fishery resources. The government has developed Marine Fisheries Act 2020 and Rules 2023. There are 264 industrial trawler, 29,358 of industrial of artisanal fishing vessel are fleet. The activities of this fishing vessel and personal act made marine resource polluted. Source of pollution from the fishing vessel: oil, gas, and fish vessel engine, bilge oil, solid waste like plastic bottles, wrapping paper of food items, abandoned, lost, and discarded fishing gear, packaging material, liquid like substance, sewerage, water, and from cleaning, waste from auctions halls and processing plant, chemical waste of used detergent from the deck utensil, cleaning and painting. It's a legal framework of the marine fisheries in the marine fisheries institution. The Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock are given to manage the pollution caused by the marine fisheries vessel in the developing fishing legal infrastructure. That is, I would like to reference them to them. The Marine Fisheries Act 2020, subsection 30. The Director of Marine suspended to revoke the license if the owner of the fishing vessel pollutes or cause to the polluted river, water, sea, environment with the fishing vessel. Marine Fisheries Policy 2023 This is also important coastal and marine ecosystem, coastal marine fisheries exploitation management, and should be based on ecosystem base. Marine fisheries rules 2023, Department of Fisheries abandoned to lost and otherwise discarded fishing gear or sustainable ocean. This is the management of measure of in this issue incorporated marine fisheries rules 2013 as a condition of license of fishing vessel. Condition of applicable are fishing license, subsector 19, loss of abandoned and fishing unused fishing gear, plastic use or material should not be thrown into the ocean, and wood should not be disposal within the framework of international convention or strategy or existing law of the nation. Marine fisheries management plan. This is industrial management, industrial fishing management plan, artisanal fishing management, and the MCS, monitoring, control, and surveillance system and good governance for this fisheries sector. The action, the rules of fisheries communities, awareness building. The Department of Fisheries incorporated the marine litter issues into the training module, coastal and marine fisheries resource management module. Skippers, fisher, and technical person, both host are artificial, industrial, technical are being or awareness marine fisheries litters from fishing vessel. With the help of a sustainable coastal marine fisheries project is funded by the World Bank, the training has been conducted along the coastal districts. Gear making, it is a regional gear marking, it is also the regional project. The Department of Fisheries, the Bay of Bengal large marine ecosystem to reduce and preventing the marine litter from the fisher resource is an important activity of the project. Official letter, as the custodian of Marine Fisheries Act 2020, the Director Marine also issued the letter to the all relevant stakeholders, Bangladesh Marine Fisheries Association, Bangladesh Whitefish Trawler Owner Association, and other artisanal association, though which are not to plastic material should not be used in the sea. Rather than they are avoiding to bring all plastic like garbage to shore or dispose them according to rules and act. According to the letter, some industrial trawler are not setting bin are now setting bin to carry the garbage. The technical guideline 2030 ensured the disposal of their use. However, much awareness is still needed among the fisher to deal with the marine litter. The fishermen of our country is very ultra poor. They are also landless. They are also helpless. They have no house. So they also are no responsibility about this. They are also ignored about the plastic and plastic pollution, microplastic. They does not know. It is also the awareness building also going from our side, and also they taking the necessary action about the AIG, alternative income generating activity. I also help them for the ban period. When the ban period, they are very hungry. They have no work, no pay. They are also very unfavorable condition. So that is why I appreciate the Department of Environment for coming forward of this issue in the Bay of Bengal, like forward to working together in future. Thank you everybody. Best of good luck.
I'd like to request Ms. Mir Muhammad Ali, Assistant Professor, Department of Aquaculture, Marine Science, Sher Bangla Agriculture University. Mr. Mir Muhammad Ali.
Good afternoon. Firstly, I would like to give thanks to the Department of Environment and UNIDO for inviting me. So, actually, we are talking about the plastic and microplastic pollution on different aspects. Currently, I am working in a project like how the microplastic is accumulating in the fishes in the marine water body and in the freshwater water body. So I found that the roughly the microplastics are in the it called the Saint Martin area. There are the 7 to 8 microplastic in every fishes, as like it's near about the per kg fishes. But when in the freshwater body, we found that it's more than 15 or 20. So I think it's alarming for us because we are the consumer, and day by day we are consuming it, and we don't know how we will reduce it. So I think that we can think for the already many presenter already said that to reduce the single-use plastic. So we are reducing the single-use plastic or plastic bags from super shop. So in the super shop, they are giving a bags, the price is more than 10 to 12 taka. But I don't know, the price is not 12 taka. So I think its price is near about 4 or 5 taka. They are doing the business here also. So for the consumer thinking, I think there are the options to use of the sustainable materials as per the alternatives of the plastics. So government should immediately think for this. Another thing, we are always saying for the changing of the behavior of us for reducing the microplastic or plastic. In my house, I properly collect the materials as the single-use plastic material and other materials from the household activities. But when the municipal authority are taking the waste, they are just accumulating is in one thing. So just I and my younger brother is too much hurted. What he is doing. But in the government level, these types of initiative should be taken immediately, and it should be strict to manage it. So another thing, we can do some awareness campaign. We are doing some awareness campaign in the educational level. The presenter already showed that if we can change our behavior, I think it will be changed. But one thing I have to mention that there should be some alternatives of single-use plastic, alternatives of different types of polythenes, polyethylenes, everything. Because when you have the alternatives, we will change our behavior, and must be, it will be cost effective also. So this, I think if we can manage this and we can think this way, it will be able to manage the plastic and microplastic. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mir Muhammad Ali. Now floor is open. If you have any question, please raise your hand.
Well, we have only 5 minutes for open question. We want to finish it very soon. প্রশ্নদাতাকে আমি অনুরোধ করব আপনার নাম এবং ঠিকানা বলে প্রশ্ন করবেন।
Hello, good afternoon everyone. I'm Mohammad Jafar Iqbal, the General Manager of QPay Limited. We are the manufacturer of plastic paint containers. I have 3 questions to Razal Karim sir, I think. Sir, as you are the expert from the policy side and you have already went from the Japan, so I want to know what is the basic difference of our policy and the Japan policy regarding the plastics use. This is one question. Another question is what is the gap between them to us in the implementation level? Why we cannot decrease or minimize our level of consumption of plastics? And my third question is in the EPR and the 3R policy, or is there any policy or in the policies, is there any clause for the producers and the consumers, individual responsibility, so how much they generate and how much they consume and how much they recycle? So is there any policy or is there any clause and how much they are recycling. So, and if there is any clause that the producer is how much they are producing versus how much they are recycling, that might be promote the circular economy. So, is there any clause in the 3R or in the EPR? So I have these 3 questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Very right question. Actually, our country needs such type of question very much. You know, we have been gone through a long time through colonization, and most of the law has been formulated during that colonization, and we are now extended this, but we are not ratifying this. In Japan, after Second World War, they have ratified their policies pro people, not to the pro emperor. We have to change this to make it pro people. I think you understand. The second one is Japanese people are very much industrious. They are diligent. They never come to the office late. If anybody leave his office early, his wife asks him why you come early. But in our country, we are reverse. We have to change our mindset because we have to be patriot. We are patriot in mind, not in work. We are very much whimsical. We should be industrious and intelligent. And the third one, there should have clause. Before coming here, I had been in another organization. I did not extend the contact with one powerful organization, and now we are trying our best to make a clause to prevent the interest of the common people, because they have no way, they cannot fight. So we have to make some provision. You know, the pen is mightier than the gun. If there is written black and white, it should be most powerful. I think you have got your answer. Thank you. Thank you. If anyone?
ধন্যবাদ। আসসালামু আলাইকুম। আমি নাজমুন নাহার রিনা আবারও আসলাম। আসলে তখন আমি একটা প্রশ্ন করেছিলাম, আমাদের গেস্ট ম্যাডাম আমাকেই বলছিলেন যে আপনি তো দরখাস্ত করতে পারেন। তাহলে আমি একটা ছোট্ট গল্প বলি। যেহেতু আমরা উৎপাদনমুখী বিজনেস করি, সেহেতু আমাদের কিন্তু বিদ্যুৎটা খুব জরুরি। সেই ক্ষেত্রে আমাদের বিদ্যুতের রেটটা কাটা হয় 14 থেকে 15 টাকা, এবং বিদ্যুতের যে লাইনটা, আমার যে মেশিনটা, ওই মেশিনটা হিট হইতে সময় লাগে 3.5 থেকে 4 ঘন্টা। তো সেই ক্ষেত্রে দেখা যাচ্ছে যে 3 ঘন্টা হিট হলো, তারপরে আবার বিদ্যুৎটা চলে গেল। এভাবে আমি 1 মাসে 20 লাখ টাকার প্রোডাকশন করে আমার 3 লক্ষ টাকার বিদ্যুৎ বিল দিতে হয়েছে। তখন আমি উপরোক্ত কর্মকর্তাদের জানালাম, ওনারা আমাকে বলল যে আপনি একটা কাজ করেন, আপনি অ্যাপ্লিকেশন করেন বিদ্যুৎ মন্ত্রণালয়। সেখানে আমি বিদ্যুৎ মন্ত্রণালয় থেকে শুরু করে মনে হয় 20 দিন আমি শিল্প মন্ত্রণালয় এবং শিল্পমন্ত্রীর কাছ থেকেও আমি সুপারিশ নিয়েছি, কিন্তু আমার বিদ্যুৎ বিল ওই একই ক্যাটাগরিতে আসছে। এখন আসলে আমরা যে ক্ষুদ্র উদ্যোক্তা, এদের সমস্যার সমাধান যে কোথায় পাবো এটা জানি না। এখন বর্তমানে সরকারের কাছে অনুরোধ রইল যে আমরা যারা ক্ষুদ্র উদ্যোক্তা, এদের যে কোনো, যেমন বিদ্যুৎ, তারপরে ভ্যাট, ট্যাক্স, সব ব্যাপারেই যেন একটু সদৃষ্টি রাখা হয়। ধন্যবাদ। আসসালামু আলাইকুম।
ধন্যবাদ। আমরা আর প্রশ্ন নিব না এই সেশনে। আমরা আমাদের পরবর্তী প্যানেল ডিসকাশন শুরু করতে যাচ্ছি।
Pardon me. Actually, I am Maruf Mohamed. I am working at Department of Environment, Assistant Director at Western Chemical Management. Another question here, he asked about how, I would like to mention you, how much waste is being produced. Is there any boundary level for the consumer or something like this way? He asked a question. And at the same time, he asked another question, that how the EPR will deals with this thing. So as a policy making department, as I am working here, so I would like to address this question. You know that solid waste management rule 2021, which is actually recently developed, actually deals with how the consumers or producers will produce their waste and how they will manage their waste. It is decorated in this solid waste management rule, and if they fail to manage their waste, they will be punished under this rule. There is serious instructions and guidelines in these rules. And another thing that we are going to introduce the EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility. Here is the regulation. If a company produce 100 or 2,000 kg, say for example, we are trying to introduce a systems by which they will at least manage 5 to 10%, at least. If they manage more than that, they will be appraised. Sometimes we would like to recognize them as a good organization. Like this way, the systems is going on. And by 2030, we are in a hybrid formation. That we will say that you will have to set your target line. And after 2030, we will introduce a binding agreement when we will set the target, and you will have to comply with this target. This is from my point. So I would just like to answer the question what you have directly asked us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's a very nice discussion and question answer. I'd like to request you to work for the future of our country, and also I'd like to thank everybody who come here for the patient hearing. See you again. Thank you very much.
A big thank you to Mr. Khairul Hassan for chairing this session, to our panelists for their insights, and to all of you for being here today and contributing to this important conversation. Let's continue working together for a clear, greener, and more sustainable future. Thank you. We are going forward to our third session. Welcome you to the third session of this conference, focused on a highly significant topic, biomedical plastic waste management. We are honored to have a distinguished group of experts, professionals, and panelists with us today, and I'm confident that this session will provide insightful discussion that will contribute to innovative solutions in waste management. Before we dive into the detail, I would like to thank Dr. Afrina Mahmood, Director of Planning and Research at DGHS, for chairing today's session. Her leadership in the public health sector continues to inspire us all. Dr. Afrina Mahmood. Our honorable panelist, Ms. Mahbooba Irene, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Local Government, Rural Development and Cooperatives, will join Mr. Tarit Kanti Bishas, Technical Expert, Medical Waste Management, Cell Director General of Health Service, Dr. Nurul Amin, Civil Surgeon, Sirajganj. Now let me introduce the first part of our session, a presentation on biomedical plastic waste management in Sirajganj pilot initiatives, which has been an exemplary model in Bangladesh. This presentation will be delivered by Mr. S.M. G.B. Arafat, a national expert on consumer awareness and biomedical waste management at UNIDO Bangladesh.
Firstly, sorry for seeing me again. Actually, those two things are very connected component. They goes together. One is biomedical waste management. At the same time, the consumer awareness, actually, who are producing this plastic waste in the medical healthcare sector. So let me start with the video. Can you play this? It's a brief overview of the activities and expectation.
Healthcare saves lives, but what happens to the waste left behind? Every day, hospitals and clinics across Bangladesh generate over 50,000 tons in 2025, out of which 12,435 tons are hazardous waste. Improper disposal of this waste poses severe threats to public health and the environment. Led by the Department of Environment and Director General of Health Service with technical support from UNIDO and funding from the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This initiative is revolutionizing biomedical waste management in Bangladesh to establish a sustainable and efficient waste management system in Bangladesh.
UNIDO have initiated a project called Integrated Plastic Waste Management. So we are working in three fronts. The first front is basically to develop the common facilities with technology transfer. And the second one is to train the workforce who will be working on for this medical waste management. And third one is to mobilizing the resources.
May 2022, the project began with the introduction of a district-wide biomedical waste management model designed to handle waste from more than 550 healthcare facilities across 9 upjalas collectively. October 2023, a detailed baseline survey, along with a technology selection assessment, highlighted the need for a structured waste disposal system. The findings led to an action plan focusing on developing a common treatment facility.
সিরাজগঞ্জ জেলায় বাংলাদেশের মধ্যে প্রথম এই বায়োমেডিক্যাল ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজমেন্টের উপর একটা প্রকল্প চালু হতে যাচ্ছে।
A series of training initiatives were conducted to build capacity among healthcare professionals. Sessions included specialized training for healthcare owners and management staff, a training program for trainers, October 2023, and an international training program in Sri Lanka to learn from global best practices.
UNIDO যে প্রোগ্রামটা করছে সেইখানে যে সেশনগুলো প্ল্যান আছে তার ভিতরে আইনের একটা বিষয় আছে। সেই আইনের মাধ্যমে আমার দায়িত্বটা কি, অপরের দায়িত্ব কি, এবং ওই জেনারেটর হিসেবে আমার দায়িত্বগুলো কি কি এবং সেটা পালন করতে পারি কিভাবে, সেভাবে আমরা জানি।
Treatment facility will integrate 2 advanced technologies, an autoclave and an incinerator, ensuring the sterilization of waste and safe recovery of recyclable materials. Once fully operational, the facility is projected to process 1,393 tons of hazardous waste and recycle 136 tons annually. This initiative not only reduces health risks, but also creates green jobs, fosters sustainability, and establishes a scalable model for nationwide implementation. With collaboration and innovation, biomedical waste is no longer just a threat. It becomes an opportunity to protect public health and build a greener future for Bangladesh.
Thank you very much. Actually, the video says all. Still, there is a story behind it. With the permission from the chair, I will just briefly go through this initiative and the story behind it. Actually, this journey has not been completed yet. We are on the way. we have actually developed a model in Shirazganj. It started in 2022 when we were said to actually develop a pilot initiative in a hospital. And then we did a audit and we realized that and we learned from the other places, machine does not work alone. There is the issue of management, there is the issue of governance, there is the issue of cooperation, there is the issue of partnership, and there is also issue of enforcement agencies to come together to play a collective role. And realizing this, we have actually do some baseline survey to the whole municipal first, and then we shared the report with the district medical waste management committee led by deputy commissioner. And then the request came from the committee that do it for the whole district. And then with the spirit from the and the motivation from the authorities, we have given a drive and we extended our expectation to the district level. And then we did a comprehensive study. And after that, we did also a technical study. So let me go with this, the rapid assessment, then baseline assessment, the technology assessment, and then we started the procurement of the two important technology. One is incinerator, one is autoclave. The incinerator is coming from the Santis, Turkey, and the autoclave is coming from Ecodas company, France. And we have that on the way to Bangladesh. And now we are actually developing the field infrastructure to host this and to make this operational. At the same time, we have also the soft targets, soft technical support, particularly mobilizing the district institutions, particularly the district management committee, waste management committee is very important one. They have a 14 members committee where there is everyone involved in this, medical waste management. At the same time, we have also mobilized the healthcare, given the disrespecting the public, private, and even the dental clinics also. And then we also have been supporting the policy, SOP. SOP means the standard operating procedure and manuals needed for this. Training and awareness activities is alongside going on for this, supporting the common treatment facilities for ensuring the sound and safe biomedical management in Bangladesh. We actually do not we also put the biomedical plastic waste management. But in a sense, we cannot segregate plastic out of the whole medical waste management system, so we call it biomedical management system. But our focus is dealing with the hazardous plastic in the health sector. Now you can see this. We have three different sections we are approaching. One is technology transfer, where you can see this. We have this kind of training assessment, and we have the procurement, and we are developing that technical capacity. Who will be hosting this and who will be running this technical technologies in the Shirazganj. And now I'm coming to the more important point. What we learn from other places, that why it fails and what kind of things can be done, opportunities where, and based on that we realize this model to be implemented in the Shirazganj is a public-private partnership model, where we through this 1 year or more, we have been mobilizing the local resources, particularly the healthcare, government, non-government, NGO, and even we donor agency, they are funding there. So you can see this, the whole treatment facilities, land given by the Shirazganj municipality, healthcare mobilization, DG Health Service is helping there. They are bringing these hospitals to the system. And then policy implementation, DOE are looking for the standards and the, the norms of the medical waste management. Technology planning, UNIDO is providing that. And then the facilities management, like who will be collecting this waste, monitoring, data collection, and record keeping, all those things. Transporting, disposal will be managed by Shopno, NGO, who has been working in Bogura in medical waste management, and they have all the documents required for licensing for the medical waste management. And partnership management and monitoring deal by the district management waste management committee. Under the leadership of the deputy commissioner, the whole management will be observed, monitor, and enforce the negotiation, particularly who will do what, and if there is any problem, they will sort it out there. And the financial support, as you know, the Norway government is paying for this. And this business model, how this business model will come. This is not a fixed but a loose framework. How? Actually, there will be a co-finance from the healthcare. They will provide that either truck or maybe secondary stations in the upajilas, which are far from the main center, where there will be a station for holding the waste for 48 hours. So those kind of facilities, the health cares of that upazila will also be contributing as a capital cost. And there will be service charge. And the principle for this service charge is pay as you generate. The volume of the waste you generate, you have to pay on basis on this. And then service charge negotiation and accountability. The cost may change, the management cost may change. So that is a loose framework decided by the under the leadership of the district deputy commissioner. The negotiation will be always keep going based on the market price and other things. The negotiation of the the service charge. And the reinvestment, we have to think about that. There will be a time when we need to have reinvestment, capital investment and operational cost. And that is the case, they have to have some savings that they can actually reinstall the technologies where required. Maybe the incinerator they have to install 10 years later, they have to install the autoclave, or maybe they have to extend because of the demand and the volume of the waste they have to deal with. So there is the framework actually business model is loosely framed so that there is a space for always negotiation and there is a space for updating. So that is the banner actually that put in the place where the centralized facilities will be established. And this business model has been working actually because the Shopner is already developed the place on the way, and the land has been given to by the municipality. So the journey we have already passed halfway. Now we expect this one to be in operation within 4 or 5 months. And there is some photos from here. You can see in healthcare owner. We started with the healthcare owner, not the staff. So that we want to mobilize the healthcare first. The who owns this healthcare, they have to be agree with us first. And this is staff. And then healthcare professional. We have trained 17 master trainer who will be training all the other hospitals in the district. And we have also actually have a training for the authorities, international training for authorities and manager from the department of different departments, LGD, from the DG Health, the DOE, and the NGO, where we have visited N-Care facilities in Sri Lanka, who has big facilities, common treatment facilities, covering more than 238 hospitals. And some cases they travel, take this waste from 7-8 hour distance province from the Norelia even. They bring to the Colombo. It's far, far away. So that is also have given us the spirit that is possible, even for covering a large geographic area, particularly Shirazganj, where we have to cross rivers in some places. So we have learned from there, and based on this learning, we have also enlightened our planning and strategies. And this is some of the layout and plan is, the infrastructure is going on, development is going on in the Shirazganj. And the last one is the policy support. We have done we have given some support to the medical waste management rules, understanding who are involved in the local level medical waste healthcare. We find out 16 authorities are directly involved in this healthcare. We need to have them into the member in the district waste management committee, and we have informed the policy with the evidence that we have in the field. And then updating SOP, Standard Operating Procedures, 2008 was last made. We need to update it on the light of the new medical waste management rules 2024. Once the rules is approved, we will start on the SOP. And the guideline manual for common treatment facilities. There is a challenge. When you go for a new road, new model, you have to actually make guidelines and terms of reference and the manuals because it's a new. So we have to do a lot of work actually. Guideline manual for common treatment facilities, who will do what and how. And there will be guideline for the district waste management committee, how they will handle this negotiation, how they will handle these many stakeholders, how the negotiation will happen, those kind of things. And there is finally the financial operating plan. And we have this one, but we need to get approval from the different authorities, and then we can actually share it, and then we can actually publish it. That is all from my end. Thank you very much. There is some learning, lesson learned and opportunity. I don't want to go for details, but there is a scope and light. So I will say that it's a new avenue for us working together, DOE, DG Health, and LGED, and development partners, NGO. And if this model success, it will be first in Bangladesh that we can actually collaboratively do something. And that learning has to go into the policy level, operational level, and in different stages, ministry, at department, or even in the field. So in policy ministry level, that will be policy, but in field, that will be management. So the coordination both cases is essential. Without this, we cannot actually envision a kind of common treatment facilities in Bangladesh. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Arafat, for that insightful and comprehensive presentation. It is truly encouraging to see such practical initiatives being implemented in Shirajganj, and I'm sure we all have a deeper understanding of how such efforts can revolutionize the management of biomedical plastic waste. Now we will move on to the open discussion portion of the session, where we'll hear from our estimated panelists. They are experts in the field of waste management and public health. We are excited to hear their thoughts and their subject.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon to you all. I'm honored here to chair the
ম্যাম একটু লিপ টাচ করে কথা বলতে হবে, দেন সবাই শুনতে পাবে। থ্যাংক ইউ।
Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon to you all. I'm honored here to chair the session. Thank you, UNIDO and Department of Environment for letting me in. Now I'd like to ask our esteemed panelist, Ms. Mahbuba Irene, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Local Government, Rural Development and Cooperatives, for her thoughts about what is the opportunity of LGED to promote common treatment facilities in collaboration with the Director General of Health Services and Directorate of Environment at district level.
Respected Chair, Moderator, panelists and dear colleagues. First of all, I want to thank Department of Environment for inviting me here as a panelist. Well, biomedical plastic management in Bangladesh is an emerging challenge due to the rapid growth of healthcare services and increasing medical waste, including plastic-based items like syringe, gloves, and infusion bags and packaging. Improper disposal of these items can pose significant risk to public health and the environment, as they may contain harmful pathogens or chemicals. So here is a breakdown of the situation, and I will first of all focus on the challenges which may be a great threat for our environment and our public health as well. First, inadequate segregation. In many healthcare facilities, biomedical waste is not always separated effectively from regular waste, leading to contamination and unsafe disposal practices. Then, lack of infrastructure. There is limited infrastructure for the collection, transportation, and treatment of medical waste. Only a small percentage of biomedical waste is treated in an environmentally safe manner, with the rest ending up in landfills or being incinerated improperly. Then lack of awareness. I'll focus here because as a citizen of this country or as a member of this society, we all know that we are lagging behind in this particular subject, that mostly all of us, we lack awareness. Both healthcare workers and the general public may not be fully aware of the environmental impact or the risks associated with the improper disposal of biomedical plastic waste. Then, limited recycling. Most biomedical plastic waste is not recyclable due to contamination with medical residues or hazardous substances, and there are very few facilities in Bangladesh designed to recycle such materials. And the last of all, the regulation and enforcement. While there are regulations in places for waste management, enforcement and compliances are often very weak. The existing laws may not fully cover all types of biomedical waste or encourage the adoption of sustainable practices. So keeping all these things into our consideration, let's move to the question that I was asked here. The opportunity for the local government engineering department to promote common treatment facilities in collaboration with the Directorate General of Health Services and the Department of Environment at the district level lies in the potential to improve public health, environmental sustainability, and resource efficiency. So if you think, go deep into this question, we'll find that if we work together, that the local government division, the Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Health, the first thing is that that will be achieved is that for improved public health, it will ensure to some extent that with DGHS expertise in healthcare, LGD can help create common treatment facilities for wastewater, solid waste, and healthcare waste. These facilities could reduce the risk of contamination, waterborne diseases, and environmental hazards. The DGHS can provide guidance on health standards and practices to ensure the public well-being. Ensure the DGHS actually will ensure the health protocols, whether they are maintained properly or not, or what are the shortcomings regarding that issue. And then the environmental sustainability. The DOE is responsible for ensuring that environmental regulations are followed. By collaborating with the LGD, they can ensure that the common treatment facilities meet environmental standards for air, water, and soil quality. Waste treatment solutions such as sewage treatment plants and waste recycling centers can help reduce pollution and prevent environmental degradation at the district level. Then resource efficiency. Common treatment facilities are cost effective by pooling resources for treatment in a single location rather than having individual treatment plants scattered across the district. LGD can leverage its engineering and infrastructure expertise to build these shared facilities, reducing infrastructure costs, operational expenses, and logistical complexities. Capacity building and awareness. LGD can collaborate with DGHS and DOE to create awareness among local communities regarding the benefits of shared treatment facilities. As you all know that LGD has different tier of local government institutions. We have Union Porishad, we have Upojila, we have Jila Porishad, we have city corporation and municipality as well. So all the local representatives are there, and more people, much people, and the marginal people are engaged in these the local government institutions. So they can make this awareness, they create this awareness, make people aware more effectively. Training programs for district level officials, engineers, and health personnel on proper facility management and environmental health can increase the efficiency and sustainability of these efforts. So finally, regulatory support and policy implementation. This collaboration can facilitate better policy implementation at the district level. The DOE can guide regulatory compliances, while DGHS ensures health-related standards are met. And LGD's role in facilitating construction and maintenance would be pivotal in supporting decentralized waste management solutions. From our LGD part, we are much eager to work with Department of Environment or the Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Health for making a safe environment, friendly environment, pollution-free environment, and to ensure public health. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Irene. Now I'd like to call upon Dr. Nurul Amin, Civil Surgeon Shirazganj, Deputy General of Health Services, to on the dais as a panelist. You have a question: how does the common treatment facility can help combating medical waste pollution at district level? And also, what kind of preparation we need for that?
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Dr. Nurul Amin, Civil Surgeon, Shirazganj. At first, I would like to thank Environmental Department and UNIDO, Bangladesh. Shirazganj একটা বড় জেলা, যে জেলায় 9টি উপজেলা এবং 1টি পৌরসভা আছে, যার জনসংখ্যা 33 লক্ষ। আমাদের সরকারি হাসপাতালের সংখ্যা আছে 19টি এবং বেসরকারি হসপিটাল আছে 200টি। প্রতিদিনই আমাদের যে মেডিকেল বর্জ্য তৈরি হয়, বায়োমেডিকেল ওয়েস্ট, যেখানে প্লাস্টিক, শার্প অবজেক্ট, লিকুইড এবং সলিড ওয়েস্ট আছে, এগুলা ম্যানেজ করা, ডিসপোজ করা আমাদের জন্য সো ডিফিকাল্ট। আমাদেরকে স্বপ্ন নামে একটা এনজিও আছে যেটা আমাদের হেল্প করতেছে। আমি এখানে বলতে চাই, আমাদের গভর্নমেন্ট লেভেলে, পলিসি লেভেলে, বিশেষ করে মিনিস্ট্রি থেকে যদি আমাদের পাবলিক প্রাইভেট পার্টনারশিপটা আরও স্ট্রং হয়, তাহলে আমাদের ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজমেন্ট কিন্তু আরও ভালো হবে। বিশেষ করে আমি সিরাজগঞ্জের কথাই বলছি, যেহেতু এটা পাইলট প্রজেক্ট, বাংলাদেশের একমাত্র ডিস্ট্রিক্ট সিরাজগঞ্জে এই পাইলট প্রজেক্ট চালু হতে যাচ্ছে। আমরা শ্রীলঙ্কায় গেছিলাম এটার উপর, এই বায়োমেডিক্যাল ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজমেন্টের উপর আমরা গেছিলাম। সেখানেও আমরা দেখেছি ওটা কিন্তু হোলি গভর্নমেন্ট করতেছে না, ওটা কিন্তু পাবলিক প্রাইভেট পার্টনারশিপের মাধ্যমে হচ্ছে। তো আমাদের দেশে যদি আমরা এই সিস্টেমটা চালু করতে পারি সিরাজগঞ্জে, এবং এটা যদি সারা বাংলাদেশে আমরা ইমপ্লিমেন্টেশন করতে পারি, আমাদের মিনিস্ট্রি লেভেলের পলিসি থেকে শুরু করে আমাদের ডিজি হেলথ, আমাদের লোকাল গভর্নমেন্ট, সকলের কোলাবোরেশনের মাধ্যমে যদি আমরা এটাকে সাকসেস করতে পারি সিরাজগঞ্জ জেলায়, তাহলে আমরা অবশ্যই আমাদের যে বায়োমেডিক্যাল হ্যাজার্ড থেকে, আমরা পরিবেশ দূষণ থেকে শুরু করে আমাদের যে ডিজিজ বার্ডেন, পাবলিক হেলথ, এগুলা থেকে আমরা রেহাই পাবো। এখানে আমাদের যে চ্যালেঞ্জগুলো আছে, সো মেনি চ্যালেঞ্জ, আমাদের যে ওয়েস্ট ম্যাটেরিয়ালগুলো আছে এগুলারকে সেগ্রিগেশন করাটাই হচ্ছে মেইন চ্যালেঞ্জ। আমাদের যে ডিজি হেলথের যে নির্দেশনা আছে, সেখানে যে বিনগুলো আছে, যে বিনগুলো ব্যবহার করার কথা এবং যেখানে যেটা রাখার কথা, সেটা কিন্তু মেনটেন হয় না। যদিও মেনটেন হয়, পার্শিয়ালি হয়, তারপর সেগুলো আবার যখন আনা হয়, ট্রান্সপোর্ট করা হয়, সেগুলো আবার ওই যখন পৌরসভা থেকে গাড়ি যায়, তো একই গাড়ির মধ্যে সব ওয়েস্ট দিয়ে দেয়। এটা দিলে কি হলো, আবার যে অবস্থা সেই হলো, সব কন্টামিনেটেড এবং নন কন্টামিনেটেড ওয়েস্ট এক জায়গায় হয়ে যাচ্ছে। তো এই যে এই অ্যাওয়ারনেসটা কিন্তু আমাদের লোকাল গভর্নমেন্ট এবং আমাদের ডিস্ট্রিক্ট লেভেলে যে কমিটি আছে, আমাদের ডেপুটি কমিশনার আছে, সিভিল সার্জন, এবং আমাদের পৌরসভা থেকে শুরু করে আমাদের ইউএসএনএফপিও, হেলথ রিলেটেড যারা আছে, এবং স্টেক হোল্ডার, প্রাইভেট ক্লিনিকের পার্টনার, সবাইকে নিয়ে একটা জরুরি সভা করা দরকার এবং অ্যাওয়ারনেস বৃদ্ধি করা দরকার, এবং এদেরকে একটা আইনের আওতায় আনা দরকার। বেসরকারি ক্লিনিক, ডায়াগনস্টিক থেকে শুরু করে ইভেন আমাদের গভর্নমেন্ট হসপিটালগুলো তো দেখবেন যেখানে সেখানে ফেলে রাখছে, কিন্তু এটা তো আসলে ঠিক না। এটা যদি আমরা এখন না করি, ভবিষ্যতে আমরা মারাত্মক স্বাস্থ্য ঝুঁকির দিকে যাব এবং আমাদের হেলথ হ্যাজার্ড বাড়তেই থাকবে। তো প্লাস্টিক ম্যাটেরিয়াল যে আমাদের রিসাইকেল যে সিস্টেমটা, আমাদের ইউনিডোর সহায়তায় অলরেডি সিরাজগঞ্জে আমাদের জায়গাও সিলেকশন হয়েছে, আমাদের ইনস্ট্রুমেন্ট প্রকিউরমেন্ট হয়ে গেছে অন দ্য ওয়ে। আমাদেরকে যে সাপোর্টটা দিচ্ছে এনজিও স্বপ্ন, তাদেরও অনেক ভূমিকা আছে, কিন্তু চ্যালেঞ্জ হলো আমাদের 9টা উপজেলায় দুর্গম। এই দুর্গম এরিয়া থেকে এগুলা কিভাবে আনবে, ট্রান্সপোর্ট, এই ট্রান্সপোর্ট কস্ট কে বিয়ার করবে, এবং এখানে কিছু ম্যান পাওয়ার লাগবে। এগুলা ম্যান পাওয়ারের অনেক সেফটি দরকার, তাদের কি কস্টিউম লাগবে, স্পেশাল কস্টিউম লাগবে, সেগুলোর ব্যবস্থা করতে হবে। তাদের একটা স্যালারি দিতে হবে, এবং এই যে ট্রান্সপোর্ট দিয়েগুলো আনবে সেটাও স্পেশালাইজ হতে হবে, তা নাহলে ইনফেকশন বিভিন্ন জায়গায় ছড়াবে। তো এইগুলো আমাদের জন্য গ্রেট চ্যালেঞ্জ। আমরা আশা করছি এটা ওভারকাম করব। সবাই যদি সহযোগিতা করে, আমরা ইনশাল্লাহ সিরাজগঞ্জ জেলা আমরা পাইলট প্রজেক্ট হিসেবে, আমরা মডেল হিসেবে সিরাজগঞ্জ জেলাকে বাংলাদেশে ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজমেন্ট, বায়োলজিক্যাল ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজমেন্টের উপর আমরা তুলে ধরব। ইনশাল্লাহ এটা আমরা সাকসেস হবে। সকলের সহযোগিতা কামনা করছি। সকলকে ধন্যবাদ। আসসালামু আলাইকুম।
Thank you, Dr. Nurul Amin. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Torit Kanti Bishwash, Technical Expert, Medical Waste Management Cell, Director General of Health Services. I'd like to ask you, what are the opportunities of common treatment facilities model in context of Bangladesh medical waste management? And how can we ensure the in-house segregation of medical waste in healthcare?
Thank you, distinguished chair and distinguished guest and other participant. This is তড়িৎ কান্তি বিশ্বাস। আমি সবাইকে বাংলায় বলবো। আমি মনে করি যে এখানে ম্যাক্সিমামই বাংলার লোক। বিষয়টা ক্লিয়ার হওয়া দরকার আমার কাছে মনে হয়। তো সেই কারণে আমি শুরু করছি। প্রথমে আমি যে জিনিসটা বলতে চাই যে কমন ফ্যাসিলিটিস বলতে আমরা কি বুঝি? কমন কি একটা ভাগাড়, যে ভাগাড়ে যে আমরা সবার উচ্ছিষ্ট অংশ ফেলে দিয়ে চলে আসবো? কাকে খাক, বিড়ালে খাক, কুকুরে খাক, খেয়ে যাবে, আমার দেখার দরকার নেই। যদি সেই রকম পারসেপশন নিয়ে আসি তাহলে আমার দরকার নেই। কমন ফ্যাসিলিটিস ওই ফ্যাসিলিটিস হতে হবে যে ফ্যাসিলিটিস আমার পরিবেশকে সংরক্ষণ করবে, আমার স্বাস্থ্য সুরক্ষা দিবে, আমার আশেপাশে ওই ফ্যাসিলিটিসের আশেপাশে যারা থাকবে তাদেরকে রক্ষা করবে, সুরক্ষা করবে। আমরা যদি সেই ফ্যাসিলিটিস তৈরি করতে পারি তাহলে সেই ফ্যাসিলিটিস এর এনকারেজিং এর পক্ষে আমি আছি। আমার বক্তব্য হচ্ছে এটাই, কমন যদি একটা কাজ করি, সবাই মিলে যদি একটা কাজ করি এবং সেটাকে আমরা দায়িত্ব নিই, পার্টিসিপেট করি, আমি যেটাকে বলি অ্যাক্টিভ পার্টিসিপেশন, যে ওই জেনারেট করতেছে সে, যে এটাকে অপারেট করবে সে, যে পলিসি গাইডিং এ বসে আছে, ড্রাইভিং সিটে বসে আছে সে, সবার যদি অ্যাক্টিভ পার্টিসিপেশন থাকে তাহলেই আমরা কমন ফ্যাসিলিটিস থেকে আমরা যেটা চাই পরিবেশ সম্মত উপায়ে মেডিকেল বর্জ্যে যে ক্ষতিকর প্রভাব সেই প্রভাব মুক্ত হতে পারবো। অতীব দুঃখের সাথে আমি বলতে বাধ্য হচ্ছি 2008 সালে আমরা মেডিকেল বর্জ্য ব্যবস্থাপনার জন্য আলাদা একটা গাইডলাইন তৈরি করেছি আন্ডার এনভায়রনমেন্ট কনজারভেশন অ্যাক্ট 1995। কিন্তু সারা বাংলাদেশের এই হেলথ ফ্যাসিলিটিস সার্ভিস প্রোভাইডার থেকে শুরু করে অ্যাসোসিয়েটেড যত মেম্বার আছে তাদের কত পার্সেন্ট লোক, আমি বিশ্বাস করি এবং ড্যাম শিওর 5%-এর বেশি লোক জানে না যে এরকম একটা মেডিকেল বর্জ্য ব্যবস্থাপনার জন্য একটা আলাদা আইন আছে। আমরা জানি না। এই ব্যর্থতা আমারও, আমি এটা ওন করি যে আমারও ব্যর্থতা আছে এবং এর সাথে রিলেটেড যারা আমরা আছি সবার ব্যর্থতা আছে। তাহলে কি ব্যর্থতা নিয়ে আমরা বসে থাকবো? না। ভুল পিছনে করেছি বলেই সামনের দিনও আমরা ভুল করে যাব তাহলে চলবে না। তাহলে আমাদের করণীয় কি? আমরা এই আইনটাতে হয়তো কিছু গ্যাপ আছে, সেই গ্যাপটা ধরে নিয়ে যেটা করণীয় সেই কাজটা করতে হবে এবং সেখানে ফার্স্ট টার্গেট হচ্ছে ওয়েস্ট আমি জেনারেট করবই, কারণ হেলথ সার্ভিস আমি বন্ধ করতে পারবো না। সেক্ষেত্রে এই যে ক্ষতিকর যে বর্জ্যটা তৈরি হচ্ছে সেই বর্জ্যের পরিশোধন নিশ্চিত করব এবং ম্যাল প্র্যাকটিস আছে এখানে। আরেকটা জিনিস আপনাদের সবাই জানেন যে আমরা রিসাইক্লিং বলতেছি বারবার। রিসাইক্লিংয়ে বাংলাদেশ ফার্স্ট, ওয়ার্ল্ডে যত দেশ আছে রিসাইক্লিং বাংলাদেশের থেকে বেশি কোথাও করে না, কারণ আমাদের একটা লো ইনকাম গ্রুপ এইটার উপরে বেস করে জীবিকা নির্বাহ করে। এটাই বাস্তব কথা। সবগুলা কিন্তু ইনফর্মাল এবং তারা হেলথ হ্যাজার্ড, হেলথ রিস্ক এই দুইটা ওয়ার্ডকে টোটালি ওভারলুক করে চলে। তাদের এটা হেডেক না, তাদের হেডেক হচ্ছে এটা বিক্রি করলে টাকা পাবো কিনা। আমাদের শিক্ষিত সমাজের তাহলে দায়িত্বটা কি? আমি হেলথ সার্ভিস প্রোভাইড করতেছি কেন? সমাজের যত মানুষজন আছে তাদের স্বাস্থ্য সুরক্ষা দেওয়ার জন্য। যদি আমার সার্ভিসের কারণে আমি আরো 5টা রোগী তৈরি করি তাহলে আমার সেই দায়িত্বের জায়গায় কি পালন করলাম সেটা কিন্তু আমাদের ভাবতে হবে এবং এই ভাবার সময় এসে গেছে। এইটা যদি ভাবতে চাই যে না সত্যি সত্যি সুরক্ষা করতে চাই তাহলে আমাদের বর্জ্য ব্যবস্থাপনা করতে হবে এবং আমাদের যে এনভায়রনমেন্ট কনজারভেশন অ্যাক্ট 1995 এবং ওইটার আওতায় যে রুলস 1997 যেটা অলরেডি 2বার অ্যামেন্ড করে 2022-এ আবার নতুন করে 2023-এ অ্যামেন্ড করা হয়েছে, সেখানে কিন্তু সমস্ত কিছু বলা আছে। আপনি অ্যাজ এ ওয়েস্ট প্রডিউসার আপনাকে অবশ্যই সেটাকে প্রপারলি পরিশোধন করো, তো আপনি ডিসপোজ করবেন কাউরে ক্ষতি না করে, এবং সেইটা যতক্ষণ না করবেন তাহলে আপনি ওই প্রতিষ্ঠান পরিচালনা করতে পারবেন না। এটা পরিষ্কারভাবে লেখা আছে। কিন্তু বাংলাদেশের কয়টা প্রতিষ্ঠানের এই পরিবেশ ছাড়পত্র আছে? নাই, ম্যাক্সিমাম নাই। তাহলে করণীয় কি? কালকে বন্ধ করে দেব? পরিবেশ অধিদপ্তর কালকে যে সব কটা বন্ধ করে দিল, স্বাস্থ্য অধিদপ্তরের পক্ষ থেকে রেজিস্ট্রেশন ক্যান্সেল করা শুরু করলো, সমাধান হবে? হবে না। এবং ওই সমাধান কল্পেই আমি মনে করি এই যে কমন ফ্যাসিলিটিজের যে প্রস্তাবনা আসছে ইউনিডোর পক্ষ থেকে, সিরাজগঞ্জের পক্ষ থেকে, আমি এটাকে অ্যাপ্রিসিয়েট করি। কারণ প্রতিটা হসপিটাল যদি নিজ উদ্যোগে মেডিকেল বর্জ্য ব্যবস্থাপনা মানে স্থাপন এবং পরিচালনা করে, তার ওই মাঝারি মান থেকে শুরু করে নিচের লেভেলের হসপিটালগুলোর প্রতিদিনের যে প্রাত্যহিক অপারেশনাল ব্যয়, সেইটার থেকে ওই ট্রিটমেন্ট ব্যয় বেশি হবে, পরিশোধন ব্যয় বেশি হবে। তাহলে কি সাস্টেন করবে সে? সে কি এই ব্যবসায় থাকবে? থাকবে না। তাহলে করণীয় কি? সেখানে করণীয় হচ্ছে বাংলাদেশের রিলেটেড 3টা প্রতিষ্ঠান, প্রথম হচ্ছে লোকাল গভর্নমেন্ট, স্বাস্থ্য, পরিবেশ, 3টা একটা কমন আমব্রেলার নিচে আসতে হবে। ওনারা 3টা মিলে একটা কমন ফ্যাসিলিটিসকে ফ্যাসিলিটি করবে, ফ্যাসিলিটেট করবে, ডেভেলপ করে দেবে। সেখানে আমাদের ডোনার ফান্ডের প্রয়োজন হতে পারে, সেটা আমরা ঠিক করতে পারি, কিন্তু তার অর্থ এই নয় যে তারা ফান্ড না দিলে আমরা কিছুই করতে পারবো না, তাও না সম্ভব। ইভেন যে প্রস্তাবটা কিছুক্ষণ আগে আরাফাত সাহেব দিয়েছে যে ইন্ডিভিজুয়াল হসপিটালগুলোও কিছু ফ্যাসিলিটেট করবে, সে তারা কিছু দিবে, এই প্ল্যান ডেভেলপমেন্টের কিছু খরচ ইনিশিয়াল ইনভেস্টমেন্টে তারা টেক পার্ট করবে। তাহলে আমরা সেইখানে যেতে পারি কিনা, যদি যাই লাভটা কোথায়? প্রথম লাভ হচ্ছে কস্টিং। আপনি একটা বড় প্ল্যান্ট অপারেট করবেন, সে আপনি চিন্তা করেন যে আপনি একটা রান্না করছেন, আপনি 1 কেজি চাল রান্না করছেন, আর আপনি এট এ টাইম 50 কেজি চাল রান্না করছেন একটা চুলায়, কোনটার কস্ট বেশি পড়বে? অবশ্যই 1 কেজি চাল রান্না করতে যে ওইখানে যে ফুয়েল কস্ট যাবে ওইখানে খরচ বেশি হবে। তাহলে আমরা একটা বড় প্ল্যান্ট যদি করতে পারি তাহলে আমাদের ইনভেস্টমেন্টও কম হবে এবং পরবর্তী অপারেটিং কস্টও কম হবে। বাড়তি লাভ একটা আছে এনভায়রনমেন্টাল অ্যাসপেক্টে। আমি যদি বলি, আমাদের মতো দেশে ইনসিনারেশন ছাড়া বিকল্প ভালো পদ্ধতি কিন্তু নাই, কারণ আমাদের ল্যান্ডের ডেপ্রিসিয়েশন আছে, ল্যান্ড কম। ইচ্ছা করলেই ইউরোপ আমেরিকায় তাদের ল্যান্ড, হিউজ ল্যান্ড, জাস্ট অটোক্লেভ করলো, যে কোনো জায়গায় মাটিতে পুঁতে ফেললো। আমাদের ঢাকা শহরে ল্যান্ড কোথায়? ল্যান্ড নাই। ইভেন আমার গ্রামে ল্যান্ড কোথায়? ল্যান্ড নাই। তাহলে আমাদের করণীয় কি? করণীয় একটাই, সেটা হচ্ছে একটা প্রতিটা ডিস্ট্রিক্টে অন্তত একটা করে কমন ফ্যাসিলিটিস আমরা যদি তৈরি করতে পারি এবং সবাই যদি সেখানে কন্ট্রিবিউট করি, তাহলে এই যে একটা করে ইনসিনারেটর যদি ঢাকা শহরে আমি যদি বলি মিনিমাম 2200 থেকে 2500 বেসরকারি হসপিটাল আছে, সবাই একটা করে ইনসিনারেটর তাদের ছাদে বসিয়ে দিল। সকাল 10টার সময় যদি একটা ইনসিনারেটর চালু করে আর সেটার টেম্পারেচার যদি শুধু ফ্লু গ্যাসের টেম্পারেচার যদি 500 ডিগ্রি সেলসিয়াস টেম্পারেচার হয়, 1000 × 500 ডিগ্রি সেলসিয়াসের সে যদি 10 কেজি পরিমাণ এয়ার ইমিট করে, তাহলে ঢাকা শহরের টেম্পারেচার কত বাড়বে পার ডে? তাহলে খরচের দিক দিয়েও যেরকম লাভ কমন ফ্যাসিলিটিস, ঠিক সেমভাবে আমাদের এনভায়রনমেন্টকে প্রোটেক্ট করতেও সেই একই লাভ। আমার মনে হয় আর কোনো বেনিফিটের কথা আর বলার দরকার নাই যে কমন ফ্যাসিলিটিজের অপরচুনিটিটা কোথায়। সেখানে একটাই কথা আবারও বলছি, সবাইকে সদিচ্ছা নিতে হবে। প্রতিটা হেলথ কেয়ার সার্ভিস প্রোভাইডারকে মনে করতে হবে আমি কিছু জেনারেট করতেছি, যে ওয়েস্টটা জেনারেট করতেছি সেইটার একটা অ্যাডভার্স ইফেক্ট আছে, যেটা আমার পরিবেশ এবং লিভিং সব থিংসকে দূষিত করতে পারে, রোগাক্রান্ত করতে পারে। সেই সুযোগটা আমি দিতে পারি না, সেটা বন্ধ করার জন্য আমাদের এটা দরকার। সেকেন্ড যে কোয়ারিজটা, সেটা হচ্ছে ইন হাউস ম্যানেজমেন্টের প্রয়োজনীয়তা কতটুকু। ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজমেন্ট যদি করতে চান, ইন হাউস ম্যানেজমেন্টের কোনো বিকল্প নাই। শুরুতেই যদি ভুল করি, আমি একটা বিল্ডিং বানাবো, নিচেই ভুল করলাম, ওই বিল্ডিং থাকবে? থাকবে না। কেন থাকবে না এখানে ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজমেন্টের ক্ষেত্রে? কারণ হচ্ছে যদি একমাত্র ওয়েস্ট জেনারেট করত, একই টাইপের জেনারেট করত, তাহলে আমি একটা প্রসেসের মধ্যে দিয়ে যেতাম, আমার পৃথকীকরণের প্রয়োজন হতো না। আপনারা জানেন যে মেডিকেলে যত ধরনের বর্জ্য তৈরি হয়, মিনিমাম যদি ভাগ করি তাও 5টা। একটা জেনারেল ওয়েস্ট, একটা রিসাইকেলেবল ওয়েস্ট, একটা ইনফেকশাস ওয়েস্ট, একটা শার্প ওয়েস্ট, একটা লিকুইড ওয়েস্ট। এটা 5টা ভাগ করতেই হবে। এই ভাগটা যদি আমরা না করি, ট্রিটমেন্টের জন্য এই যে ওনারা দেখালো 2টা ট্রিটমেন্ট, আর একটা হচ্ছে লিকুইডের জন্য, এই 3টা ভাগ। আর জেনারেল ওয়েস্টের জন্য আসলে ট্রিটমেন্ট লাগে না। জেনারেল ওয়েস্ট মানে জার্ম ফ্রি বা হ্যাজার্ড ফ্রি। সেক্ষেত্রে এই যে আলাদা আলাদাভাবে যদি না করি, তাহলে আমি যত ভালো ট্রিটমেন্ট প্ল্যান্টটি তৈরি করি না কেন, সেই প্ল্যান্ট আসলে কাজ করবে না। যেরকম ইনসিনারেটরের ক্ষেত্রে বলা হয় প্লাস্টিক জাতীয় জিনিস, বিশেষ করে পিভিসি টাইপ হ্যালোজেনেটেড যদি কম্পোনেন্ট আমি বার্ন করি, তাহলে দেয়ার মাইট বি সাম পসিবিলিটিস টু প্রডিউস ডাইঅক্সিন অ্যান্ড ফুরান, যা ক্যান্সার তৈরিতে সহায়ক ভূমিকা পালন করে। তাহলে আপনি যদি এই পিভিসি টাইপের প্লাস্টিকগুলোকে ইনসিনারেট করতে যান, তাহলে কিন্তু ভালোর থেকে খারাপ হওয়ার সম্ভাবনা তৈরি হবে। তাহলে আমরা ইনসিনারেটর যেটা বসবে এখানে প্রপোজ করব, প্লাস্টিক টাইপ জিনিসপত্র যেন ইনসিনারেট না করা হয়। আদার্স থিং যত কিছু থাকবে সব অটোক্লেভ করেন। প্লাস্টিক, গজ, ব্যান্ডেজ এগুলো ইনসিনারেট করবেন, প্লাস্টিক টাইপ ম্যাটেরিয়ালগুলো আপনি অটোক্লেভ করেন। জার্ম ফ্রি হয়ে গেল, দেন এটাকে রিসাইক্লিং করেন। এবং এইটা আপনার সেলফ সাস্টেন্সে ভূমিকা পালন করবে। তাহলে ট্রিটমেন্ট শুরু করতে হলে, ট্রিটমেন্ট যদি সঠিকভাবে করতে হয়, তাহলে ইন হাউস ম্যানেজমেন্ট, দ্যাট ইজ সেগ্রিগেশন করতে হবে। আবার সেগ্রিগেশন করতে দিলাম, কিন্তু আমার যেসব লোকজন এই কাজে পারফর্ম করবে তাদের পার্সোনাল প্রোটেকটিভ যে গিয়ারগুলো সেগুলো আমি দিলাম না, বা তাদেরকে মোটিভেটও করলাম না, তাহলে কিন্তু একটা পর্যায়ে তারা কিন্তু অসুস্থ হয়ে পড়বে। শুধুমাত্র নিডল প্রিকের কারণে প্রতি বছর বিশেষ করে হসপিটালের নার্স এবং আয়া, ওয়ার্ড বয় এবং ক্লিনার, এই শ্রেণীর একটা বড় পোর্শন প্রতি বছর হেপাটাইটিস বি এবং সিতে আক্রান্ত হচ্ছে, শুধুমাত্র প্রোটেকটিভ গিয়ার ব্যবহারের অভাবে। তাহলে সেইটা আমাদের চিন্তা করতে হবে। একটা ডেটা আছে, সেটা হচ্ছে 2008-এর, শুধু ঢাকা মেডিকেলে দেখা গেছিল ওই সময় 34% সিস্টার হেপাটাইটিস বিতে আক্রান্ত। অ্যালার্মিং আমাদের জন্য। কেন? আমরা কেয়ারলেস। সিরিঞ্জ কি করি? সিরিঞ্জ কাটার নাই, সেই জন্য সিরিঞ্জ বাঁকা করি। বাঁকা করতে যে প্রায়শই তারা হচ্ছে নিডল প্রিকের আক্রান্ত হয়। আর আমাদের যেসব ক্লিনার এই যে সিটিতে কাজ করে, তাদের হ্যান্ড গ্লোভস, মাস্ক, গামবুট কিছুই নাই, তারা হাত দিয়েই তুলে, প্রতিদিন কাটে, প্রতিদিন ফোটে, কিন্তু সর্বোচ্চ হচ্ছে ওইখানে কেরোসিন বা কেউ যদি সর্বোচ্চটা করে একটু ডেটল ঢেলে পরিষ্কার করে নাই, তাদের যে ফেটটা কি, ভবিষ্যৎটা কি, সেটা নিয়ে কেউ ভাবে না। সো দ্যাট আমার বক্তব্য হচ্ছে ইন হাউস ম্যানেজমেন্ট যদি আমি না করি, তাহলে ট্রিটমেন্ট ফ্যাসিলিটিসের দরকার নেই, কোনো উদ্যোগের দরকার নেই। সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you, Mr. Torit. I'd like to ask from the audience, questionnaire, one by one. Please. You have to share the mic.
কোশ্চেনই আসলে মেডিকেল বর্জ্য ব্যবস্থাপনা রিলেটেড। প্রথম কোশ্চেন হচ্ছে যে লোকাল গভর্নমেন্ট ডিভিশনের যে পৌরসভাগুলি আছে আর কি, বিশেষ করে তাদের কিন্তু অনেক পৌরসভায় এই ল্যান্ডের ব্যবস্থাপনা, অর্থাৎ ল্যান্ড নাই, তারা কিন্তু রাস্তাঘাটে, ড্রেনে, নদীতে যেখানে যেন ফেলায়। তো এই বিষয়টি আসলে মন্ত্রণালয় থেকে অবশ্যই এটি সুদৃষ্টি দিতে হবে এবং স্পেশাল ফোর্স দিয়ে এটা ম্যানেজমেন্ট করে, এটা ল্যান্ড ব্যবস্থাপনা বা ক্রয়ের ক্ষেত্রে একটা ব্যবস্থা নিতে হবে। তবে এই যে পার্টনারশিপ কথা বলা হচ্ছে তিনটে মিনিস্ট্রি, তাহলে এটা কিন্তু প্রথম একটা সাকসেসফুল আসবে। জায়গা না থাকলে কোনো কিছু করা সম্ভব না। দ্বিতীয়টি হচ্ছে যারা এই ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজমেন্ট করে আর কি, তাদের একটি লিগালিটি থাকে আর কি। লিগালিটি বলতে এটা লাইসেন্স দেওয়া হয়, এটা হচ্ছে প্রতিটা ডিভিশনে একটি করে লাইসেন্স অথরিটি করা হয়েছে। এই অথরিটিটা করার পর থেকে আজ পর্যন্ত এটা অ্যাক্টিভ নেই। শুধু আমরা 2011 সালে এবং 13 সালে আমরা লাইসেন্স পেয়েছি, তারপর থেকে আর লাইসেন্স আমরা পাচ্ছি না। আমরা আবেদন করেছি, কারণটি হচ্ছে যে এর ফিসটা, লাইসেন্সের যে ফিসটা দেওয়া হয়, এটার কোড নেই। এই কোড না থাকার কারণে লাইসেন্স ফি জমা হচ্ছে না এবং আমরা লাইসেন্স পাচ্ছি না। এই বিষয়টি যদি একটু গুরুত্বের সহিত স্বাস্থ্য অধিদপ্তর এবং পরিবেশ অধিদপ্তর মিলে যদি করা যায়, তাহলে হয়তো আমরা আমাদের দিক দিয়ে আমরা যে রাইটস, আমরা লিগালি যে রাইটস, সেটা আমাদের কাছে, আমরা পরিবেশের ছাড়পত্র পাচ্ছি, বাট অথরিটির কাছ থেকে কোনো লাইসেন্স পাচ্ছি না, শুধু একটি কারণের জন্য। এই বিষয়টি এর মাধ্যমে একটু সুরাহা করা দরকার এবং উপস্থাপন করা দরকার। ধন্যবাদ সরকার। আমি আসলে আমার নামটা বলতে বলেছি, আমার নাম মোহাম্মদ জিয়াউর রহমান। আমি কাজ করছি স্বপ্ননায়ক এনজিও। আমরা বগুড়া, দিনাজপুর, সিরাজগঞ্জ এবং নওগাঁতে আমরা কাজ করতেছি। ধন্যবাদ।
ধন্যবাদ। আমি মঞ্জুর মোর্শেদ। আমি এর আগেও সেশনেও কথা বলছিলাম। এই সেশনে খুব সুন্দর আলোচনা হয়েছে, বিশেষ করে তরিদা শেষে যেগুলো বললেন সবগুলোই ভালো, কিন্তু কোঅর্ডিনেশনের খুব অভাব। এবং যেটা করতে যাচ্ছেন আপনি আজকে যেটা বলতেছেন যে কয়টা হসপিটাল কোন জায়গায় আসছে, যদি বলা হয়েছে সে আজকে 200 আছে, ভালো কথা, 200 প্রাইভেট আছে এবং 19টা বা এই ধরনের একটা সংখ্যা বলছেন যে সরকারি আছে। আর কথা হচ্ছে যে এর বাহিরেও তো বহু আছে। আমরা তো পেপারে দেখি যে 5 বছর ধরে, 10 বছর ধরে প্র্যাকটিস করছে, সে ডাক্তারই না, কোনোদিন সে ডাক্তারি পাস করে নাই। এই লোকগুলোও তো এই মেডিকেল ট্রিটমেন্ট দিয়ে যাচ্ছে। এখানে কোঅর্ডিনেশন সব ডিপার্টমেন্টের মধ্যে দরকার। আমাদের দেশে সবচেয়ে বড় অভাব হচ্ছে কোঅর্ডিনেশনের। কোনো ডিপার্টমেন্টকে তোয়াক্কা করে না, যে যার মতন চালাচ্ছে। তো সেটা তো হওয়া উচিত না। এটা হলে কি আমরা পারবো, আমরা কিছু করতে পারবো? আপনারা যে সৎ উদ্দেশ্যে, যে সৎ পদক্ষেপের কথা বলতেছে, সেগুলো নিয়ে কি আমরা সফলকাম হতে পারবো? আমাদের তো পারিপার্শ্বিকতা যারা আছে, প্রতিবেশী যারা আছে, অন্যান্য ডিপার্টমেন্ট যারা আছে, তাদের সঙ্গে কোঅর্ডিনেশনের দরকার। এবং আমার মনে হয় যে উদ্যোগে নিচ্ছেন, এখানে যদি একটা কোঅর্ডিনেশন করার জন্য একটা টিম না থাকে, তাহলে এটাকে লং রানে নিয়ে যাওয়া যাবে কিনা আমার সন্দেহ আছে। তো সবাইকে আমি বলবো বিষয়টা একটু চিন্তা করতে। ধন্যবাদ সবাইকে।
পর্ব আর দীর্ঘায়িত করতে চাই না, আমরা পরবর্তী সেশনে চলে যাব। আচ্ছা, একজন আপনার প্রশ্নটা আমরা নিচ্ছি। ঠিক আছে, এটাই লাস্ট প্রশ্ন।
আমি প্রথমে ধন্যবাদ জানাই মিস্টার জুবায়ের বিন আরাফাতকে ওনার একটা সুন্দর প্রেজেন্টেশনের জন্য। জুবায়ের বিন আরাফাত সেই 2004 সাল থেকে আমি, মিস্টার তরিৎকান্তি বিশ্বাস এবং জুবায়ের বিন আরাফাত, আমরা তিনজনে হচ্ছে সুমন, রাজা, মোহন। বন্ধু আমরা তিনজন। মেডিকেল ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজমেন্ট আমাদের রক্তে মাংসে সব জায়গায় রয়ে গেছে। আমরা যে পরিমাণ মেডিকেল ওয়েস্টের ভিতরে ঢুকছি, ওর ভিতরে কি আছে আমরা ফিজিক্যালি দেখে বলছি। আমাদের কোনো ইনস্ট্রুমেন্ট ছিল না সেই সময়, এবং এই মেডিকেল ওয়েস্ট কীভাবে ম্যানেজ করতে হবে এইটা নিয়ে আমরা অনেক এক্সপ্লোর করেছি, অনেক কিছু। তো সব কিছু এখানে মোটামুটি উঠে আসছে, এবং তরিৎকান্তি বিশ্বাস যেভাবে কথা বলছেন, এই যে ডিওইর গাইডলাইন এইটা তৈরি করার পিছনে আমার সেই সময় অনেক কষ্ট করছি, অনেক অবদান ছিল। এখন যখন আপনি চেঞ্জ করেন, আমার ওই হাত অপারেশন করতে যে হাত কেটে ফেলতেছেন, বিষয়টা হচ্ছে এরকমই হয়ে গেছে। ফলে আমি মনে করি চেঞ্জ করার আগে আরও অনেক চিন্তাভাবনার দরকার। আমাদেরকে আইডেন্টিফাই করতে হবে আসলে কোন জায়গায় প্রবলেম আছে, ওইটা কিভাবে মিনিমাইজ করা যায় সেইটুকু করলেই এটা হবে। আর সিরাজগঞ্জ থেকে মেডিকেল ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজমেন্টের যে ইমপ্লিমেন্টেশন, যেটা ইমপ্লিকেশন যেটা হচ্ছে, যেমন আরাফাত যেটা বলছে একটা মডেল, আসলে থিওরিকে মডিফাই করে আমরা মডেলটা তৈরি করি। মডেল যে কোনো জায়গায় রেপ্লিকেবল, এটা আমাদেরকে মনে রাখতে হবে। আমরা মডেল ভেরিফাই করতে পারি না, আমরা আসলে নলেজের ক্ষেত্রে থিওরিটাকে ফিল্ডে ভেরিফাই করে দেন মডেল তৈরি করি। মডেলটাকে আরও রিফাইন করে নিয়ে আমরা থিওরিটিক্যাল কনস্ট্রাক্ট তৈরি করি, যেটার উপরে আর কিছু নাই। এটা ধ্রুব সত্যের মতো অনেকটা। তো ফলে আমরা মনে করি মেডিকেল ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজমেন্টে সেগ্রিগেশন থেকে শুরু করে, সেগ্রিগেশনে অনেকগুলো প্রবলেম আছে। আপনারা দেখেন আমরা 6টা কালার কোড করছিলাম, কারণটা কি, মানুষ খালি চোখে 7টা পর্যন্ত রং ইজিলি আইডেন্টিফাই করতে পারে, 7টার উপরে গেলে কনফিউজড হয়ে যায়। এখন যেটা করা হচ্ছে সাদা রং, সাদার মধ্যে 2 ধরনের আছে। সাদার মধ্যে তার মধ্যে আছে ট্রান্সপারেন্ট হোয়াইট, আরেকটা হচ্ছে নর্মাল হোয়াইট। যদি যারা ফিল্ড লেভেলে কাজ করে ওদেরকে যদি সাদাকে ক্লাসিফাই করতে বলেন, তাহলে এটা ওনাদের জন্য কঠিন হয়ে যাবে। তা আমি সবশেষে এই কথা বলতে চাই যে সিরাজগঞ্জের মডেলটা যাতে বাংলাদেশে রেপ্লিকেবল হয়, এবং এর ভিতরে যদি কোনো লিমিটেশন যদি থাকে, ওই চ্যালেঞ্জটা সিরাজগঞ্জ থেকে এক্সপিরিয়েন্স গ্যাদার করে বাংলাদেশের সব জায়গায় ডিজি হেলথ আছে, ডিজি হেলথের যে সিস্টেম আছে সব হাসপাতালগুলো ডিজি হেলথের আন্ডারে। ফলে ডিজি হেলথে ডিওই এবং লোকাল গভর্নমেন্ট ডিভিশন তিনটাকে নিয়ে একসাথে কিভাবে কাজ করা যায় সেটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট। তবে এর মধ্যে ছোট্ট একটা রসিকতা করে নেই, যখন মেডিকেল ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজমেন্ট নিয়ে আমরা আলোচনা করি ঢাকা মেডিকেল কলেজ হসপিটালে আমি কাজ করছিলাম, রিসাইকেবল ওয়েস্ট কতটুকু আছে এটা তখন আমরা মানিতে ট্রান্সফার করি, দেখি বছরে 15 কোটি টাকা লাভ হয়। ঠিক আছে, ঢাকা মেডিকেল কলেজ থেকে। ফলে মাঝে মধ্যে চিন্তা হয়েছিল যে টিচিং প্রফেশন বাদ দিয়ে, রিসার্চ বাদ দিয়ে আমি এনজিও ফর্ম করে শুধু ঢাকা মেডিকেল কলেজে চলে যাই। ফলে এইখানে হিউজ একটা প্রফিটেবল একটা সিস্টেম এখানে কাজ করে। আমরা কিভাবে এটাকে ম্যানেজ করতে পারবো, কিভাবে এই দিকে যেতে পারবো, আমরা যদি এইভাবে ভাবি তাহলে আমার মনে হয় সামনে লাভ, পিছনে অ্যাক্টিভিটিস, এইগুলো সব মিলায়ে আমরা একটা জায়গায় আমরা পৌঁছাইতে পারবো। একটু আগে অনেকেই বলছিলেন সবাই লাভ করে, লাভ ছাড়া আসলে কোনো প্রজেক্ট ইমপ্লিমেন্ট করা যায় না। লাভ সবাই করবে, লাভের মধ্যে কিভাবে কাজ করতে হয় প্রপারলি সেই গাইডলাইনটুকু আমাদের দেওয়া উচিত। থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ।
থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার ফর ইউর কোয়েশ্চেন। অ্যান্ড আপনি চমৎকারভাবে আসলে বর্তমান পরিস্থিতি এবং আপনাদের যে অভিজ্ঞতা রয়েছে তাকে তুলে ধরেছেন। আমরা আসলে আর দেরি করতে পারছি না, চলে যেতে হচ্ছে আমাদের পরবর্তী সেশনে। পরবর্তী সেশন শুরু করার আগে আই ওয়ান্ট টু থ্যাংক ইউ অল আওয়ার প্যানেলিস্ট ফর আওয়ার ইনভ্যালুয়েবল ইনসাইটস টুডে। ইয়েস, ওকে ম্যাম প্লিজ।
ধন্যবাদ। আসলে খুব চমৎকার প্রাণবন্ত আলোচনা হয়েছে। আমি এখানে যারা আলোচনায় ছিলেন, বিশেষ করে লাস্ট আমাদের প্যানেলিস্ট, ওনার সাথে আমিও দীর্ঘদিন ধরেই কাজ করছি মেডিকেল ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজমেন্টের সমস্যার সমাধানের জন্য। আসলে স্বাস্থ্যই সকল সুখের মূল, পরিষ্কার পরিচ্ছন্নতা ইমানের অঙ্গ, ছোটবেলা থেকে সব কিছুই শিখে আসছি, কিন্তু আসলে বাস্তবে আমরা ইমপ্লিমেন্ট করতে পারি না। আমরা শুধু আমাদের নিজেরটুকুই ভাবি, পরিবেশের কথা বা চারিপার্শ্বিকের কথা কোনোটাই ভাবি না। এটাই হলো আসল বস্তু। তো তারপরেও যদি নিজেকেও যদি স্বার্থপর হতে হয়, স্বার্থপরের মতো নিজেরটাও যদি দেখতে হয়, তাহলেও পরিষ্কার পরিচ্ছন্নতা থাকতে হবে। কারণ এখন আমরা কোনো যে অবস্থানে পৌঁছেছি কোনো জায়গা থেকে আর বের হওয়ার অবস্থায় নাই। সুতরাং আমাদের মেডিকেল ওয়েস্ট যেটা হচ্ছে এটা খুবই হ্যাজার্ডাস, এটাকে ম্যানেজ করতে হবে এবং অবশ্যই একটা আমব্রেলার নিচে আসতে হবে সবাইকে। এলজিইডি, ডিপার্টমেন্ট অফ এনভায়রনমেন্ট এবং ডিজি হেলথ, আমরা ইমপ্লিমেন্টিং এজেন্সি হিসেবে আমাদের সবাইকে আসলে একটা আমব্রেলার নিচে এসেই কাজটা করতে হবে। না হলে ভবিষ্যৎ যেটা আছে, নট অনলি মেডিকেল ওয়েস্ট, এরপরে এখন আমরা যে ধরনের নিউক্লিয়ার মেডিসিনের ট্রিটমেন্ট দিচ্ছি, আমরা এখন শুরু করেছি এবং বেশ আমরা এসবে এগিয়ে গিয়েছি। তখন এইসব ওয়েস্টগুলো আরও হ্যাজার্ডাস হয়ে যাবে আমাদের জন্য। সো আমি আশা করব যে আমরা সম্মিলিতভাবে একটি চমৎকার প্ল্যান করে এবং ইউনিডো যে সিরাজগঞ্জে যে মডেলটা করছে এইটার সাকসেস কামনা করে শেষ করছি। ধন্যবাদ।
Special thanks again to Dr. Afrin Mahmood for chairing this session, as well as to all of you, your attention and participation. Let's continue to work together towards effective solutions and the benefit both our health and our environment. This concludes our session for today. Thank you. We are going forward our next session. Our Session 4th will be business case for resource efficient cleaner production for plastic recycling industries. I'm telling again, business case for resource efficient cleaner production for plastic recycling industries. This session chaired by Mr. Jiaul Haq, Director, Department of Environment. We are honored to have Mr. Jiaul Haq, Director, Department of Environment, who will be chairing this session. I believe we are in for an engaging and thought-provoking conversation. In this session, we have our panelist, Mr. Khadem Mahmoud Yusuf, Managing Director, Bangladesh Petrochemical Company Limited, Professor Dr. Ijaz Hossain, former faculty of Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology, BUET, Ms. Sumaya T. Ahmed, Head of Sustainability and Corporate Brand, Pran RFL Group, and Mr. K. M. Asadun Noor, National Project Coordinator, Switch to Circular Economy Value Chain, UNIDO, Bangladesh. We are looking forward to our next session, Business Case for Resource Efficient Cleaner Production and Plastic Recycling Industries. Our chairperson will be Mr. Jiaul Haq, Director, Department of Environment. I'm requesting all to take your seat, please. Our panelist, Mr. Khadim Mahmood Yusuf, Managing Director, Bangladesh Petrochemical Company Limited. Our next panelist, Professor Dr. Ijaz Hussain, former faculty of Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology, BUET. Ms. Sumayati Ahmed, Head of Sustainability and Corporate Brand, Pran RFL Group, and Mr. K.M. Asadun Noor, National Project Coordinator, Switch to Circular Economy Value Chain, UNIDO, Bangladesh. And Mr. Nabil Haq, PhD, National Expert, Intensive Strategics, UNIDO, Bangladesh, will presentation on Incentive Strategic for Plastic Waste Management in Bangladesh. And before that, we have Mr. Mahbubul Islam, National Expert, RECP and Recycling, UNIDO, Bangladesh, presentation on Resource Efficiency, Cleaner Production, Design for Environment and Recycling Practice and Plastic Industries. Well, we have all of our panelists. Can you please give a big round of applause for all of them and all of you guys, because it's been long time we all are here, so I think it needs to cheer up again once more time with us.
Thank you very much. I feel that we should start our last session on business case for energy efficiency, cleaner production and recycling in plastic sector. I feel that we should not delay in our business. So at the outset, let me congratulate the previous all speakers, the panelists who provided their very insightful recommendations and their knowledge, expertise. So today we'll be having similar kind of presentations, and we will be having very interesting and very insightful panelists with us. So I feel that in order to make our interactive consultations more friendly, lively, we may have deliberation with both Bangla and English, whatever we feel comfortable in our delivery. So there is a flexibility on the part of the panelists as well as the presenters. You can present in Bangla or English, whatever you feel comfortable. So first, I would like to invite the first presenter, Mr. Mahbubul Islam, the national expert on resource efficiency, cleaner production and recycling from UNIDO.
Thank you. We have our first speaker, Mr. Mahbubul Islam, National Expert on Resource Efficient Cleaner Production, RECP and Recycling at UNIDO, Bangladesh.
Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon. Banglai boli. আমরা লাঞ্চ করেছি, লাঞ্চটা ভালোও ছিল এবং লাঞ্চের পরে যেটা হয় যে একটা আফটার লাঞ্চ সিনড্রোম হয়, একটু ঘুম আসে, একটু ক্লান্তি আসে। তো আমার মনে হয় যে সেই জন্য বাংলা বললে আমাদের কানে হিট করবে, আমরা একটু ভিতরেও নিতে পারবো। তো আমি আমাদের দুটো প্রেজেন্টেশন আছে, আমার পর আমার কলিগ আরেকটা প্রেজেন্টেশন দেবেন। তো আমরা প্রজেক্টের কথা বলবো না, সারাদিনে যে আলোচনাগুলো হয়েছিল, সকালবেলার আলোচনার কথা যদি চিন্তা করি, যে সেখানে বেশ কজন ডিসকাসেন্ট এবং প্যানেলিস্ট মহোদয়রা তারা আলোচনা করেছিলেন যে আমরা কেন কমপ্লায়েন্স ইস্যুতে এত লেংদি প্রসেস। আমাদের একটা রিসাইক্লিং ফ্যাক্টরি আছে, আমি একজন ছোট উদ্যোক্তা, আমার কেন এত সার্টিফিকেশনের দরকার আছে বা আমাকে কেন দেয়া হয় না, এবং আমার বিজনেসের জন্য এটা কিছুটা আমাকে বিজনেসটাতে গ্রো করতে আমাকে বাধা দেয়। তো এরপরে আবার বাকি সেশনগুলো তো এরকম কথা এসেছে, মেডিকেল ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজমেন্টের কথাও এসেছে। ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজ করতে গিয়ে আমরা আমাদের কমিউনিটির কিছু কথা, কিছু অবজারভেশন আসে, যেমন কেউ কেউ ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজ করতে গিয়ে আবার এনভায়রনমেন্টকে পলিউট করে ফেলি, রিসাইকেল করতে গিয়ে আবার আমরা পরিবেশের কিছুটা ক্ষতি করে ফেলি। তো আমি একটু এই বিষয়ে ধারণা দেবো, এটাকে কিভাবে মিনিমাইজ করা যায়, আমরা কোথায় আছি। আমাদের প্রথম স্লাইডটা আমরা একটু যাই। আর আমরা এটাকে বলি হলো যে কিভাবে আমরা আমাদের রিসাইক্লিং বিজনেস হোক অথবা প্লাস্টিক প্রোডাকশন বিজনেস হোক অথবা যে কোনো বিজনেস হোক, আমরা সেই বিজনেসটাকে রিসোর্স ইফিশিয়েন্ট করতে পারি। বাংলাদেশে সবচেয়ে ভালো ইন্ডাস্ট্রি যারা, তাদেরও দেখা যায় যে কোনো একটা প্রোডাকশন প্রসেসে 12% লস আমাদের একটা রিসেন্ট স্টাডিতে এসেছে। এই লসটাকে মিনিমাইজ করা সম্ভব। এবং এই লস মানে কি, আমি 1 কেজি চাল থেকে ভাত রান্না করব, রান্না করতে গিয়ে আমার 12% বা 12% চাল অপচয় হলো, অপচয় হয়ে পরিবেশে যাচ্ছে এবং সেটা পরিবেশকে দূষণ করছে। এই জায়গাটাই আসলে আমাদের রিসাইক্লিং বা ম্যানুফ্যাকচারার্স তাদের একটু ফোকাস হওয়া, কিভাবে ফোকাস হওয়া যায় সেটাকে আমরা করব। প্রথম স্লাইডে একটু কিছু গ্রাফ, আমাদের কেন ইকোনমিক অ্যাক্টিভিটি বেড়ে যাচ্ছে এবং সেখানে রিসোর্স এক্সট্রাকশনের পরিমাণটাও বাড়ছে। এবং সেখান থেকে যদি আমরা রিসোর্স এক্সট্রাকশনটাকে মিনিমাইজ করি, অর্থাৎ আমাদের বিভিন্ন কাজের জন্য, বিভিন্ন অর্থনৈতিক উন্নয়নের জন্য, কর্মকাণ্ডের জন্য যে রিসোর্স দরকার, র ম্যাটেরিয়াল দরকার, কাঁচামাল দরকার, সেগুলোকে আমরা যদি একটু ইফিশিয়েন্ট ওয়েতে ব্যবহার করতে পারি, তখন এই রিসোর্সের মানে নেচার থেকে বা এনভায়রনমেন্ট থেকে রিসোর্সটাকে নেয়ার পরিমাণটা কমে। এবং যদি এটা নেয়ার পরিমাণ কমে, তখন ওয়েস্ট জেনারেশন বা ওয়েস্ট মিনিমাইজেশনটাও কমে যায়। এটা কিভাবে করা যায়? একটা হচ্ছে যে আমাদের প্রোডাকশন সিস্টেমটাকে, আমাদের প্রোডাকশন প্রসেসটাকে অথবা আমাদের সাপ্লাই চেইনটাকে খুব কমপ্লেক্স করে চিন্তা না করে আমি ইনপুট ম্যাটেরিয়ালটা, পলিউশনটা এবং প্রোডাক্ট বা আউটপুট যে ম্যাটেরিয়ালটা, এটাকে একটু দেখব এবং এমন কিছু স্ট্র্যাটেজি নেব যেন আমাদের ইনপুট ম্যাটেরিয়াল কম লাগে। ওই যে আগে 100 কেজি প্লাস্টিক ওয়েস্ট রিসাইকেল করতাম, বিশাল একটা লস হতো, লস হয়ে এনভায়রনমেন্টে যেত, পলিউশন আরো বাড়তো। অথবা 100 কেজি র ম্যাটেরিয়াল দিয়ে আমরা 90 কেজি প্রোডাক্ট পেলাম, তাহলে 10 কেজি কোথায় গেল? এটাকে আমরা একটু কনসিডার করব, এটাকে মাথায় রাখবো কিভাবে কমানো যায়, ইনপুটটা কমে যাবে। আরেকটা হচ্ছে ইনপুট যদি কমে যায় এবং পলিউশন বা প্রোডাকশনের প্রসেসটাকে যদি একটু ইমপ্রুভ করি, তখন আমাদের পলিউশনটা কমে যাবে। আলটিমেটলি আমাদের তখন প্রোডাক্ট বা সার্ভিসের কোয়ালিটি বাড়বে, আমাদের কমপ্লায়েন্স ইস্যুতে আমরা কমপ্লাই করব। এবং এগুলো হচ্ছে কিছু বেনিফিট। একটা হচ্ছে যে আমরা কিভাবে করতে পারি বা কি আউটকাম হতে পারে, আমরা যদি আমাদের প্রোডাকশন সিস্টেমে রিসোর্স এফিশিয়েন্ট কিছু টেকনোলজি, কিছু এনার্জি এফিশিয়েন্ট কিছু টেকনোলজি ইন্ট্রোডিউস করতে পারি, আমরা যদি প্রোডাকশনের র ম্যাটেরিয়ালটাকে যদি এফিশিয়েন্ট ওয়েতে ব্যবহার করতে পারি, আমরা যদি ওখানে হিউম্যান রিসোর্স তাদেরকে যদি এফিশিয়েন্ট ওয়েতে তাদের ক্যাপাসিটি বিল্ড আপ করে, ক্যাপাসিটি বিল্ডিংয়ের ইনিশিয়েটিভ নিয়ে তাদেরকে যদি কাজে লাগাই এবং তাদেরকে যদি এনগেজ করি, তখন দেখা যাবে যে আমাদের রিসোর্সটা এফিশিয়েন্ট ওয়েতে ব্যবহার হবে। এর ফলে যেটা হয়, এই যে আপনি কম্পিটিটিভনেস, কমপ্লায়েন্স, এই ইস্যুগুলোতে আগায় যাবেন, আমরা আগায় যাব। আমাদের তখন ডিওইউ আমাকে বাধা দেবে না আমার ফ্যাক্টরি করতে, আমার বিজনেস করতে। বিভিন্ন যে রেগুলেটরি অথরিটি যারা আছেন তারা আমাদেরকে অ্যাপ্রিসিয়েট করবেন। অ্যাটলিস্ট লাইসেন্স পেতে বা এনওসি পেতে আমাদের তো কোনো প্রবলেমই ফেস করতে হবে না। এর পাশাপাশি আমরা যে বেনিফিটগুলো পাবো, আমাদের প্রোডাক্টিভিটি বেড়ে যাবে, অপারেশনাল কস্টগুলো কমে যাবে এবং ইনভেস্টমেন্ট অপটিমাইজেশন হবে। আমাদের এনভায়রনমেন্টাল কমপ্লায়েন্স কস্ট কমে যাবে। আমরা যদি একটু রিসোর্স ইফিশিয়েন্ট ওয়েতে আমরা চিন্তা করি, অ্যাপ্রোচটাকে আমরা ফলো করি, তাহলে এটা সম্ভব। এবং আমাদের অ্যাকসেপ্টেন্স, আমাদের প্রোডাক্টের এবং সার্ভিসের অ্যাকসেপ্টেন্স এটা বেড়ে যাবে আমাদের। আমি খুব দ্রুত এগোচ্ছি, খুব সংক্ষিপ্ত ওয়েতে আপনাদের সঙ্গে আমরা এই প্রেজেন্টেশনগুলো শেয়ার করব। এবং এর যে ডায়াগ্রামটা আমরা দেখছি, যে র ম্যাটেরিয়াল আমাদের সেটা কম লাগবে, প্রোডাক্ট বাড়বে। এনার্জি যদি সেটা আমাদের র ম্যাটেরিয়াল যদি থাকে, সেটাকে এফিশিয়েন্ট ওয়েতে ব্যবহার করা হবে। এখানে যে কেমিক্যালগুলো আছে ব্যবহার করি আমরা বিভিন্ন প্রোডাকশন সিস্টেমে অথবা রিসাইক্লিং সিস্টেমে, আমাদের সেটা এফিশিয়েন্ট ইউজ হবে এবং ওয়েস্ট কেমিক্যালের পরিমাণটা কমে যাবে। এবং আমরা সবচেয়ে বেশি ব্যবহার করি আমরা রিসাইক্লিংয়ের ক্ষেত্রে বা প্রোডাকশনের ক্ষেত্রে ওয়াটার। আমরা এর দ্বিতীয় সেশনে আমরা শুনেছিলাম যে আমাদের ওয়াটার পলিউশন এবং মাইক্রোপ্লাস্টিক পলিউশন এটা অনেক বেশি আমাদের নেইবারিং কান্ট্রি বা গ্লোবাল স্ট্যান্ডার্ডের চেয়ে অনেক বেশি আমাদের এখানে মাইক্রোপ্লাস্টিকের কন্টেন্টটা আমাদের ওয়াটার বডিতে। আমরা যদি আমাদের এই প্লাস্টিক ওয়েস্ট ভ্যালু চেইনে পানির ব্যবহারটাকে ইফিশিয়েন্ট ওয়েতে ব্যবহার করি, কিভাবে করে, এগুলো অনেক প্রসেস আছে, আমরা ধীরে ধীরে পরে কোনো এক সময় আসবো। আমি শুধু একটু আপনাদেরকে ব্রেইন স্টর্মিং করার জন্য এটা বলছি। তাহলে আমাদের এই ওয়াটার পলিউশন কমবে, এনভায়রনমেন্টাল যে আমাদের যে হ্যাজার্ডগুলো আছে সেগুলোও কমে যাবে, এনার্জি সেটা কমে যাবে, ব্যবহার কনজাম্পশনটা কমে যাবে এবং ফাইনালি আমরা আমাদের বিজনেসটা, রিসাইক্লিং বিজনেস বা প্লাস্টিক বিজনেস, এটাকে আরো সাস্টেইনেবল হবে। তো আমি এখানেই শেষ করব। আমি আমার পরবর্তী আমার কলিগ আসবেন। থ্যাংক ইউ।
Thank you, Mr. Mahbul Islam, National Expert, RCP and Recycling, UNIDO, Bangladesh. We are looking forward to our next speaker, Dr. Nabil Haq, National Expert on Incentive Strategy for Plastic Waste Management at UNIDO, Bangladesh. Dr. Nabil will be presenting on incentive strategies for plastic waste management in Bangladesh.
Sorry, I'm just waiting for the presentation to arrive.
আমরা কিছুক্ষণ সময় অপেক্ষা করছি, আমাদের প্রেজেন্টেশনটা রেডি হচ্ছে।
Okay, we're back. Good afternoon, everyone. আমি মাহবুল ভাইয়ের সাথে একটু ডিসএগ্রি করব যে মানে প্রজেক্টে আসলে কি হচ্ছে সেটা একটু হাইলাইট করতে চাই, বিকজ আই থিঙ্ক আরাফাত ভাইয়ের প্রেজেন্টেশনে কিছু মিস গিয়েছে। So I'll actually start. My name is Dr. Nabil Haq. I am a former consultant for UNIDO, working specifically on incentive strategies, বাংলায় যেটা আমরা বলি প্রণোদনা. And I understand that I have a brilliant panel behind me, so I will actually pass some questions to them and keep my presentation as short as possible. So যেই জিনিসটা আরাফাত ভাই হয়তো টাচ করে দেয় যে এই প্রজেক্টটা আসলে আরও কিছু করছে, সেটা হচ্ছে সকালের দিকে মাকসুদ সিনহা উনি পলিসির ব্যাপারে অনেক কিছু বলেছে. But we are also exploring other alternatives, particularly how can you incentivize behavior. We are also thinking about what can be a possible roadmap. I know EPR is one of them. EPR নিয়ে অনেক কথা বলেছেন, and we can build upon that. And the one thing that and I also didn't get mentioned, that it's also piloting a mobile app, which যেটা নিয়ে আমি বেশি কিছু বলবো না, but in my report it was identified as a possible route for formalization, because it's supposed to work as a listing of all the local level recyclers and who is actually doing the collection. So it's a great connector, and perhaps it can serve as one route for formalization. Okay, so because we have a panel about talking about business and resource efficiency, I apologize beforehand that our presentation ta ekটু dry in the sense that it is very much focused on text and tables. So I'm going to try to actually move fast. Incentives যেভাবে আমরা বাইরের দেশে বুঝি, it might not be wholly applicable or practiced in Bangladesh, but there are some. And I'm only going to focus on the promising instruments that can work in Bangladesh, which has a practice of incentives. Particularly, আপনারা হয়তো শুনেছেন যে বিদ্যানন্দ Foundation, they run a plastic exchange store. It got featured in my report prominently because that is also a sort of incentive. In the sense that it is, you're depositing back your plastic, but you're not getting a refund, you're getting a reward in the sense of reduced prices for grocery items. But there are other examples where books were given for returned plastics, where plant saplings were given for returned plastics. These are also reward mechanisms, so that can work. The problem is these are too ad hoc and they are not consistent, because you also need funding for this. And they may also distort the market, because Bidyananda jei rate e aski plastic gula dicche, that is not the prevailing market. So that is a problem, and there is no actually systematic studies done on effectiveness of this reward mechanism. The field is actually too fragmented. I think this got already talked about. Maksud Sinha mentioned this, that there is soiled plastic, and then there's plastic collected from the household. So the quality of the recyclates vary, and that actually has implications downstream for the businesses. We discussed a bit on how to actually institutionalize a sort of partnership where financial incentives can then be disbursed. So I think just connecting with our earlier conversation, I think Director Razinaram Begum, she also mentioned that part, that you need to financially incentivize informal recycler, but for that you need to actually have that structure. And in the report that this project commissioned, we talked about 3 models that can work. One is an NGO supported micro enterprise, we can have cooperatives, or we can have independent waste banks. So আমি বেশি ডিটেইলে যাব না. It is, again, I said, it's a very dry report, very dense report. So among all the instruments that can work, we think 2 are very promising. One is a deposit refund scheme. As I already mentioned, there is a form of that, but in a form of a reward scheme. Like you deposit, আমরা প্লাস্টিক কেজি করে এনে বিদ্যানন্দ ফাউন্ডেশনকে দিচ্ছি এবং তারা reduced price grocery দিচ্ছে. That is one reward mechanism, but we can sort of, if we can institutionalize this, it is possible to introduce deposit refund scheme with a clearinghouse mechanism. So you don't actually need to go take your plastic to the place where you bought it from. So shopno থেকে কিনলে যে shopnoতেই back করতে হবে তা না. You can go to Mina Bazaar and get the same, reward back because there is a clearinghouse mechanism that works here. And this is actually very conducive to the EPR that was actually proposed and that was developed as part of this project. So the EPR framework that this project, pioneered is calling for registration fee, is exploring project funds. So, this clearinghouse mechanism can be, part of that, how to utilize those funds. So this is one of the candidates that is promising. The other candidate that is promising is plastic credits. Now, you might, for those of you who are hearing this for the first time, it works the same as carbon credits. আমরা যদি 1 টন কার্বন না নির্গমন করি তাহলে এটা আমরা মনিটাইজ করে সেল করতে পারি ইন দ্য ফর্ম অফ কার্বন ক্রেডিটস। প্লাস্টিকের ক্ষেত্রেও এটা সিমিলার ভাবেই কাজ করে। ইফ a recycler can show credibly that they have recycled 1 ton of plastic, they can actually monetize this social good and sell it to the companies who are major producers of plastics. Now, why would a plastic producer or a beverage company go for it? Well, you have to legislate it. You have to create that demand, but they can also do it on a voluntary basis. Brazil, this is actually a working model, so we can also tap into it. These instruments are actually conducive with the existing EPR mechanism. Now, I know I'm going to move into incentive for business stakeholders because then it will be a segue to the panel that I have next to me. So, going back to Maksud Sinha's presentation, this is all about strengthening recycling and manufacturing markets. এবং সেখানে the government already has some incentives given, So, if you're investing in the 6%, okay, all right, I got corrected right away. All right, so 6% tax for export of recycled flakes. It is also candidate for sustainable financing. You also get an exemption if you invest in the sustainably in the plastic park in Munshiganj. Beyond that, I think for a credible demand for the recycling market, the best thing that can happen is it is already in the multi-stakeholder plan, which is incorporation of targets to have a certain percentage of new plastic products, a certain percentage of recycled plastic products into new products. That is actually a target in the multi-sectoral action plan. But it is slightly difficult. Like, I want to throw this statistic somewhere, and it would be great if the panel picks it up. The Textile Mills Association, they are going forward to a man-made fiber, and they have an actual daily demand of 900 tons, but only 20% of it actually, they are getting it from local recycled plastic. So we have a long way to go. But why isn't, the local recycling market cannot supply that? Well, the recycling is also informal. Or the quality of the recyclate is also, not there. We are actually recycling by product type, meaning containers or PET bottles, not by resin. Also, there's informal sector practices mostly cold wash, so that also has an impact. And so again, this is my last slide. We talked to the business stakeholders as well, and they would obviously like more incentives in the form of training, and then technology transfer, capacity building. But I just want to end on one point that the audience mentioned in one of the reports, and that is actually about VAT. এখানে একজন ভ্যাট রিলেটেড একটা প্রশ্ন করেছিল যে রিসাইক্লিং ইন্ডাস্ট্রিতে কিন্তু এসআরও আছে যে ভ্যাট ইজ ওয়েভড ফর অল দ্য, হ্যাঁ, কিন্তু এখানে একজন আমাদের পার্টিসিপেন্ট অলরেডি বলেছে যে 18% ভ্যাট দিচ্ছে, সো দে অন হার ইউনো হ্যাঁ না মানে সব মিলায় একটা ওনারদের একটা ইয়ে আছে, সো এখানে একটা কোঅর্ডিনেশনের অভাবও আছে। সো উইথ দ্যাট আই উড লাইক টু অ্যাকচুয়ালি end and give it to the brilliant panel that is beside me, that how can we actually take incentives and cleaner production further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hawk, for your insightful presentation on incentive strategies. It's fascinating to see how much strategies could pave the way for more sustainable plastic waste management practices. Now we will proceed to next part of our session, which will be panel discussion.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. In fact, we have got very brilliant two presentations. They have made setting the scene. They have rightfully set the scene for our panel discussions. We have had brilliant, very distinguished, renowned panelists with us, from academicians, from practitioners, from the implementing entity, the Plan RFL and Balance Petroleum Corporation Limited. They have been working in this area for quite some time, and they have made very brilliant success story in this particular sector. In fact, when we happen to hear some terms like the resource efficiency, cleaner production, recycling, then circular economy. In fact, and the EPR, we have heard from the presentation, the government has finalized the EPR guideline as a part of National Waste Management Rules 2021. So they are interconnected, interdependent on each other. So I feel that since morning we have had understanding on some regulatory aspects. At the same time, there are different areas of practitioners. They shared their experience and expertise. Now I would like to invite very brilliant four panelists in this podium, and we are fortunate enough to hear from them on particular these issues. And at the same time, we have heard from the presentation how we can incentivize the recycling activity, the good practitioners, the implementing entity who have been working brilliantly to actually achieve the target. In the presentation, we have seen that the government of Bangladesh, particularly the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, has adopted in 2021 the National Action Plan on Sustainable Management of Plastics. And the government of Bangladesh set 5 targets by 2030. So how we can achieve the 4 or 5 targets in a meaningful way, this is a challenge for the government of Bangladesh. And some targets are very ambitious in terms of implementing on the ground. So now I would like to go straight to the first panelist, Mr. Khadem Mahmoud Yusuf. He is very known to us in this sector. So I have got 2 guiding questions for you. So in that case, it is up to you whether you can combine 2 questions together in your presentation. One is for you: how can we ensure quality control in recycling plastic products to increase market acceptance? And number 2, what are the key challenges in scaling up high quality recycled plastic production in Bangladesh? So you can touch upon both 2 questions together as you feel comfortable. And at the same time, since the audience is actually wanted to hear both in Bangla and English, so you can use both Bangla and English. Thank you.
Good evening. I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to be in the panel. Obviously, I'm talking followed by the two brilliant presentation by to these two gentlemen, which touch a lot of the issues in the recycled plastic market and the problems that we are having. So now the question is, how can we ensure the quality control in the recycled plastic? Actually, the quality control starts with the collection. Our collection is informal in Bangladesh. It's not very formal. It's not very visible unless you are working in this area. Actually, there's no statistics on that. So, like in the countries like in Europe and US, they have a very structured collection, and the material that come back to the factory after being discarded is quite quick. But in Bangladesh, it takes many, many layers and some long time to come to the factory. So it gets really contaminated. So when it gets contaminated, and in the informal sector, there is no actually training or the knowledge how to decontaminate that. So a lot of people don't know about it, that how to decontaminate about that. And if you see our regulation in Bangladesh, there's a plastic regulation on the food contact, which just says that we need to be complied with the US FDA and European Union EFSA, nothing else. So European Union EFSA is a very complicated procedure, it's a very complex, and it takes long time, it's like hundreds of pages. And how to go through that is a very big challenge, and our say that you have to be both US FDA and EFSA. So starting with the collection, when we do this informal network, so this collection start getting into the small collection shops, then it goes to the big collection shop. This takes some time. So they only do the bare minimum work because they are also under pressure to make the money, because it's a cash transaction, everything is cash. So you do not want to hold the inventory too long. So you want to buy and then you want to sell it as soon as possible. So this is the number one. Number two is, if you do this quality control, now the question is, are you going to get paid more or not? Is the material you want to sell it quickly, or you want to do a lot of control? But the price difference may not be that big so that you can hold it. So secondly, our regulation, as I said, like when you go and you buy some plastic, how do you verify that this is decontaminated or this is safe? There is no procedure, there is no testing facility to ensure that. So we go by, unfortunately, the cheapest product available. Bangladesh, if it is cheap, you can sell. Quality takes a little bit of the backseat, unfortunately. So, and also there is no way to mechanism to verify that is it actually safe or not. So obviously we don't know. So cheaper we prefer. So that is one thing. Second thing, I would say that unfortunately, second thing, the impression about the recycled product in Bangladesh, the impression is that quality has to be low. It's recycled, it's from, come on, it cannot be a good quality product. So I will buy the recycled product only if it is cheaper. That is the decision-making factor. But now you come to the quality production like we do, we comply to US FDA or European Union EFSA. It's a very complicated procedure. We have to clean it, we have to start with from the collection, we have to have a very strict handling, strict production, very strong process. We have to have the quality assurance, quality control, then we have to go through annual audit by third party that we are maintaining. And not only the production quality, we have to go through the social audit also, because they are very particular about that. So now question is, you go through all this audit and you finally make the product, which is a sustainable product. And after all of this, if this product is more expensive than virgin, which is derivatives of oil, will you pay for it? Because the virgin looks really nice, it's very clear, but the recycle is not as clear as virgin. So visually it's not as good as virgin. In Bangladesh, I don't think even the multinational companies, they're under pressure on their books, not willing to pay. So the main challenge is our lack of knowledge, and we do not trust because there is no certification body to prove that it's a quality or not quality, number one. Number two is it is recycled. So thing is that the perception is that this recycled product is low quality, has to be cheaper, so we can buy it. And the third problem is, like, sometimes it could be more expensive because you have to go through this stringent process. So the market has to be developed. The sustainable product, if you look at it, just we sell recycled PET resin. The price difference between Bangladesh and Europe is $500 per ton, because they are willing to pay the premium of this quality, but we are not. So this is also a very big problem. So we need to have the awareness We need to develop a market that can be that a market and a customer base that are willing to pay that premium for the product quality of a sustainable material. So this is one thing I want to say, that they start from that, and then we followed by all this process. And another thing is the technical expertise. I think we are lacking of technical expertise to comply with this sort of quality. Just one thing I want to a little bit explain, like suppose brand name like Coca-Cola or Pepsi, whatever spec they gave it to us, we see that when we get the discarded bottle, they absolutely by the spec, the strength. But Coca-Cola and Pepsi, all the multinationals, they are not the market. We get lot of unbrand, non-brand market comes, which we have no spec. And when we tested it, the strength is some strangely very low. So we don't know what materials, and bottles are not evenly strength. Some side is higher strength, some side is low strength. So when we process, we actually mixed all of this. Like we process daily maybe 1.2 million bottles. So how many Pepsi, Coke, and how many not is very difficult. So when you combine this good quality and really the quality that we don't know, that is becoming a problem. So this is a very specific, Bangladesh specific problem. Another thing I want to mention, like we have found many bottles made out of PVC. PVC is a pipe material, a highly toxic material. But PVC bottles exist in Bangladesh. It doesn't exist officially, but we get those bottles. So quality control becomes even more challenging in Bangladesh, that these bottles are coming into the stream. Because somebody figured it out, maybe PVC bottle is cheaper to produce. Why go through the PET and expensive? So my point is, we need to create this market who are willing to pay this premium. We need to have the certification body, testing lab in Bangladesh, which can certify that this is a quality product and this is not. And overall, at the end, I think the awareness is very important, that we need to develop this, that look, we need to support this circular economy, we need to support this recycling. Otherwise, Bangladesh is a very small country. If we continuously consuming this plastic product and it doesn't get recycled, either will end up in the soil or it will get up in the river. There is no other option. So the thing is our maneuvering room, we are not like US or China, the huge amount of land. It's a very small amount of land. And plastic consumption is increasing every day. It will increase. There's no way to stop it. But we need to responsibly dispose and we need to handle that. That's very important. And last is like, we have this, suppose the law or the rules from the BFSA, but how to enforce that? That is also a very big issue. There's no enforcement. Okay, law, we complied. If we do not comply, the enforcement is not there. And lastly, the people talked about the EPR. I think EPR is a must. I don't know what is the delay. I mean, EPR draft was finalized in June 30th last year. And today is February, still, it's still sitting at the draft stage. So EPR is must. We need to have EPR, and I think that Department of Environment, Maksud Bhai, Mamun Bhai, they did a wonderful job, that we need to actually bring and build a database fast. We do not have the database because the brand is less than 50%. Non-brand is more than 50% in Bangladesh. So if it is a non-brand more than 50% and we don't have a database, how to implement this EPR or penalize? So this is something that we need to have a database, who is producing. So when we get the bottle, we get so many brand name that I never heard of. So this is a very big chunk of the market, and how to regulate that is a critical issue. So we need to actually bring them into the database and slowly implement the EPR. That is a must. So finally, I want to answer the question, I think the VAT or AIT. This is another huge problem in Bangladesh. Bangladesh, in the NBR, there is nothing called waste material. Everything is industrial raw material. So there is a 4% AIT on everything. Every transaction has to be 4% AIT. Mean if a waste picker picks it up, sells to a shop, there will be 4%. Shop sells it to another middleman, 4%. Another 4%. Because this reason, nobody wants to be formal. They don't want to register, because the moment you register, you are subject to that. So my question, that how many times you are paying a AIT or VAT on a same product? It doesn't make any sense. It's a circular thing. It cannot be like every stage you pay the VAT. AIT and VAT. And VAT, somebody was mentioning, yes, VAT exemption is only given on the plastic resin, in Bangla, dana. and they defined a specific HS code 3902. It's a very specific Bangladesh specific HS code where the VAT was exempt on the only on the plastic dana. But if you produce anything, whatever the raw materials to produce plastic dana is not VAT exempt. And whatever you produce with the plastic dana is also not VAT exempt. So what are you going to do in the middle sitting there? How are you going to adjust the VAT? So this is the problem. And anything other than dana, if you made any recycled product, it is 15% VAT, which is very strange. It should be across everyone. And AIT is 4%. This is a huge thing. Unfortunately, I face every year, get into this trouble, that every stage has to be shown, and how they're going to collect 4% AIT from the waste speakers is completely unknown to me. So my point is, like, not only I think every government organization and us, private sector, should have to work together to ensure and resolve the problem so that we can get quality recycled product. And we should create a market for that, and we should appreciate the quality recycled product, and we need to increase the recycling. Unfortunately, the recycling numbers are not going up. Recycling numbers are going down, unfortunately, in Bangladesh, and that is a very, very alarming situation. That non-recyclable product is now increasing significantly, where the recycle amount are not increasing that much. So I think that it's a small country with the plastic consumption is increasing. I think the recycle number, somebody said 30%, it was 50%, but that number is continuously going down. So that is an alarm, and I think that we need to take this very seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, brilliant, Mr. Khadem Bhai. To Bangla boli je, actually I have forgotten to mention that he is running a BPCL, the largest PET bottle recycling factory in Bangladesh. So I feel that your insight, your experience is very critical for the government of Bangladesh as well. এখানে যার বাবা বলা হচ্ছে যে the recycled good product should be cheaper than the product actually produced from the virgin material. So এইটা তো আমাদের এনশিওর করতে হবে, এটা ছাড়া উপায় নাই। এবং আপনি যেটা বললেন এটা তো খুব অ্যালার্মিং যে আমাদের রিসাইক্লিং রেটটা কমে যাচ্ছে। আমরা বলে আসতাম যে প্লাস্টিক রিসাইক্লিং রেট অ্যারাউন্ড 38%, কিন্তু এখন 38% নাই। আমি ইনভাইট করব, রিকোয়েস্ট করব আমাদের প্যানেলিস্টদের যে আমাদের অন্য প্যানেলিস্টরা যে কথা বলছেন সেটাকেও আপনারা রেসপন্ড করতে পারেন, সাপ্লিমেন্ট করতে পারেন। তো নাও I would humbly invite Dr. Professor Ijaz Hussain, the former professor of WET, and similar I have two guiding questions for you. By this time you know about your guiding questions, please carry on. Professor Dr. Ijaz. We have been working for quite some time, since 1994. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Yes, I haven't been working from 1994 with plastics waste, with plastic. Actually, I started working with plastics from 2005 or 6. And that's when the first real survey of how much recycling is going on in Bangladesh was done. It was done through Waste Concern and the Plastics Association with funding from a Catalyst. So there we found that the recycling in Bangladesh is 50% then, okay? And the latest data which Adam mentioned shows in urban areas it is 37%. So in terms of percentage has gone down, but of course you can understand the volume has really, really gone up. So the amount of plastic which is being recycled is much, much, much more. But in terms of percentage, it's gone down. So one of the reasons it has gone down is that compared to 2005, right now we are using much, much more packaging, especially for products with multi-layer. okay? And multi-layer can't be recycled, okay? Especially not in Bangladesh. And the huge multi-layer, if you go to the garbage now, you'll see that there's a lot of multi-layer plastics, you know, like shampoo bottle, shampoo packaging and other kinds of things, and like chips, you know, toast biscuits and things like that. Now these are the real problems, and I think the Department of Environment is struggling with those. They know about it, and they are talking with the brand makers, and they are trying to do something along with them through the EPR. So, you know, that EPR work is going on, and you're absolutely right. What's holding up the EPR? I could ask, you know, Zia, that what's holding up the EPR? It should have been on. I mean, whatever results will go. You know, nothing will be perfect, but at least if we have something in our hands, it will help us. Because you cannot solve the plastics waste problem by only one method or one strategy. It will have to be multiple. Many things have to be done to try to tackle, not solve, tackle plastics waste pollution. It's a problem all over the world. In fact, it's a bigger problem in developed countries than our country. Why? I say this with the caveat that it's a bigger problem in developed countries because they cannot recycle plastic waste. It's too expensive. They cannot do it. The worldwide recycling is 9%. Worldwide. Takes every country. Developing countries are good. Most of them are more than 10%, 20%. Bangladesh is 37%. So we are actually very good. And the developed countries, they don't recycle their waste. Most countries, they just take it, collect it very well, and dump it. Okay. So in terms of recycling, they are far behind. There are some European countries, they are doing very well, but you cannot, you know, compare that to, let's say, United States of America and other countries. You see, it's very difficult to recycle plastics because the collection, as he mentioned, is very expensive. And I'm sure Sumaya will come and tell you what problems PRAN and RFL are facing. You know, for them, recycling is a corporate social responsibility. They are subsidizing this activity. And how long they'll do it, we don't know. And in fact, I really don't know how Khadem makes money. whether he does make any money, I don't know. Because it's very difficult to make money in plastic recycling. Let me now talk about the kind of technologies that are, you know, a few years back, we read in the papers a fantastic technology. It was being published everywhere. They're doing it all over the country. Pyrolysis. Why pyrolysis was very good? You don't need to sort, you don't need to any plastic, even with garbage, you put it, you get oil, okay? And I said, wow, what a wonderful thing. And we read in the paper somewhere in Gafargaon, somewhere in Borishal, people are making this and they're selling their And I said, it shouldn't work out. How are they doing it? And I asked several questions, what grade it is, what oil it is, how much it's getting, all vague answers. Then I wanted to, all right, let me go and see one of these. Everybody disappeared. And there's no talk about it. Have you seen a pyrolyzer with your own eyes? Does it work? Of course it works. It of course works. It's a very good technology. What's the problem? The problem is like in either thermodynamics or material here, you need to make, let's say, 1 kilogram of, let's say, oil, you need roughly about 2 kilograms, okay? Now, these are the people who are doing recycling in Bangladesh. Ask them how much money they have to get 2 kilograms. How much money do you have to pay to get 2 kilograms of waste, okay? You have to pay, like they were saying that you need about 100 taka, something like 100 taka for 1 kilogram. And like what they are making, they're just as a social responsibility, they are recycling. Maybe slightly better in PET, because PET is easy to collect and it comes up. Now the problem is soft plastic, okay? These are not being collected. They are having a problem. Problem is that if you tell a tokai to go and collect some waste, he'll spend 8 hours a day. How many kilograms do you think he'll be able to collect? How much will you pay per kilogram? Will it work out? Nothing works out in that way. And that's one of the main reasons why plastic recycling is going down in Bangladesh. The people who do this collection, are not that interested, okay? You can't find enough people, or let's say enough poor people, or that poor people who will do this work. So somebody must pay for this. Somebody must design a program which will work. So corporate social responsibility is very good. If we can get them to pay for part of this, then it will work. Otherwise, this is not going to work. This is just going to get worse. Another problem with Bangladesh recycling is that we talk about recycling, but there are terms now which is downcycling and upcycling, okay? Now, most of the recycling is not recycling. Maybe Khadem's plant, yes, they're doing recycling. But 80 to 90% are not recycling. What they are doing is what we call in technical downcycling. That means they are actually destroying the product, okay? They'll make one time, maybe two times finish. And that product cannot be, that material which has been recycled in Bangladesh can't be used for recycling anymore. It loses all its properties and is gone. So even if you do upcycling, there is a limit. It's about 6 times or something like, but at least 6 times, not 2 times, okay? So we have to change this. We have to get modern technology. We have to do it in such a way that we preserve the value of this plastic. If you go and have a look at one of these recycling factories, you will not believe it. You will not believe that this is a kind of, any kind of a sort of a industrial unit or anything like that. You know, they're just kind of melting it and somehow forcing it through a barrel and it's coming out, and you know, like you said, you get a product which is very cheap, okay? So people buy it. So that's the recycling. Now, if you continue with the recycling, most of the plastic in Bangladesh in about 10 years' time will be, you know, useless. You will have to just dump it. It cannot be. So we have to go into upcycling. Now, upcycling is difficult. I've been asked to talk about it, like chemical recycling and things like that, but those are even more expensive. So who is going to do all this? Who is going to fund all this? So a program which takes into account all these things must come up, okay? It is not cheap, it is not easy. So my advice is to get community involved, okay? When you can't afford something, then what you do is like you get, you know, everybody's heard of crowdfunding, I think, right? And you've heard of crowdfunding. So something like crowdfunding, okay? You get a lot of people involved in this activity which they have done in India, in the city called Indore, and they have become a world example of how to manage municipal solid waste, including plastic waste. They claim 100% collection of all types of waste in this city called Indore, and they have won awards and everything else. They have managed to get the community, all kinds of communities involved. Now, before I finish, I like to say, there are two groups of people right now fighting in Bangladesh. One is the government, who want to ban everything, and there are the plastic manufacturers, okay? Plastic manufacturers want to protect everything. Now, I think both groups are misplaced in their thinking. You know, banning is not a solution. It doesn't work. You encourage clandestine work and like fentanyl. Have you managed to get rid of fentanyl in Bangladesh? No. Okay, you can't. You get a drug problem and everything. But India, you know, they make the fentanyl and send it to Bangladesh. Okay, so we have a problem, you know, because we have banned it. We have banned it. So something like plastic is something like that. We cannot. If you ban it, you can encourage all kinds of other activities. Now, what can you do? Get the plastic association, just like the EPR, make them responsibility, okay? You ask a plastic recycler or plastic manufacturer, so when you go past and you see a plastic bag, do you pick it up? Or do you throw the plastic bag from your, they're doing it. They're doing it themselves and they're complaining, why are you banning my plastic? So you're responsible. So how are you contributing? There are 5,000 plastic manufacturers. They have families, they have friends. Are they trying to do anything to educate? Because awareness and that kind of activity is the biggest thing in plastic recycle and management. Because otherwise we won't be able to afford it in Bangladesh very soon. If the country keeps on developing, we will not be, because that's one of the main reasons why recycling goes down and down in these kind of countries, because we won't be able to afford it. But if the country becomes, we go down, then we will get a lot of people. But we don't want that. We don't want the country to have a lot of poor people who will be doing this work. So even with pyrolysis, if you want to do pyrolysis, if you want to get that oil, even if it's complete with diesel, which is 105 taka per liter, you have to produce it at not more than 90. Let's say if it's diesel, if you call it diesel, you won't be able to call it diesel because there are a lot of restrictions about quality and all, but you can call it off-road diesel. You cannot be able to put it in a car, but you can put it maybe in a irrigation machine or something like that. You can do that, it's off-road. But even in off-road, you can only sell it if it's 90 taka. So to get a product at 90 taka, how much do we have to spend? Right now, it's too expensive. So we have to work this out, how we can get this collection going. So separation at source is the best. If you prevent people from throwing littering, which is a main reason for marine is littering, okay? But if it's collected, then it's the best. So somehow you have to work with these kind of programs which will allow this collection to take place. Another last point is that MRF, we need a material recycling facility. We don't have a single proper MRF in this country. It's unthinkable. India has done it about 10, 15 years back, and what they have done is that they have used their own technology. MRF in Japan will probably cost 10 times more than what they are doing in India, but they're doing it. Have you seen a school bus in Bangladesh? Those vans. Have you seen a school bus in the United States of America? Those big yellow things. But they're both going to school and coming back. So you have to have your own appropriate technology in Bangladesh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your very insightful recommendations and proposals. In fact, the government has been looking for your inputs and other inputs, actually our honorable advisor has been very keen to promote this the concept that you have alluded to us in this forum. So now I would like to invite one of the largest plastic manufacturers in Bangladesh, Pan RFL, and they've been doing fantastic job in terms of recycling and related issues. Ms. Sumaya, please.
Thank you very much, sir. And then thank you so much to the organizers for having me speak at this panel. So I've been given two suggested questions on the basis of which I will talk about. But first of all, I'd just like to give a little bit of context for our audience to understand the scale at which PlanRFL works. So we did a little bit of a study in the market to ask each and every household if they use any of our products every day. It turns out each and every one of the household does. So it was around about the average of 95% of the household using at least one of our Plan or RFL products every day. And so what that means is that the scale of our business is tremendous. And with that great responsibility, and with that we also have a great responsibility of taking care of the environment alongside. And so one of the questions, and so in that aspect, sir, you said we're one of the largest plastic producers. You're absolutely correct. And we also happen to be one of the largest plastic recyclers in the country. And so, we do understand the need and the necessity to not just, take care of the environment, but as a business to also find economic solutions that, really support the ecosystem in, building a circular economy and closing the loop. So one of the questions for me was, how can large plastic industries adopt circular economy principles? And I just wanted to take a step back and ask or discuss why should companies do that? And it's really important, especially in Bangladesh, to understand that the population is tremendous, and so is the potential and the challenges, right? So in terms of the potential, the economic, or as we're graduating to middle-income country, the consumption is going to increase. We're also going to see an increase in the economic activities, and alongside an increase in the plastic waste, unless it is managed properly. That is why it's exceptionally important for businesses to come in and to find an economic solution to address this challenge and grow along with the development of the country. And so I'm going to keep it short on how are some of the reasons or some of the ways that we can adopt the circular economy principle. So one very important thing is how do we design products that are easy to recycle? How do we design products that have materials that are easy to recycle? And in the long term, how do we also, not just in the long term, short term as well, design products, even if it's plastic, that are meant to last for a long time? And when we work at producing products in RFL, for example, our chairs last at least 5, 8, 10 years. Our buckets last 5, 8, 10 years. We get this feedback from the consumer, and that's really important also, that when we produce the plastic product, that we make sure that it's as durable as possible. And so, working in terms of production and the design is very important. Number two is also investing in the circular economy system. So, from RFL, we have invested 320 crore takas in our recycling facility in Hobiganj. We employ directly 2,000 people who are working in our recycling systems every day, right? And so this is a huge capex that we have taken into account, and we have taken the responsibility because we see a business potential. We see a potential for employing more people. And in terms of employment, it's also really important in the longer term to really see how do we formalize the informal sector. Ida sir had also mentioned that and then Khadan Bhai as well, that the informal sector is thriving, right, in Bangladesh. But since although they're thriving, they're also not getting the benefits, say the access to finance, the livelihood enhancement, all the other plus benefits that corporations, registered corporations like us are being able to avail. And that's a big loss for our entire system, all the players in the circular economic loop. And so that's a space that I think we really need to, as a industry, as communities, really invest in formalizing. Another way that we can really, adopt circular economic principles is to run experimentation. And by that, what I mean is that can we try to do small experiments to see different alternative models of collecting plastic, right? There has been discussions of, buyback processes. So from RFL, we're now piloting buyback models in our Best Buy locations in Jatrabari and Narayanganj. So Best Buy is like a superstore where we have our durable good products. And so over there now, for the last month, we have done a buyback scheme where we're raising awareness in the consumers around the localities that if they bring back either an RFL product or any plastic that is recyclable, there's a rate chart there. And so they can come and they can sell those plastics at the, given rate, and then they can buy something from our store. And so, they're getting a big discount. We're taking back the plastic and we're sending it back to a recycling facility. And so, this buyback model is working well for us so far, and we're going to invest heavily on creating, collection systems and then creating collection booths across more than 1,000 locations across Bangladesh. And so, that's, and I would encourage businesses and other institutions to be agile and experiment, maybe learn fast, fail fast, and do it all over again. And I feel like if we do that, as a system, we can really move forward. And last but not the least is reusing the plastic waste. And so in production, and so we produce, millions of products every day, and there's a lot of production waste that gets, perhaps in other industries thrown away. We put it back into our system and we recycle it again, and then we make it into another product. And so it's really important for larger businesses to be mindful of their waste and make sure that none of the waste goes out into the environment or gets mismanaged. You can always bring it back to the business and close the loop there. So that's part of my first question, the answer to my first question. And then the second important part that I wanted to talk about is, what are the business benefits of investing in sustainable plastic solutions? And that's really important because as our country is moving towards a middle income country, we're moving away from the LDCs. We know that funding global funding, donor funding is going to change. The type of funding is going to change. Things are going to get more, say, entrepreneurship focused, more result oriented, more target oriented, and that's where us businesses specialize in. And so, as an ecosystem, as communities, countries, and governments, it's really important to start focusing on being exceptionally efficient with the way that we work, as well as, investing in sustainable business practices. Again, one of the very important reasons why we invested in plastic waste management and recycling, Ida sir had said, rightly mentioned, initially it was part of a CSR process, but currently we've realized that there is a business model that's working. And that's the reason why we've invested 320 crore takas into our facilities, because it's a model that's working for us. And it's a win-win for everyone. It's win-win for the environment. We're taking in plastic, we're recycling, and we're making it into another consumer product. It's win-win for the government because it's helping them to achieve our targets. And as a society, in our conscience, we're also good. And so, when there's an economic model that develops, there will be more sustainable investments coming into the play. And I think the second reason why the businesses, some of the business benefits of investing in sustainable plastic solutions are, again, cost saving. So it makes financial sense, saving sense for us in the long term to invest in sustainable practices, because we're bringing in the product that we have created already, and we're recycling and selling it back to our consumers. It's also cheaper raw material for us. So it's the entry system is also much more financially viable. And then also there's a less use of virgin plastic. That's good for the environment, good for businesses as well, because virgin plastic can get quite expensive. And another reason, I feel like more and more Bangladeshi companies are becoming export focused, right? So, Pran RFL exports to 145 countries already around the world. A lot of it is our food and plastic products. And so in the global arena, to be competitive, you need to have certain sustainable practices. And you need to, because our buyers demand it. Because, global buyers and global customers are aware. They want more sustainable practices. They want good for the environment and people and the climate. And so as, as a Bangladeshi company or as Bangladeshi businesses, it's really important for us to understand where our global consumers are demanding or global customers are demanding, and we need to get ahead of Vietnam, of China, of Laos, and all of the other competitors and give that competitive edge. And so it's also good for the business to adopt sustainable practices, because it's going to bring in more global business. And that's what the vision for us in Bangladesh is, to be resilient and self-sufficient. And last but not the least, I think it's really important for government and institutions to really support us. Those of the businesses are really taking sustainable practices to help us to, get some tax breaks, to help us do the ease of the business better. I think in that space, I think if we can work together, we can really make sure that the, sustainable business model can be something that we can showcase to the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sumaya, for brilliant interventions, particularly hearing from you that the recycling business and putting efforts towards circular economy can be a business model, a successful business model. Thank you very much for this inspiration. Now I would like to invite the last panelist, Mr. Asadun Noor from the UNIDO, to touch upon the areas of market instrument, then fiscal instrument, and some other areas, how to unlock the finance in this sector. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon. It is very critical to speak among these learned and experienced panelists, but as Mahbul Bhai also mentioned, that after lunch sessions are very, very difficult for audience and participants to focus on. But I, as a last speaker of the day and the session as well, I will try to make myself more specific and concrete to this specific subject. So, as I like to start from the good work or good interest or intention we are echoing the entire day. What it makes us to make this shift? What is behind the story that making us to have our intention and effort for this transition? So, as a production country, Bangladesh is highly dependent to the market requirements from the global value chain actors or trade partners. So, what is very linked with the intention or expectation from the market rules and regulations and even the private sector sometimes. Considering our production or our economy size, our economy is hugely dependent to with the export earning from apparel sector. And why I am focusing on apparel, because our plastic industry is somehow or very significantly connected with the apparel industry as well. In terms of packaging, in terms of accessories, such backward linkages are very much connected with the expectation of EU and the other regions as part of their commitment towards the nature and the society. So Europe, as being the largest region of Bangladesh as a import partner or export partner from our side, most of our RMG or apparel goods are being exported to European Union. It's around 60%. And Europe as a region has a very ambitious target by 2050. They wants to be carbon neutral over the globe. So it seems ambitious, but they are also very focused on this transition. So they come with a long list of rules and regulations or commitments or strategic plans like European Green Deal, which is the heart of this transition, what we are talking about the entire day, about the circular economy, Action Plan 2.0. They have several rules and regulations like CSRD, CSDDD, and many more to come. Even yesterday I just learned about the waste regulation. Waste shipping regulation is also coming somehow in the entire loop of transformational learning. So what are the key elements of European Green Deal or such rules and regulations? First of one, as Ms. Shumaya also mentioned, that the designing of a product which is needed to be very careful, as well as often we are very much intentional or unintentional that we are very much focused on recycling is meaning as circular economy, which is exactly not. So it is all about how you can manage from design to the processing level of your resources in the most least amount of use, long design for long life, and at the end of end of life, how it could be part of again design and the manufacturing again. And the most important secondly part is that the transparency over the value chain, because as a global village actor, Bangladesh is not a single country, because we are part of the global value chains. So as a supply chain actor, our supply chain needed to be very much transparent, which also includes the traceability we often talking about or hearing about. So these are the aspiration and motivation for us to be more competitive and to sustain our market in the export market, as well as to continue this economic growth of this industry as well as the country. So these are the beyond or the basis of the entire discussion or the brainstorming of the entire day. And what could be the possible business model we can follow as a pilot or as a learning? Let me introduce myself briefly. Those who are not very connected about my background. Actually, I am not any expert. Actually, I am a industrial development worker. From my around decades of experience from the ground, I am now very fortunate to supporting the coordination of a global initiative of UNIDO, which is funded by European Union and Government of Finland. We call it Switch to Circular Economy, and we are within the scope of Switch to Circular Economy. We are focusing on the textile value chain in Bangladesh. We are partnering with 2 leading European brands, and one brand is specifically focusing on our today's discussion. So within that scope, we are supporting one leading multinational brand. I think I can name them also. So it's H&M, and we are supporting their value chain, our supply chain actors, how they could be more ethical and traceable in the paste weight collection value chain. Just for your information, the world apparel industry is about 440 billion. And most importantly is that about 60% of this entire economy is depend on the man-made fibers. Considering our economy and our industry, we are highly dependent to the cotton fibers, unfortunately. About 70% of our textile or RMG manufacturing is dependent to the cotton manufacturing. So we are lagging behind a huge potentiality of global market of man-made fibers, which are very much connected with the paid value chain of our. So here, what we developed or how we are contributing to this entire supply chain. So we have a very capable partner, local partner here, that is Garbage Man. Mr. Fahim is within this room, and they are supporting to have some specific guideline which we call the risk to resilience, for how the root level waste collectors could be more ethical in their business nature, and as well as educated in the financial management systems, and how they could be more formalized within this business. And the most important thing that this Switch to CE bringing this to this value chain is that the traceability platform we are using with the technical assistance from Garbage Man, it is very much needed and very much fit to the expectation from the European regions and the brands we are partnering with. So by this time we have able to collect around 100 tons of ethically and traceable paste waste, which are going to be part of H&M fashion, and we around impacted at least 1,000 lives and livelihoods directly through education, through capacity building, and the financial inclusion we are talking about. We believe that our learning is not touching the entire value chain actors or the entire industry. And because just before this session, we are talking about that, Jerome also mentioned that there are many things happening in this ground with the support from the policymakers, specifically the government, the private sector actors, as Ms. Sumaya just mentioned, and Khadim Yusuf elaborated their journey towards this transformation was tremendous for this entire economy. But somehow this could be my limitation, that I sometimes feel that we are still working in very silos, very distant dots are active in this entire value chain. So I would like to likely yours, I would like to share or re-echo our commitment towards this value chain or this transformative journey, that let us talk about business models, because without business model, no sustainability can sustain. Thank you everyone for your patient hearing. I hope I could not add a significant value, but I am trying to conclude my story with a very brief story of our initiative that is carried by Garbage Man. 2 generations are working with this pet collection as a Vangariwalas in Bangladesh, and the 3rd generation is now is getting a proper school, good life, and these stories are our daily conversation, and these are the aspiration we are having not focusing only environmental, this initiative will transform the society towards more inclusive social and economic activities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Asadun Noor. Since we are supposed to have some inputs from the audience, 2 or 3 audience, if you wish to intervene, please do so. Any points that you want to share with us at this point in time? Now it is almost 5 o'clock. So any point? If there is no, so let me conclude by saying that we have had fantastic deliberations from the presenters as well as from the panelists, distinguished panelists. And one important point that globally we want to achieve the net zero carbon emission by 2050, and the plastic, the footprint in plastic sector is a part of this global goal. So we have to consider these aspects in an effective manner. At the same time, in one of the targets that Bangladesh has set out in 2021, that we want to reduce 30% of virgin plastic material by 2030. So how we can reduce the virgin material on the part of producing the plastic goods by 2030, at least 30%. So this is important element that we have to consider. So thank you very much for your patience hearing, and we have recorded all your inputs in written form, and I would request the organizers to put forward the proceedings, written proceedings, with the recommendations and the insights that we have got from the panelists and the representatives and the audience throughout the day. So now I am handing over to the Master of Ceremony, please.
Thank you. Thank you to our panelists for the stimulating discussion. Now I would like to open the floor for question. Anyone here? Okay, no one. So thanks to all our panelists, please. Okay, so as we come to the end of the session, I would like to express my gratitude to all of our speakers, panelists, and the participants for contributing to such a meaningful and engaging discussion. Now we approach the conclusion of this insightful session. I would like to take a moment to invite our distinguished speakers to deliver their closing remarks and express our gratitude. Firstly, I would like to invite Dr. Jaman, the UNIDO country representative for Bangladesh, to kindly deliver the closing remarks. Dr. Jaman, your words will surely inspire us as we reflect on the outcomes of today's discussion. Please give a big round of applause for this man, Dr. Jaman, who will represent Bangladesh from UNIDO.
Honorable guests, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen, as we draw this insightful conference to a close, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Department of Environment, the Government of Norway, particularly Norwegian Embassy in Bangladesh, and all our partners and stakeholders for their unwavering dedication to this important initiative. The integrated approach towards sustainable plastic use and marine litter prevention in Bangladesh represents a significant multidimensional effort to reduce plastic waste, promote innovation and strengthen waste management systems across the country, Today's discussions have highlighted critical priorities that are essential for making lasting progress. This include strengthening policy frameworks and enforcement mechanism, scaling up industry transformation through cleaner production and circular economy models, expanding consumer and youth engagement and promoting behavioral change initiatives, enhancing recycling and recovery systems to ensure long-term impact. These areas are essential in our collective effort to tackle plastic waste and marine litter, and I am confident that with continued collaboration we will achieve our shared goals. As we move forward, I thank you for your active participation in the technical sessions of the conference. These sessions provided excellent opportunity to deepen our knowledge, exchange ideas, and share insights that can drive change in our respective areas. I encourage you to apply what you learned today in your work and communities. UNIDO remains committed to support Government of Bangladesh in its journey towards sustainable plastic management. We will continue to offer technical expertise, capacity building, and industry engagement to ensure the success of this critical initiative and sustainable use of plastics. Let us turn today's discussions into concrete actions to collaborate to create a cleaner, more sustainable Bangladesh for generations to come. Thank you very much for your patience, audience.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jaman, for your thoughtful closing remarks. It is my pleasure to invite the project manager, Dr. Rana Pratap Singh, to deliver his closing remarks. Dr. Singh, we look forward to hearing your reflections and insights on the successful completion of this event. Please give a big round of applause for Rana Pratap Singh.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
You have to come close.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to concluding remarks from my side on behalf of UNIDO and also our counterpart ministry from the government side and Department DOE. We are very much pleased to see the good number of invitees present in this hall, and from the beginning we heard from the respectable guests, from our donor and also the UNIDO headquarter representative who is my senior, and we all are very much very closely interacting with so many participants, and it gave me a very big satisfaction that the way we thought about this event has turned into our satisfaction. Let me conclude something very important what was in my mind, because this project is all about plastic. So I'm not going to deviate out of this plastic as my focal area. So plastic is a material which is unavoidable in this century, and we all agreed during the whole discussion there was not a single point where people were saying that no, we have to stop plastic. No, but sustainable use of plastic is very important, and that's why this policy to action is focusing on integrated approach for sustainable solution and marine litter reduction. So in that way the subject has been already stamped by this big audience, and I am very happy and everybody is in line with what we have proposed. In terms of our event during the 4 sessions, what we have presented starting from the policy, when we were hearing from the panel and the main speaker on that topic, it was very clear that policy is going in right direction with ERP, with baseline, and with the medical kind of related policy. These are very good points which we are going to deliver and which we are almost finalizing, and it is in the final stage for the government acceptance and approval. So that gives us a very good satisfaction. At the same time, we also observe that there are certain suggestions coming from the audience and also from the expert, like that those are the points which are missing right now in terms of capacity building related with the aspect of policy when it comes to the institution, when it comes to the individual involved here and there, or maybe even through the academic research. That point we have to take into consideration, not for now, but maybe in the coming days. Then when we entered in the next session on awareness raising, it was a very good way to explain that what we have learned from it and how we are aiming to go further establishing a model, which was also very highlighted, and in every session we are talking about sustainable model. So those are the things we got there. And again, when we came to the medical waste kind of thing, we all agree that medical waste is not a simple challenge. It's a very, very complicated, super complicated. But we are trying our best with whatever is the technology available as of today. But tomorrow, it may be a good opportunity for us to think about some more things to add or some more models to opt. But the basic thing is that there should be an economic benefit. And how it is going to be economic benefit? I'm not talking about financial benefit. I'm talking about economic benefit. It means there are so many things. For example, if you treat a plastic waste, medical plastic waste worth of $1, which can prevent the cause of disease and your medical expenditure of $100, that will be a great saving, and that should be realized, and that should be evaluated. That should be research and kind of development focused exercise needed in this country. And if that is the case, if that is the information we can communicate and transmit to the decision makers, then obviously the way we are moving with a small amount of investment in this medical treatment kind of thing through the modern technology available like incinerator or autoclave, tomorrow you may be readily available and interested to invest in millions and millions, because it will give you trillions and trillions in saving. So that part was also very good. Then when we entered into the last part of this RECP and this kind of DFE, that was also very interesting. And I am very happy to hear that Pran and other representatives, they all were saying what they are doing. That is good, but we have to search for more and more, like corporate social responsibility, how they can commit their a little bit a fraction of resources to address this pollution. But the pollution as a whole, one point was very interesting and convincing, that we have to combat the pollution at the source itself, right? And then we should look forward for the recycling or value addition or recovery kind of thing. So those are the very good learnings we learned from the march, and I have taken into consideration all my notes, and also I'm sure my team is also keeping record of all those suggestions, and it will be reflected as the session moderator at the final, fourth round, was saying that he is also expecting some kind of reflection in the proceedings. We will ensure that those will be reflected in these proceedings. And I am very happy to see all of you, my special guests and participants in this hall. You are the source of inspiration, and we are lucky to listen you and interact with you today. And it enrich our knowledge. It gives us the confidence that we are in the right direction. And I must thank you, all of you, for your very good cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rana Pratap Singh, for your valuable contribution. Now, to formally conclude today's session, I would like to invite Mr. Kaji Shumon, the Deputy Project Director, to deliver the vote of thanks. Mr. Shumon, we appreciate you taking this opportunity to express the gratitude to all those who have made this event possible.
Assalamu alaikum and very good morning. This is not high time for delivery speech. The conference from policy to action, integrated approach approaches for combating plastics pollution and marine litter in Bangladesh under integrated approach towards sustainable plastics use and marine litter prevention in Bangladesh project. This project has been implementing by Department of Environment under Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change with the financial support of Norwegian government and the technical support by United Nations Industrial Development Organization. In this conference, Honorable Advisor Sayyida Rizwan Hassan, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, was present as a chief guest. Also was present His Excellency Honorable Ambassador Norway to Bangladesh as a special guest. Mr. Jerome Stuckey, Chief Circular Economy and Resource Efficiency Unit, UNIDO, Austria, present as a special guest. Dr. Mohammad Kamruzzaman, NDC, Honorable Director General, Department of Environment, Sir, was present as a chair in this conference. First of all, I would like to special thanks to Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Advisor, Sayyida Rizwan Hassan, Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Also, I would like to thank all honorable special guests for giving us quality time in their busy schedule and activities for making colorful the program. Also, I would like to thanks to all panelists, all moderators. Also, I'd like to thanks all distinguished participants, UNIDO staff, project consultants. Finally, I would like to express heartfelt thanks to Chair, Honorable Director General, Department of Environment, Sir. Again, thanks to all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shuman, for your kind words and for expressing our collective gratitude. That brings us to the end of the today's session. On behalf of the entire team, I would like to extend a heartfelt thank you to all of you for your participation. We look forward to continued collaboration and success in the future. Wishing you all a wonderful day. Thank you once again. It means evening. So thank you all. Please give a big round of applause for all of us. Thank you. So finally আমাদের আজকের এই ডে লং সেশনের সমাপ্তি ঘোষণা হলো। অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি